Chapter 2581. Destroy the Heavenly Beast. It's my pleasure as well, clan leaders. Jian Wushuang waved slightly, and the three clan leaders stood up straight. Situ clan leader, please step aside, said Jian Wushuang. Situ Yuan understood immediately and walked to the side. After that, Jian Wushuang looked at Shi Qianhan and the Wu clan leader with great interest. I wonder, why are both of you here? Shi Qianhan and the Wu clan leader looked at each other. Shi Qianhan then took a deep breath and solemnly said, Master Jian Yi, there may have previously been a little misunderstanding between the Shi clan and Master Jian Yi. I'm here to sincerely apologize and congratulate you on succeeding the territorial lord position after killing Sen Shouang. Shi Qianhan took out an interspatial ring before sending it to Jian Wushuang and said, The master behind Shi clan already knows about this and told me to send you a message that he wishes to personally visit when he's back to the northern Dark Star territory. Jian Wushuang's eyes flashed slightly. Shi Qianhan was very smart. He first prepared and took out a generous gift to apologize before mentioning the peak Earth ultimate God-backing Shi clan. His method of employing both soft and hard approaches was rather smart. Wu clan leader, what about you? Jian Wushuang looked at the Wu clan leader. The Wu clan leader was a graceful woman dressed in black. The graceful woman was charming as she glanced at Jian Wushuang and slowly said, The Wu clan is also here to congratulate Master Jian Yi. We hope you will accept this gift which we have prepared. Shi Qianhan and the Wu clan leader each took out an interspatial ring. Jian Wushuang took a glance at the rings and secretly nodded. The two big clans were indeed generous. The 200,000 primordial stones in the interspatial ring was indeed a great gift. Both of you may have misunderstood. Although I've killed Sen Shouang, it's still unknown whether I will become the territorial lord. As for these two interspatial rings, I'll gladly accept your kind gesture. Jian Wushuang waved his hand and kept the two interspatial rings before saying, Well, I shall invite both of you to a banquet after my position as the territorial lord has been confirmed. Shi Qianhan and the Wu clan leader were a little startled. They could both read between the lines and knew what Jian Wushuang meant. They would certainly have to prepare another generous gift when they were invited to the banquet. Shi clan leader, let's forget about the misunderstanding between us. Jian Wushuang smiled. In that case, both of us will excuse ourselves. Shi Qianhan and the Wu clan leader did not linger around and left. Situ clan leader. Jian Wushuang looked at Situ Yuan again. How's your Situ clan? Thanks to the master who killed San Shouang, the Situ clan's crisis has resolved. The Situ clan wants to thank you for this huge favor and has also prepared a special gift. Situ Yuan also took out an interspatial ring. Jian Wushuang glanced at it but did not accept. Instead, he smiled faintly. Situ clan leader, your clan has been kind to me. I have to give you credit for helping me in successfully killing Sen Shouang. You don't have to give me this gift. After my position as the territorial lord is confirmed, you may prepare a small gift for me at the time I throw a big banquet. Jian Wushuang needed a lot of primordial stones, so he did not refuse any generous gifts from the clans. However, he did not accept everyone's gifts, such as the Situ clan who had been kind to him and previously joined forces together with him. Jian Wushuang thought there was no need for them to show such gestures. Situ Yuan did not insist and left after thanking Jian Wushuang again. Okay, all of you should go too. Jian Wushuang waved his hand and the four commanders, as well as Shao Tiexin, left the hall. Jian Wushuang was the only one standing there alone. He then waved his hand and caused an interspatial ring to appear in his hand. That was San Shouang's interspatial ring. Sen Shouang had been the Northern Dark Star territorial lord for so many years and was good at accumulating wealth. His accumulated wealth over the years must be impressive. Jian Wushuang was curious at San Shawang's interspatial ring and had quite a high expectation regarding its contents. Jian Wushuang instantly used his soul power to scan through the ring. Jian Wushuang knitted his brows together after seeing its contents. 300,000? There are only 300,000 primordial stones in San Shawang's interspatial ring? The 300,000 primordial stone might be an extremely huge number for an ordinary clan within the northern Darkstar territory. However, it was possible to fork out under desperate conditions despite being a rather huge number. Any small clan's total assets within the northern Darkstar territory were far more than 300,000 primordial stones, let alone those big clans. San Shawang was a territorial lord who had also destroyed the Shao clan not long ago. He even sold the stately painting to Star Picking Pavilion and received 2 million primordial stones in return. Yet there were only 300,000 left in his interspatial ring, which was too little. It seems what Song Hung said was true. San Shawang had probably been busy accumulating his wealth to purchase the secret technique he was practicing. That secret technique must be the divine destructive beast. Jian Wushuang flipped his hand over as 4 jade slips appeared in his hand. All 4 jade slips recorded information on the same secret technique, divine destructive beast. The difference between those 4 jade slips was the recorded 4 different divine destructive beast volumes. Jian Wushuang began studying the 4 secret technique volumes, which took more than half a day to study. Finally, Jian Wushuang had some results. Indeed, this secret technique is very powerful, as its creator was a top-tier Undying Saint. The Undying Saint equipped with this powerful secret technique may not be unrivaled among Undying Saints, but not many were capable to be his match. This secret technique is very useful for cultivators below the Undying Saint realm, murmured Jian Wushuang. It's a pity this secret technique is only practical for those who are good in the destruction law. Jian Wushuang was rather disappointed. The secret technique was powerful and versatile. It can be both an attack or defense technique, but was based on the destructive law. He was good at space-time law and transmigration law. Therefore, he was not suitable to practice the secret technique. These 4 divine destructive beast secret technique volumes are very precious. The wealth accumulated by San Shawang over the years might have been used on procuring these 4 secret technique volumes, but they are of very little use to me. If chanced upon, I'll try to sell these 4 secret technique volumes. I should be able to exchange it for a lot of primordial stones, said Jian Wushuang. Chapter 2582. The inspector, although the interspatial ring left by San Shawang did not contain many primordial stones, the divine destructive beast secret technique alone was very valuable. In addition, the interspatial ring also contained a large number of training resources, which includes various elixirs, divine weapons, treasures, and secret techniques. Those were exceptionally valuable things. San Shawang also possessed a heavenly treasure divine weapon. That divine weapon was a pair of gloves that San Shawang had been using. Heavenly treasures were extremely useful even for an Earth ultimate god. Although San Shawang's pair of gloves was just an ordinary offensive divine weapon, its value nonetheless was estimated to be about 1 million primordial stones. Overall, San Shawang's interspatial ring did not disappoint him too much. After that, Jian Wushuang settled down in the territorial Lord Mansion. The official army had already informed the Crimson Stone Fort of Jian Wushuang beheading San Shawang, and Crimson Stone Fort would soon send an inspector. On the other side, news of San Shawang's beheading and the new territorial lord who was about to take office had instantly spread across the entire northern Darkstar territory. The many wildernesses under the northern Darkstar territory's command had many sects, and all of them were shocked for a brief moment after hearing the news, and soon began preparing congratulatory gifts. It had been more than 10,000 years since a new territorial lord took office. Those forces and sects, big or small, dared not take the new territorial lord lightly. 3 months passed by in a flash. 3 figures were standing in the void in front of the territorial lord mansion. The person leading was a man dressed in a long and luxurious purple robe. The purple-robed man had a menacing look with a hint of pride between his eyebrows as he looked down at the territorial lord mansion below. "Master, Jian Yi is in the territorial lord mansion. Let's go down and see him," said a black-armored old man next to him. "No need." The purple-robed man waved his hand and merely stood there as a huge gush of divine aura suddenly erupted from his body. He directly sent it downward onto the mansion below. In the territorial lord mansion, Jian Wushuang, who was quietly meditating, frowned and opened his eyes. "Is this a peak Earth ultimate god's divine aura? It must be from the inspector sent by Crimson Stone Fort. He uses his divine aura to oppress this area as soon as he arrives. Is he trying to flex his powers?" Jian Wushuang muttered before moving his body, and soon appeared in the void above. As soon as he arrived in the void, he saw the purple-robed man who was exuding the divine aura. "Are you the inspector?" Jian Wushuang acted humbly. Jian Wushuang had to give a face to the inspector sent by Crimson Stone Fort after all. "Yes, I am. Are you Jian Yi?" The purple-robed man wore a cold face as his eyes locked on Jian Wushuang. "I heard you're just a peak ultimate god." "Yes." Jian Wushuang nodded slightly. "Humph. What's the name of the previous territorial lord again?" "San Shouang? He's really a useless bum. How could he possibly die in the hands of a peak ultimate god? How embarrassing." The purple-robed man gave a contemptuous look. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly. He was not annoyed and humbly replied, "Inspector, let's enter the mansion and talk." The purple-robed man nodded slightly and immediately headed toward the territorial lord mansion. In the magnificent-looking palace, Jian Wushuang did not take his usual elevated seat. Instead, he sat face to face with the purple-robed man. The 2 people who came with the purple-robed man were also seated nearby as maids in territorial lord mansion brought tea, with Xiao Tiexin standing obediently next to Jian Wushuang. "Jian Yi, I won't beat around the bush. I came here under the order of Crimson Stone Fort to choose the right person and take over as the new territorial lord. The official army recommended you, but you're just a peak ultimate god." The purple-robed man looked cold. "There are a total of 381 stellar regions under the Danyang Holy Realm's command, and there are, of course, 381 territorial lords. All of these territorial lords were experts from the Earth Ultimate God Realm, and above, be it those who are in the office or the ones who have. Only with an Earth Ultimate God in place managing the stellar region can the stellar region be peaceful. There has never been a precedent for a peak ultimate god to become a territorial lord in the Danyang Holy Realm. It'll be difficult to convince the public if you become the new territorial lord. I believe the Northern Darkstar territory will be completely in a mess not long after this." Jian Wushuang frowned slightly. He knew that Crimson Stone Fort sent an inspector to verify whether he had the strength to become a territorial lord. However, the inspector in front of him did not say anything to verify his strength after talking so much. The inspector merely insisted that Jian Wushuang's realm was not qualified to become a territorial lord, which was a deliberate act to embarrass him. "Master Inspector, one's cultivation realm doesn't mean everything. Am I right?" Jian Wushuang asked. "One's cultivation realm, of course, cannot represent everything, as you must have the power of an Earth Ultimate God since you can kill San Shouang. However, a peak ultimate god is still inferior to a real Earth ultimate god when standing side by side in terms of aura, though both might have similar combat strength, and that intimidating aura is exactly what a territorial lord needs. It's quite difficult for you to be the territorial lord with your current cultivation realm, with that being said. However, it's not impossible, as you may have to pay a little price for it," said the purple-robed man slowly with his eyes squinted. Jian Wushuang raised his brows. He understood the message's meaning. The purple-robed man was trying to make things difficult for him, so he could reap some benefits from Jian Wushuang. How much is the price to pay? Jian Wushuang asked calmly. Not much. 3 million primordial stones, and it'll take care of everything after I go back. As long as there are no major riots or revolts within the Northern Darkstar territory, I can guarantee you will be the despot here without any worries. The purple-robed man cracked an evil smile. 3 million primordial stones. Jian Wushuang kept a straight face, but was sneering in his heart. 3 million primordial stones was a high price to pay. The inspector was not only greedy, but also asking way too much. Perhaps the inspector knew Jian Wushuang had just killed Sen Shouwang, thought that Jian Wushuang might have gotten a great deal of wealth from Sen Shouwang, and was trying to make some easy money. Any other person might have given away under the inspector's pressure were it someone else. One might have just given 3 million primordial stones away when comparing the benefit one could gain after becoming the territorial lord. However, Jian Wushuang was not a pushover. Master Inspector, is it really that hard for me to become a territorial lord? Do I really have to pay 3 million primordial stones? Jian Wushuang smiled and looked at the purple-robed man. Chapter 2583. Lesson learned. Well, there are other methods. The purple-robed man in a low voice said, We live in a natural selection world where only the fittest survives. Hence, I've personally come here to verify your capabilities and qualification to be the territorial lord. Although you are only a peak ultimate god, you can choose to fight me and maybe become the new Northern Darkstar territorial lord, so long you can convince me of your qualifications during the battle. I have to remind you that I've always been harsh on people, and it's not easy to receive my approval. The purple-robed man moved his body after he finished speaking. He started emanating a gush of tyrannical power only high-level Earth ultimate god could, displaying a much stronger divine power breath than when he cast over the territorial Lord Mansion earlier. The effect was much worse, since he focused all his powers on Jian Wushuang alone. The two primary-level Earth ultimate god behind the purple-robed man frowned upon seeing what had happened. According to usual practice, Jian Wushuang was only required to fight with either of them, and so long Jian Wushuang could prove himself to be of similar strength level, he would have passed the test. However, the inspector wanted Jian Wushuang to battle against himself instead. It was clear the inspector used his authority to do injustice to Jian Wushuang, so that Jian Wushuang would have to give up in the face of defeat and obediently handed over 3 million primordial stones. However, the inspector and those two primary-level Earth ultimate gods who came along merely got the message that Jian Wushuang killed Sen Shouwang with no idea that Sen Shouwang was a high-level Earth ultimate god. It was because Sen Shouwang had previously been hiding his strength too well. The Crimson Stone Fort always believed that Sen Shouwang was only a primary-level Earth ultimate god, although his strength was exposed during the battle against Jian Wushuang. The official army did not report that to the Crimson Stone Fort. The inspector would definitely not be belittled Jian Wushuang and behaved so condescendingly had he known that Sen Shouwang was a high-level Earth ultimate god. Jian Wushuang ignored the divine power breath and stood up as expected. He smiled indifferently and said, In that case, please show me a thing or two, Master Inspector. Are you sure you want me to do it? The purple-robed man narrowed his eyes with a slight hint of disdainfulness. He believed Jian Yi understood his message and was being imprudent by insisting on fighting him. Please show me a thing or two, said Jian Wushuang again. Let's fight in this mansion, then, if that's the case. I'm interested in seeing how capable a peak ultimate god like you are. The purple-robed man did not hide his anger. He gave Jian Wushuang a cold glance, flapped his sleeves, and immediately walked out of the hall. Jian Wushuang's mouth curled slightly and went after him. Not long after, Jian Wushuang and the purple-robed man arrived at the combat field outside the territorial Lord Mansion and gazed at each other from a distance. The two primary-level Earth ultimate gods who came with the purple-robed man, Xiao Tiexin and Commander Songheng, who arrived after hearing about what was happening, stood on the combat field's edge. "I don't have much time to waste on you. Show me what you've got." The purple-robed man stared at Jian Wushuang with his hands behind his back. There was a hint of pride between his eyebrows. His high-level Earth ultimate god realm allowed him to act arrogantly when facing a peak ultimate god. He was never worried about Jian Wushuang's strength and capabilities at all. So what if Jian Wushuang killed San Shouwang? He was merely a peak ultimate god which did not deserve the inspector's slightest attention after all. The purple-robed man had made up his mind. He wanted to teach Jian Wushuang a lesson, ravage Jian Wushuang, and force Jian Wushuang to hand over 3 million primordial stones. Even if Jian Wushuang could not afford to pay 3 million primordial stones, he would try his best to extort as much as possible out of Jian Wushuang. There was no way he would leave Northern Darkstar territory with empty hands. "Master Inspector, I will do my best as you wish. You have to be careful, though." Jian Wushuang gave a weird smile. "Hurry up and don't dilly-dally." The purple-robed man still had his hands behind his back and did not even withdraw his divine weapon. Jian Wushuang did not hesitate. He held the Blood Mountain sword as the stellar strength in his body surged. The peak ultimate god's divine power breath in his body instantly rose at an astonishing speed. His power breath had skyrocketed to the rank of a primary-level Earth ultimate god within a short period. At the same time, the majestic golden divine power began to build up behind him, and a golden god shadow which rose to the height of 1,800 feet soon appeared on his body. The golden god shadow was exuding a terrifying power that seemed to look down on everything. 7 Stars' secret technique and divine god of punishment were both displayed. Jian Wushuang had completely displayed his full strength. The purple-robed man narrowed his eyes upon perceiving the soaring divine power breath within Jian Wushuang and the huge golden god shadow behind him. A peak ultimate god who's capable of killing a primary-level Earth ultimate god is truly capable after all. The purple-robed man was starting to take Jian Wushuang a little more seriously. Just a little. Jian Wushuang chuckled and immediately took action. About 100 apparitions instantly formed. Even the purple-robed man was a little surprised from the appearance of so many apparitions at the same time and moved frantically at an alarming speed. Jian Wushuang had already appeared in front of him with the Blood Mountain sword in his hand, thrusting forward before the purple-robed man could even react. The thrusting motion seems casual but took space-time along with it. The purple-robed man noticed his extraordinary move and stopped acting all full of himself before taking out a soft sword in an attempt to resist the attack. However, his action was fruitless. Boom! An infinite sword intent struck the heavens. A perfect 100,000 miles sword world was displayed. The sword world was like a huge stone mill that could crush anything easily with its power that was only focused on the purple-robed man. What? The purple-robed man was deeply startled. Under such a strong sword world's oppression, the purple-robed man trembled to the point that his sword world had crumbled and was no longer able to be displayed anymore. His sword skills and overall strength were instantly reduced to an extremely low level. Even his sword-wielding speed was greatly reduced. Clang! Clang! Their swords had merely collided twice, but the purple-robed man was already retreating miserably. Jian Wushuang's eyes flashed. So did the Blood Mountain sword in his hand. The world seemed to have fallen into a deep silence, as though he was all alone. The sword in his hand thrust forward. That move dragged the surrounding space and time along. The entire world seemed to have been dragged along with his sword. An icy sword light loomed between heaven and earth with its casual movements, which soon became the focus point between heaven and earth. It was the space-time sword technique. Fourth form, break your heart. Chapter 2584, Levy Hum. It was just a simple movement where both figures crossed before Jian Wushuang returned to his original spot. His aura soon subsided along with the surrounding world, which quieted down. "Master Inspector, thanks for taking it easy on me." Jian Wushuang smiled. However, the purple-robed man was evidently in a paranoid. He had lost. He was a high-level Earth ultimate god who wanted to teach Jian Wushuang a lesson, but was almost instantly defeated. It happened too fast and too miserably. The tyrannical sword thrust which pierced through the world would have attacked him had Jian Wushuang not been lenient earlier. The matter of being able to resist and being able to survive the sword attack were two different concepts after all. This kid! The purple-robed man stared at Jian Wushuang with an extremely gloomy look. Behind him, the two primary-level Earth ultimate gods who came with him were exchanging looks of shock. They were dumbfounded when they received news that a mere peak ultimate god Jian Wushuang had killed Sen Shouwang. There was a massive gap between peak ultimate gods and Earth ultimate gods, and such occurrences were just too uncommon. A genius of that level would not be interested in the territorial lord position, hence they were doubtful of the news when they first received it. However, the truth laid before their eyes. Jian Wushuang was not only capable of defeating a primary-level ultimate god, but also a genuine high-level Earth ultimate god. "Master Inspector, I don't know if you'd approve of my strength. Otherwise, we can continue fighting." Jian Wushuang smiled. The purple-robed man twitched his face. Continue fighting? He had belittled Jian Wushuang's strength in the battle earlier and was careless. However, Jian Wushuang's instant power boost frightened him and proved he was indeed the stronger one. Jian Wushuang was so much stronger than himself. He would simply be looking for trouble if he chose to continue fighting. As for the approval, although the purple-robed man was extremely unwilling, he had no choice but to produce an interspatial ring. "This is your appointment letter and territorial lord token. You'll be the new Northern Dark Star territorial lord from today onward." The purple-robed man threw the token at Jian Wushuang before glancing at the two people behind him and said, "Let's go." "Master Inspector, farewell." Jian Wushuang smiled and watched the purple-robed man and his entourage leave. The smile on Jian Wushuang's face disappeared upon the departure of the three before he peeked into the interspatial ring in his hand. Using his sole power to scan the ring, he found an appointment letter and a token within. Neither the appointment letter nor token was named, so Jian Wushuang had to do it himself. "Master." Xiao Tiexin and Song Hung, who were at the edge of the field, stepped forward. "Congratulations, Master, for becoming the Northern Dark Star territorial lord." Xiao Tiexin exclaimed with joy, "Territorial lord." Song Hung saluted with a bow. "I've managed to get the territorial lord position, but offended the inspector just now," sneered Jian Wushuang. "Humph, he deserves it. How could he use his inspector position and high-level Earth ultimate god powers to reap benefits from you? How crazy was he?" Xiao Tiexin said. Jian Wushuang had beheaded Sen Shouwang, who was also a high-level Earth ultimate god. Sen Shouwang was powerful, and in fact at least much more powerful than the inspector. Of course, the inspector would not be spared when even Sen Shouwang was annihilated by Jian Wushuang. "I'm to be blamed for this. The inspector may not have acted so rashly to persecute you had I told Crimson Stone Fort that Sen Shouwang, whom you killed, was a high-level Earth ultimate god master," said Song Hung. "No, you did the right thing. I'm indeed only a peak ultimate god, and if the news that I've beheaded a high-level Earth ultimate god spread, I'll inevitably cause a commotion. I think it's good for matters to develop as such since I still became the territorial lord." Jian Wushuang smiled. "Master, although the inspector approves of you as the territorial lord out of no choice today, I'm afraid he'll find ways to make things difficult for you after he returns," said Song Hung. "What more can he do after I've been instituted the territorial lord position?" Jian Wushuang asked. "Inspectors are a very special position in Crimson Stone Fort. This position has easy access to a lot of benefits, with each inspection will usually bring him a great deal of wealth. It's a position to get fast money. It's hard to obtain such a position in Crimson Stone Fort without strong backers. The inspector had blatantly asked for 2 million primordial stones just now. He must have strong backers to do so. Furthermore, he could easily use his backer to make things difficult for you after returning to Crimson Stone Fort. For instance, a slight increase of 10 to 20% on levy every 1,000 years to Northern Darkstar territory is enough to cause you a massive headache, explained Song Hung solemnly. Levy. Jian Wushuang was surprised. He had heard about the levy. Every sect, force, and clans within the many wildernesses of a stellar region, no matter large or small, would have to pay a certain amount of primordial stones to the territorial lord every 1,000 years. Thereafter, the stellar region territorial lords would have to pay those he collected to the person in the power within the said domain. Considering Northern Darkstar territory as an example, various sects, forces, and clans would have to hand over money to the territorial lord every 1,000 years, but the territorial lord could only keep a small amount of the collection, as most had to be given to Crimson Stone Fort. What percentage was the levy paid to Crimson Stone Fort in every 1,000 years when Sancho Wang was the territorial lord? Jian Wushuang asked. According to Crimson Stone Fort's rules, each territorial lord has to pay 70% of the levy collected every 1,000 years. However, if the inspector earlier deliberately wants to put you in trouble, he could always increase the levy to 80 or even 90%. Song Hung replied, 80 or 90%. Jian Wushuang's face turned ashen and solemnly said, if it's a rule set by Crimson Stone Fort, even an inspector with strong backing can't violate the rule as he wishes, right? No, it's not as simple as you think. Song Hung shook his head. The rules were hard and fast when Crimson Stone Fort was at its peak. No one in Danyang Holy Domain will dare to violate any of their rules, such that even Crimson Stone Fort higher-ups had to follow the rules. No one dares to violate it, but things are different now. Chapter 2585, New Territorial Lord Crimson Stone Fort, is currently extremely chaotic with quite a few factions that aren't on good terms with no apparent authority at all. They are also losing their control over Danyang Holy Domain. Due to this, Crimson Stone Fort has set many rules that don't make sense. These inspectors won't dare to act so unscrupulously when collecting benefits in the past, but now they have no qualms at all. If that inspector just now has a good backer, he could really use his authority to increase the Northern Darkstar territory's levy, said Song Hung. Jian Wushuang frowned slightly. He also knew the Crimson Stone Fort was being torn apart since the falling of Crimson Stone Saint. Although Crimson Stone Saint's daughter, Yin Sewer, controlled the Crimson Stone Fort, she did not have much power and was in a very bad situation. Nonetheless, Jian Wushuang had not expected that Yin Sewer was in such hot soup. There were so many factions within Crimson Stone Fort competing with one another. No wonder it was in a mess. Northern Darkstar territory is a huge stellar region, after all. The amount of money paid by those sects and clans every 1,000 years will be an astronomical figure, and under normal circumstances, even obtaining the remaining 30% was quite a lot for an ordinary Earth ultimate god after handing 70% over to Crimson Stone Fort. However, if the levy is increased by another 20% and becomes 90% instead, you will only obtain the piteous amount of 10%. Jian Wushuang squinted his eyes and then looked at Song Hung. I only need to pay the levy every 1,000 years to Crimson Stone Fort, while the wealth I gained by other means, such as gifts from the clans after becoming the territorial lord, is not included to be levied, right? Of course. Song Hung nodded. Except for the every 1,000-year levy. The wealth you have accumulated on your own, regardless of the reason, had nothing to do with Crimson Stone Fort. As long as there's no chaos in Northern Darkstar territory, you can accumulate wealth as you like. This is why many experts are very keen to be a territorial lord. That's good. Jian Wushuang smiled. He did not care much about the every 1,000-year levy. 1,000 years was too long after all, and he would probably choose to leave the northern Dark Star territory before that time to explore bigger places. His strength would have also increased by multiple folds at that time and would not care for such meager money by that time. He could care less whether the inspector used despicable means to make things difficult for him. He had chosen to be a territorial lord because it would help him to collect a large number of primordial stones in a short period, which could be used to improve his strength. Commander Song Hung, go and spread the news that I will host a banquet in this mansion half a month later. Every sect and clan in northern Darkstar territory is invited, said Jian Wushuang. Yes. Song Hung immediately went to work. The various clans, sects, and powers in northern Darkstar territory's wilderness have long been informed that Jian Wushuang was about to become the new territorial lord. They had also prepared gifts, with some even sending their people on standby at northern Darkstar territory for the news to be announced. Therefore, those families and the sects in the wilderness began to act the very moment Song Hung started spreading the news. Half a month later, the territorial lord mansion was filled with visitors. All those sects from various wildernesses sent their gifts in advance. Half a month later, Jian Wushuang held a large-scale banquet in the territorial lord mansion. All the clans within northern Darkstar territory were showing Jian Wushuang great courtesy by having either their clan leaders or very powerful people from their clans in attendance. Many other lonely experts had also attended the banquet. As for those sects in the wilderness, only a few extremely strong sects managed to attend the banquet, while those that failed to attend still sent gifts nonetheless. The banquet was lively and lasted for a full day and night before everyone started leaving. The territorial lord mansion was quiet once again. In the magnificent hall, Jian Wushuang sat there leaning on an armchair, while Xiao Tiexin and Song Hung stood in front of him. Shiner, have you recorded all those gifts from the clans and sects? Jian Wushuang asked. Xiao Tiexin nodded before slowly said, Yes, I've counted them. First of all, the cultivation resources include elixirs, various ground treasures, and heavenly treasures. There are also some divine weapons and armor, with all added up to more than 2,400,000 primordial stones. Jian Wushuang was stunned by the surprise. Furthermore, perhaps the news has spread far and wide that you prefer primordial stone, hence those clans and sects of each wilderness sent a very large number of primordial stone, which are much more than cultivation resources. They are worth 6,800,000 primordial stones altogether. Xiao Tiexin said, 6,800,000? That much? Jian Wushuang exclaimed and suddenly stood up. Yes, it was quite a lot. A total of 6,800,000. Even their total assets of top-tier clans like Shi clan, Wu clan, and Sita clan, excluding the Earth ultimate gods behind them, were estimated to be only about 4 to 5 million primordial stones. He simply held a banquet after becoming the territorial lord, and the results were gifts from those clans and sects, which added up to 6,800,000 of primordial stones, which were worth much more than assets of those top-tier clans. If he counted the cultivation resources, which were worth about 2,400,000 primordial stones, there were nearly 10 million primordial stones. He got nearly 10 million primordial stones in one go from just a single banquet. No wonder so many people wanted the territorial lord position. What a great feeling to be a despot, murmured Jian Wushuang. There were so many wildernesses under northern Darkstar territory. Take the Wuxia wilderness as an example. The Great Compassion sect was the most powerful sect among the many sects in Wuxia wilderness, and they paid up 1,000 primordial stones every 1,000 years. The amount paid by those smaller sects might not be as much as the Great Compassionate sect, but were still worth a few hundred primordial stones for each of the sections. Each wilderness would have to pay around 20,000 to 30,000 primordial stones every 1,000 years after adding up every big and small sect. The total amount added up from the many wildernesses was probably 7 million to 8 million primordial stones. It should be more after including those clans within the Northern Darkstar territory. Although it was only a banquet held by the new territorial lord and not the real levy, those clans and sects were more generous, as it was the first time they offered gifts to the new territorial lord. This was why Jian Wushuang received a huge sum of nearly 10 million primordial stones. Chapter 2586, The Top High-Level Ultimate God. Put those cultivation resources aside for the time being. We now have 6,800,000 of primordial stones alone, plus the 300,000 left behind by Sen Shouwang and the 200,000 each from the Shi clan and the Wu clan. Altogether, there are a whopping 7,500,000 primordial stones. Jian Wushuang's eyes were shining bright. There were so many primordial stones. If he could absorb and refine all of them, then his strength would skyrocket. Breakthrough to high-level Ultimate God Realm is not a problem at all, but I'm not sure if I could break through to peak Ultimate God Realm. Jian Wushuang held his hands. His heart fluttered with high anticipation. Shiner and Commander Songheng, I need to go into seclusion for some time. Both of you will handle the matters on the Territorial Lord Mansion and official army. Don't come to me if there's nothing important, ordered Jian Wushuang. Yes. Both Xiao Tiaxin and Songheng nodded their heads. Jian Wushuang soon arrived alone at the underground palace. The underground palace was huge and extremely well hidden with its surrounding area, also heavily guarded. It was an excellent place for cultivating in seclusion. Jian Wushuang sat down cross-legged and waved his hand as countless primordial stones appeared in front of him. Jian Wushuang's eyes were sparkling in excitement upon looking at those primordial stones. Let's start. A gush of terrifying power erupted from Jian Wushuang and engulfed the primordial stone as though devouring them. Jian Wushuang began to absorb and refine these primordial stones. Time was slowly slipping away. His speed in refining the primordial stones, too, had increased tremendously upon Jian Wushuang's breakthrough to primary level Ultimate God. It used to take him 3 months to refine those 500,000 primordial stones he obtained from the Dark Thunder territory. At that instance, there were a total of 7,500,000 primordial stones placed in front of him, which was 15 times more than the previous 500,000. It was only natural for him to take a much longer time. It took him 3 years, a total of 3 full years, before he had finally completely refined the 7,500,000 primordial stones. His cultivation realm had also progressed from primary level Ultimate God to high level Ultimate God by then. He had reached the very limits of high level Ultimate God. He was only a small step away from reaching peak Ultimate God. It's a pity there were too many primordial stones to refine, and the effect from the refinery reduced toward the end. I thought that these 7,500,000 primordial stones could allow me to hit the peak Ultimate God realm, but now it seems a bit too whimsical, murmured Jian Wushuang. Although primordial stones contained extremely pure divine powers, Jian Wushuang's ability to refine and absorb the divine powers within those stones had reduced as his realm progressed. Its absorption effect got worse the higher his realm became. Unfortunately, that was the case when he had reached a high-level Ultimate God. Likewise, primordial stones would be less and less useful to him in the future once he crossed into the Earth Ultimate God realm, such that its effect would be negligible. Refining primordial stones alone could no longer meet his needs. He would have to find something with purer and more powerful divine powers than the primordial stones if he chose to continue refining divine powers to improve his realm in the future. Although I could not directly break through and reach the peak Ultimate God realm, it's still good to reach the very limits of high-level Ultimate God. At least it saved me a lot of cultivation time and divine powers accumulation. I've spent a lot of effort in killing Sen Shouwang, and it's finally worth it since I've become the new territorial lord. My only regret is that I didn't get the stately painting from Sen Shouwang. Jian Wushuang squinted slightly. The stately painting was his prized possession and also the real reason for him to target Sen Shouwang. It was a pity the stately painting fell into the star-picking pavilion's hands. 3 years have passed, and there are only 8 more years before the 11 years time frame. In these 8 years, I have to get ready besides improving my strength as much as possible, murmured Jian Wushuang. He had made another cultivation realm breakthrough from a primary level ultimate god and made it into the peak of the high-level ultimate god realm. His overall strength had improved a lot, and he was no longer worried, even if he faced a peak Earth ultimate god. The auction event 8 years later at Star Picking Pavilion was extremely large, with countless experts participating in the auction that even heaven ultimate gods might be attending the event. If Jian Wushuang wanted to recover the stately painting which used to be his from the auction, he must be capable in terms of both wealth and strength. His strength at that time was still somewhat insufficient. I should meditate slowly. Jian Wushuang closed his eyes again. Time flew past. In Jian Wushuang's previous life at Eternal Chaotic World, there was no restriction from the heavenly way and almost no concept of time there. Take anyone from the chaotic realm as an example. They had probably lived for millions of years to more than 10 million years, which made all of them extremely old. Like those ancient experts who were in hibernation, they had lived from ancient times to the second era with their lifespan beyond anyone's imagination. His current life in the ancient god domain was completely under the will of heavenly ways control with a completely different time concept. The lifespan of a cultivator was limited, as lifespans of a powerful ultimate god was far less than a chaotic realm in the eternal chaotic world. Jian Wushuang even wondered if the passing time in the ancient god domain was similar to the eternal chaotic world. Could it be that a year in the ancient god domain equated to 10 or even 100 years in the eternal chaotic world? Of course, he only suspected the possibility, but was unsure of it. Jian Wushuang had officially become the Northern Dark Star territorial lord for 10 years. In the past 10 years, apart from Jian Wushuang staying in the underground palace for the first 3 years to absorb and refine primordial stones, he spent the other 7 years very casually. He spent some time cultivating while other times eating and drinking with ordinary people. He even spent some time sleeping and wandering around the Northern Dark Star territory. For him, those activities were part of his cultivation. Staying in seclusion to achieve enlightenment was not necessarily the best cultivation method. There was a lake in a huge land within the territorial lord mansion, and Jian Wushuang could be seen dressed in gold while fishing peacefully on the lake with a fish basket beside him. Not far away, Xiao Tiexin and another 2 maids stood quietly without saying a word. The entire mansion seemed extremely quiet. Suddenly, a figure appeared from the edge of the land. It was Cong Heng. At his first glance, Cong Heng saw Jian Wushuang fishing peacefully in the middle of the lake and dared not immediately disturb Jian Wushuang. Instead, he went to Xiao Tiexin's side. Chapter 2587. The Change in the Wilderness. Miss Sheener, how long has the territorial lord been fishing there? Cong Heng asked. It has been many days. Is there something urgent for Commander Cong Heng to come in such a hurry? Shall I wake Master up? Xiao Tiexin asked. No, although something came up, it's nothing too urgent. Let's just wait a little longer, suggested Cong Heng. Xiao Tiexin slightly nodded. All of them could observe that though Jian Wushuang seemed to be fishing, he had closed his eyes in apparent meditation. They would not dare to disturb Jian Wushuang unless it was something urgent, since he was in a state of meditation for enlightenment. Half an hour passed since they waited. Finally, Jian Wushuang, who was in the middle of the lake, battered his eyelids. He suddenly lifted his right hand, which was holding the fishing rod, while tracing a special and weird drawing in the void. After that, a 2-meter-long snow scomber fish dropped into the water. All of that was done in a smooth and slick movement. The weirdest part was the complete lack of movement when such a big snow scomber fish was caught out of water. Not even a ripple. The fish was caught and dropped into the fish basket, which looked small, but it was spacious inside. Jian Wushuang retracted the fishing rod, and only then did the lake's surface popped with water splashing everywhere and created big ripples. Is that an illusion of space-time? Both Xiao Tianxin and Song Heng, who was waiting quietly on the empty ground not far away, were shocked to see the scene. They could see when the snow scomber fish was caught ashore, the lake's movement should have happened at the same time. But Jian Wushuang delayed the movement and caused it to happen one after another. It was caused by the power of space-time. The territorial lord's perception of the space-time law is getting better and better. Song Heng exclaimed. Indeed, it's not only his perception of space-time law, but also many other aspects. Master is getting stronger and better at an astonishing speed, said Xiao Tianxin. She had been around Jian Wushuang. Although Jian Wushuang had not taken action in recent years, she could still sense Jian Wushuang's improving strength. Jian Wushuang stood up while holding the fishing rod and fish basket with the snow scomber fish. He slowly stepped across the lake and walked towards the two. Xiao Tianxin and Song Heng both had their eyes on Jian Wushuang. From their point of view, Jian Wushuang seemed to be just an ordinary person and did not exude an aura nor gave any special impressions. However, the two were more horrified by how ordinary he appeared. A few years ago, they could vaguely see through Jian Wushuang's power and were able to judge his strength. They were still able to read how much stronger Jian Wushuang was compared to them at that time. However, they could no longer see absolutely anything. Jian Wushuang was like an unfathomable ball of mist. Finally, Jian Wushuang walked to the shore and faced the two of them. Territorial Lord. Song Heng respectfully saluted. Commander Song Heng, are you here to see me for something? Jian Wushuang smiled. Something has happened, and it's out of the official army's control. That's the reason I'm here to request the master to come along, said Song Heng. Oh. Jian Wushuang was surprised. He knew of the official army's combat powers. 10 official army battalions had a total of 10,000 soldiers. If they were well organized, a single battalion was enough to even suppress a primary-level ultimate god. If 2 or 3 battalions worked together at the same time, even an ordinary high-level Earth ultimate god would want to escape. Their combat power was terrifying. On normal occasions, the official army would be the one handling the crisis if there was any disorder or commotion in northern Darkstar territory. However, what's the matter that even the official army can't handle it? Jian Wushuang peeked around at them. This happened in Qinhuo Wilderness. Not long ago, a mysterious expert appeared in Qinhuo Wilderness, used extremely cruel methods to annihilate several cities, and killed a large number of cultivators. I heard those sects in Qinhuo Wilderness were frightened and immediately sent experts to kill that mysterious man. The sects formed a strong lineup of extremely powerful experts. However, those experts were defeated by him alone, with more than 90% of them died in the end. There were 4 primary-level ultimate gods among them. There's no sign of him stopping after that. Song Heng wore a solemn expression and said, the powerful sects of Qinhuo Wilderness knew that their sect's combined power is unable to kill the demon. Therefore, they sent a message to ask for the official army's help. We believe that man is probably someone mighty at the peak ultimate god, so we did not take it lightly and sent 2 battalions to kill him, but the 2 commanders just sent a message today. The 2 commanders said that the demon's strength has reached the Earth ultimate god realm for some reason, and is extremely clever with his combat techniques. He avoids facing head-on with the official army, hence the official army can't do anything to him, nor can they stop his killing spree. That's why the official army sent a message to request more help. I thought that it was strange after I received the news. Jian Wushuang frowned slightly upon listening to Song Heng. He said after some time, it's indeed weird not only about the part of him killing so many cultivators, but also his cultivation realm was being a mystery. If I'm not mistaken, the sects initially notice he isn't that powerful when they attack him. The official army probably also thought the same, and probably thought that they had the capabilities to handle him. Before the official army started, they thought the opponent was just a peak ultimate god, but the opponent has reached the Earth ultimate god level. Besides, he's extremely clever with his attack, which made it abnormal. The strangest part is the fact that we know almost nothing about the demon, including his origins. That's right, we don't know how to deal with him, so to see master, Song Hung solemnly agreed. Jian Wushuang groaned for a moment before saying, "If that's the case, go with me to the Qinhuo wilderness now." "Territorial Lord, you want to personally go?" Song Hung was quite surprised. The Qinhuo wilderness is within northern Darkstar territory's control. I cannot sit and do nothing as the Territorial Lord when there's such a big commotion. Besides, the demon strength is so terrifying that I'm afraid that even the official army is unable to handle him. Jian Wushuang smiled. "Shiner, come with me too. We have been in this Territorial Lord mansion for 10 years. It's time to go out for a walk." "Yes." Xiao Tiexin nodded. Jian Wushuang, Xiao Tiexin, and Song Hung thereafter headed toward the Qinhuo wilderness. Chapter 2588. Soul Expert Qinhuo Wilderness was merely an ordinary wilderness within northern Darkstar territory. In a huge ancient forest, there was a dense camp where 2 official army battalion soldiers and experts from various sects gathered. They were waiting ever since receiving news that Jian Wushuang would be visiting in person. It did not take long before 3 figures came from the distant void and arrived in the camp. Territorial Lord. "A pleasure to meet the Territorial Lord." The 2 commanders and sect masters saluted with a bow. "Emo Shan, what's the current situation?" Jian Wushuang looked at a middle-aged man who was burly like a hill. As the Territorial Lord, Jian Wushuang usually kept in touch with the 10 official army commanders, and he knew all of them. "Territorial Lord, the demon has been staying in the ancient forest in front for all this time," said the middle-aged man called Emo Shan. Jian Wushuang looked at the ancient forest in front of him. The ancient forest was so vast that one could not see the end with the naked eye. Jian Wushuang immediately frowned. "How can you be sure he's still in the forest? There are exits everywhere around the forest. Yet the official army and various sects experts are gathered in this camp. That person can leave at any time. We can't stop it if he can leave any time as he wishes. But that is not the case. Territorial Lord, please come with me," said Emo Shan. Emo Shan led the way with Jian Wushuang, trailing behind him. The group of people soon arrived at a huge pit around the campsite and saw all the corpses in the pit that were kept in good condition without any scars on their surface while standing by the pothole. Jian Wushuang's face sank. Song Hung's and Xiao Tiexin's complexion turned ugly next to Jian Wushuang. There were just too many corpses in the pit. There were nearly 200, and judging from the remaining divine power on those 200 corpses, the weakest was a peak divine demon, whereas the stronger ones were primary level ultimate god. There were even 2 high-level ultimate gods among them, the sacrificed official army soldiers. So many official army soldiers are dead. Song Hung's voice was low when he looked at Emo Shan. "You did not mention this when you sent me a message earlier. I knew we had lost quite a few people before this, but I don't have the specific numbers. That's why I didn't report to you." "The situation here is indeed very urgent," said Emo Shan. "These corpses are kept intact with no traces of external scars. They grimaced in pain before their death and probably suffered painful tortures before death. If I'm not mistaken, these are soul attacks." Jian Wushuang said in a deep voice. Emo Shan nodded. "Yes, it's a soul attack. These men from the official army are not the only ones who died, as there are also people in the cities who were massacred by the demon before, including experts from Qinhuo wilderness sects who died in the demon's hands. Many of them had also not sustained any physical injuries, but had painful, horrific expressions and died from soul attacks. The demon should be an expert who's extremely good at very terrible soul attacks. It's for certain that he's currently well hidden in the ancient forest ahead. The reason he didn't choose to leave is that the 2 battalions can do anything to him at all. It's him who's preying upon us instead of us keeping an eye on him. Emotion trembled in helplessness upon saying that. Preying on the official army? Song Hung's gaze turned cold. This seems to be the case. Jian Wushuang stared carefully at the official army soldiers' corpses in the pit and said with a low voice, "Let's call the expert who's good at soul attacks the demon for the time being." He went around on a killing spree in the cities before killing the experts from Qinhua wilderness sects and the official army. During this process, his strength is constantly getting stronger at an amazing speed, according to the information you previously reported. In addition to the painful expressions on these people when they died, I guess they weren't attacked and killed by a soul attack, but probably had their souls forcibly ripped or consumed. Soul ripped or consumed? The people's faces around them changed upon hearing that. The demon's strength must be very strong, if I'm not mistaken. It's not as simple as it seems now. Something may have happened. Perhaps he's severely injured in a fight or had to pay a huge price after using a secret technique and severely damaged his strength. He's probably in an extremely weakened state and could only recover his strength by consuming these cultivators' souls. His strength has gradually recovered as he consumed more soul, hence getting stronger and stronger. He no longer wanted to kill, absorb, and devour those weak cultivators' soul power in the cities as his strength is restored. That's probably why he focuses on those who have stronger soul power. Therefore, he gave up on ordinary city cultivators and started targeting the various sex experts. When the official army arrived, he switched his focus on them instead, said Jian Wushuang. Is that so? All the people present were stunned. Emotion, you have fought against him before. How is his strength? Jian Wushuang asked. When we confronted him head-on, his combat power had reached the rank of a primary-level ultimate god and was using very powerful techniques. We only managed to slightly suppress him when 2 battalions formed a military formation to fight against him, said Emotion. As for his soul attack, we could not easily judge as his soul attack is of little significance to our military formation, so he has never performed a soul attack on us. Those soldiers who were unfortunate to receive a soul attack from him were all dead. If I'm not wrong, all of you fought against him before these soldiers died, right? Jian Wushuang pointed to the many corpses in the pit. Emotion nodded. Yes, we had a fierce battle against him and suppressed him before he flees into the forest. It's too difficult to find him as the forest was too vast while he was alone in there. The official army could only spread out and search for him, but it turned out, as a result, the soldiers were defeated and killed one by one with you, losing quite a few soldiers. Jian Wushuang looked over. Yes, it's too late when I finally realized and immediately asked the soldiers to get into military formations again. However, the demons still managed to kill quite a number of us, even though only less than half were separated. Emotion blamed himself. Chapter 2589. Have a death wish? Jian Wushuang glanced at Emotion, but did not mean to blame him. Emotion had been quite alert and reacted promptly after all. The demon has the combat power of a primary-level Earth ultimate god and was able to battle head-on with the military formation formed by 2 battalions. However, his strength must have become stronger after consuming the soul power of so many soldiers. If he's allowed to continue his killing spree and consume the souls so unscrupulously, I'm afraid he'll soon be peerless in northern Darkstar territory, said Jian Wushuang in a low voice. After a while, he made a decision. All of you stay here. I'll go handle the demon myself, said Jian Wushuang directly. Territorial Lord, are you going alone? Song Hung frowned. Territorial Lord, that demon, especially with soul attack, is very powerful. Emotion reminded Jian Wushuang. Master! Xiao Tiexin also looked over with a worried expression. Don't worry, just leave it to me. Jian Wushuang smiled confidently as his figure moved and had already swept toward the ancient forest ahead alone. Song Hung, Emotion, and others stayed there as they were told. Do you think the Territorial Lord can kill that demon? Emotion asked in a strange tone. Master is very cautious. He must be sure since he dared to go alone. Even if he can't kill the demon probably can't do any harm to him either. Don't forget the Master is our Northern Darkstar Territorial Lord, said Xiao Tixin. That's right. The Territorial Lord is very powerful. Emotion nodded. The others also had a lot of confidence in Jian Wushuang. The Territorial Lord was the top expert in Northern Darkstar territory after all, and even if the Territorial Lord could not do anything to the demon must be completely peerless in the Northern Darkstar territory. In the vast ancient forest, Jian Wushuang slowly advanced, dressed in a golden robe and carrying a long sword. He had fully displayed his soul power, which covered a large area around him in search of the demon's traces. However, the ancient forest was huge, and Jian Wushuang needed time to search the entire forest by himself. Moreover, Jian Wushuang might not even be able to find him if the demon was nearby, and did not take the initiative to show up. An expert who is good at soul attack was capable of hiding his breath of power after all. In the blink of an eye, Jian Wushuang had spent most of the day walking around in the ancient forest. Inside an underground cave that was made recently deep in the ancient forest, there was a thin old man in a black robe with a cold expression sitting in there quietly as a golden bead was suspended in the void in front of him. The golden bead was a soul golden bead which contained a lot of soul power that was forcibly extracted from those official army soldiers. The soul power was gushing out from the golden bead and refined before the old man absorbed them. The color of the soul golden bead dimmed with moments. The cold-looking old man opened his eyes with a wicked smile appearing on his face. Peak Earth, ultimate God. My soul power has finally recovered to Peak Earth, ultimate God realm. It's not very far from my peak. My soul power should be fully recovered, so long I can kill the remaining official army and absorb their soul power. I don't need to stay in such a small place to absorb these divine demon and ordinary ultimate God's soul power anymore when that happens. I have to be more careful and don't provoke those two people again until I've recovered. Otherwise, the cold-looking old man held his hands together. As Jian Wushuang speculated, the cold-looking old man was indeed someone mighty. He was a real heaven ultimate God. Unfortunately, he was an assassination target not long ago and had to use some secret techniques to save his life. Due to that, his strength was drastically reduced, which led to him needing to absorb a large amount of soul power to recover his strength. His soul power had since been restored to the peak ultimate God realm. At that cultivation realm, he was almost peerless in any ordinary stellar region. Suddenly, the cold-looking old man abruptly raised his head and moved his eyes as though he was surprised. He noticed someone had broken into the area covered by his soul power and was searching for him using their soul power, but unfortunately could not find him. This person is a bit weird. I can't even sense his strength. The cold-looking man instantly became vigilant and carefully observed the person. A golden robe? Carrying a long sword? He's not one of the two who chased after me before, and is dressed like the Northern Darkstar Territorial Lord mentioned by the official army, isn't he? Yes, he's indeed the Northern Darkstar Territorial Lord. The old man smiled. He overheard the official army soldiers talking about Jian Wushuang when they scattered around and searched for him. He was almost certain that the person was indeed Jian Wushuang from knowing some of Jian Wushuang's appearance and characteristics before seeing the actual person appearing in his soul power's range. The Territorial Lord is nothing more than just an Earth ultimate God. If he came a little earlier when my soul power has not recovered to the Earth ultimate God realm, he'll probably be a big threat to me, but now he's no different than someone who came to die. The cold-looking old man coldly smiled. Earth ultimate God? At his peak, he would never pay attention to one. Even when he had yet recovered his strength at his peak, he was no longer threatened by regular or even a high-level Earth ultimate God. Naturally, he was not bothered by the mere Northern Darkstar Territorial Lord. I hear those soldiers, said the Northern Dark Star Territorial Lord, seems to have an amazing protective armor, which is suspected to be in the ranks of a heavenly treasure. The cold-looking old man smiled menacingly as his figure flashed and floated out toward the ground above. On the ground, Jian Wushuang was sauntering forward. After half of the day, his soul power did not detect the demon's slightest trace, but he was unperturbed. He believed in his judgment where the demon needed to absorb a large amount of cultivator's soul power to recover his strength and must still have remained in the ancient forest. He was uncertain if the demon dared to appear and face him. Suddenly, there were no signs or warnings such that even Jian Wushuang did not sense anything. A tyrannical soul power came sweeping by. The soul attack was strange and done silently before Jian Wushuang could do anything. The mighty soul power had already broken into his body and brutally attacked the soul within his sea of consciousness. Chapter 2590. Zhong Han Boom. A terrifying soul attack penetrated Jian Wushuang's soul like an awl. Jian Wushuang's soul was surrounded by a small transparent tower. The small tower was the exquisite pagoda. As one of the 7 stars Black Sect's 5 secret techniques, the exquisite pagoda was great at defending against soul attacks. In addition, Jian Wushuang had also managed to cultivate the exquisite pagoda secret techniques 2nd level. Hence its power was naturally even greater. The all-like soul attack that frontally bombarded the exquisite pagoda made the transparent exquisite pagoda shake violently for a while before quickly stopping. On the outside, Jian Wushuang's figure was only slightly shaken before he calmed down almost instantly. Jian Wushuang turned around and looked at a void next to him. He sensed the tyrannical soul attack was coming from that direction. A high-level ultimate god who lacked a good soul attack defense method would be unable to resist such a horrifying soul attack. The person who performed the soul attack was undoubtedly the demon. A cold-looking thin old man who was dressed in a black robe slowly appeared in Jian Wushuang's line of sight as expected. Hee. I must say the Northern Dark Star Territorial Lord is quite capable for you to survive the sudden soul attack just now. The cold-looking old man smiled strangely. Your soul power attack is extremely powerful. If I'm not mistaken, your main soul power has reached the limits of a high-level Earth Ultimate God or even the peak Earth Ultimate God level. My Northern Dark Star territory is just a small stellar region with no one as powerful as you in soul attacks. Who are you? Jian Wushuang asked coldly. I'm Zhong Han. You don't have to know who I am and where I'm from. The cold-looking old man smiled evilly and stared at Jian Wushuang. Northern Dark Star Territorial Lord, you shouldn't have come in fact. My original intention is to absorb some cultivator's soul power to restore my strength. It'll leave as soon as my strength is restored. I've no interest in your small and ordinary Northern Dark Star territory. If you have turned a blind eye on this, you'll at most lose some official army soldiers, which won't be too serious. Why do you have to come and dig your own grave now? Dig my own grave? I don't think so, chided Jian Wushuang coldly. You don't think so? You'll know it soon. The evil-spirited Zhong Han had a faint trace of cold fire burning in his eyes. He flipped his palm, and a black spear appeared in his hand. The black spear exuded an incomparably evil and very terrifying cold aura. It was a genuine heavenly treasure. As Zhong Han's figure moved, his phantom-like figure floated and appeared in front of Jian Wushuang in the blink of an eye. The spear in his hand drew out a layer of black power before forming a black whirlpool in the void's edge, which went straight toward Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang could feel an extremely amazing power coming from the spear. The power was even stronger than when San Shouwang exhausted his strength. Not only is his soul attacks extremely good, but his weapon offenses aren't weak either. Jian Wushuang's eyes narrowed slightly and immediately withdrew the blood mountain, sword behind him. Clang! A tyrannical force exploded when the sword light clashed with the black spear frontally and caused the black whirlpool around the black spear to disappear immediately before the spear sank downward. A terrifying soul attack attacked Jian Wushuang fiercely once again upon the two weapons' collision. The impact was much stronger than his previous soul attack. The exquisite pagoda shook violently in Jian Wushuang's sea of consciousness. Is it uncomfortable? Zhong Hun smiled ominously. Humph. Jian Wushuang snorted coldly as the sword light in his hand was divided into three and instantly shot out. Zhong Hun was unafraid. Although he was best at soul attacks, his weapon offenses and face-to-face combatability were not weak either. Even though his strength had yet to recover to its peak, his face-to-face combatabilities were top among the high-level Earth ultimate god. Zhong Hun fought head-on with Jian Wushuang with his black spear constantly colliding with the Blood Mountain sword as the two were equally matched. During the heated fight, Zhong Hun's spear along with his terrifying soul attack repeatedly bombarded Jian Wushuang. The exquisite pagoda in Jian Wushuang's sea of consciousness continued to endure the repeated soul attacks. The incessant soul attacks caused the exquisite pagoda to shake violently, but there were still no signs of damage. Jian Wushuang's soul did not suffer any substantial damage. That was the exquisite pagoda's power. The powerful soul defensive ability completely blocked Zhong Hun's soul attacks. Zhong Hun was quite casual at first, as he fought Jian Wushuang without much effort. However, he noticed Jian Wushuang kept a straight face, which made his eyes slightly sink as they repeatedly fought head-on. My soul power has been restored to the level of peak Earth ultimate god, not to mention I'm using my full strength in the soul attacks. Even if the Northern Darkstar Territorial Lord's soul power has reached the level of a peak Earth ultimate god, it shouldn't still be as good after so many attacks. How come there doesn't seem to be any damage at all? Perhaps he has a soul defensive treasure on his body, or practiced some sort of soul defensive secret technique. Zhong Hun murmured. Suddenly, his face turned extremely cold. Buzz. A majestic soul power erupted. The soul power was not only huge and vast, but also formed a tangible substance that enshrouded the world. In an instant, it had completely covered the surrounding void and Jian Wushuang before forming a huge soul world. This is Soul World. Jian Wushuang was shocked. Cultivators who had practiced sword principle, saber principle, and other principles could form a principle world after reaching a certain level of enlightenment. A cultivator who was good at soul attacks and purely studied the soul principle could also build his soul world. The soul world's power was not weaker than a principle world, but seemed a little strange and weird. Zhong Hun displayed a complete soul world. Jian Wushuang kept a straight face, and he also displayed a huge sword world. Sword world. Zhong Hun looked at the crazy sword intent and sneered coldly. It's useless. You're just an Earth ultimate god no matter what, and your understanding of principles can't be that high either with your sword world probably reached the level of merit. How can you compete with my soul world at the profound achievement? Break for me. Zhong Hun controlled his vast soul world and madly crashed it on Jian Wushuang's sword world. Chapter 2591. Oppression of the World Rumbling. Under the vast soul power's impact, the sky-filled sword intent began to slowly fade away. Soul world at the profound achievement. This guy is definitely a heaven ultimate god in his peak. Jian Wushuang's heart was heavy. Every improvement step in Principal World was extremely difficult. Likewise, Jian Wushuang had finally set up his very own sword world more than 10 years ago. At that time, he was only capable of displaying the introductory level. 10 years after he killed Sen Shouwang and became the Northern Darkstar Territorial Lord, his greatest improvement was his sword principle understanding, but it only allowed him to progress from the introductory level to the merit level. In fact, he barely crossed over into the merit level. This was because of his exceptionally high capabilities in understanding principle. He had a couple of enlightenment in the process, which sped up his progress. An ordinary cultivator probably needed a long time to do the same. Most Earth ultimate gods only managed to achieve the introductory level in principle world with only a few top-tier high achievers capable of reaching the merit level. Jian Wushuang was one of those few. Only heaven ultimate gods could reach the profound achievement in principle world. In fact, many weaker heaven ultimate gods or those at the lower tier were unable to achieve that level. The soul world displayed by Zhonghun was similar to a principle world, albeit slightly weirder. In that sense, only a heaven ultimate god was capable of displaying a profound achievement soul world. Jian Wushuang sneered, "It's shameful for a heaven ultimate god like you to come to a small stellar region like the Northern Darkstar territory and absorb soul power from cultivators to recover your strength. You really are miserable. Regardless, you're not in your peak state now. Do you think you can crush me with your soul world alone? You must be dreaming." As soon as you said that, Jian Wushuang's eyes flashed with a cold sword light. Boom, boom, boom. Countless stronger sword intent than he previously displayed appeared. Jian Wushuang no longer reserved his strength as his 100,000 miles sword world was completely displayed. That terrifying sword intent swept around wildly from its sudden power surge and crashed on the soul world. Wow! The palpable soul power that filled heaven and earth quickly disappeared like the tides. It was being compressed to what seemed like a small area. How can it be? Zhonghun was shocked. A merit-level sword world has suppressed my profound achievement soul world? How wide is his sword world? 80,000 miles? 90,000 miles? No, even a 90,000 miles sword world cannot possibly achieve this effect. Is it possible his sword world has reached the ultimate distance? Zhonghun was shocked. He believed Jian Wushuang's sword world had likely reached the ultimate distance, which was 99,999 miles. However, it was still an understatement. Jian Wushuang's sword world was the most perfect 100,000 miles sword world. The perfect sword world was much stronger than the so-called ultimate sword world. Boom! The sky-filled sword intent continued to engulf Zhonghun's soul world and shrunk it again until it almost collapsed. Oh God! Zhonghun was terrified and at the same time felt an unprecedented shocking force on him. He was a heaven ultimate god who had seen countless powerful experts. The principal world displayed was very impressive and had a powerful deterrent effect. However, he had never experienced something of a similar deterrent effect. The huge sword world enveloped Jian Wushuang as he had also made a move. Wow! The icy dazzling sword light slashed out and destroyed everything that crossed its path. Zhonghun finally took it seriously, as used the spear in his hand to instantly parry the sword light. However, his strength was greatly weakened from the sword world oppression. Clang! There was a crisp sound as the black spear was slewed by the sword light. Jian Wushuang's long sword took the opportunity to thrust forward with its blade aimed directly at Zhonghun's neck, like harvesting wheat. Zhonghun's face sank and abruptly retreated. During his retreat, he stretched out his right hand and pointed towards the void ahead. Soul Devil Hell! Buzz! The vast soul power burst out frantically. The soul power was as vast as the sea. In the blink of an eye, the void turned into a huge 100-foot-tall demon shadow with 3 heads and 6 arms. Each of the strong 6 arms was holding a thick black soul chain. After it took shape, whip, whip, whip. The demon shadow's arms swung those 3 chains and slammed fiercely toward Jian Wushuang's sword shadow. Jian Wushuang was immediately forced to retreat. Just when he regained his foothold, buzz, the vast soul formed again on both sides of the voids around him as 2 similar 100-feet-tall statues with 3 heads and 6 arms, each holding a black soul chain formed. There are 3 demon shadows, with each having 6 black soul chains, a total of 18 soul chains. In an instant, swash, 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 the soul chains frantically waved and attacked Jian Wushuang concurrently from 3 directions. Jian Wushuang also immediately waved his long sword to ward off the attacks, throwing the chain out and away from him. Just as he knocked those chains away, Zhong Han melted into the surrounding void, filled with a large amount of soul power, and had completely turned into darkness. Jian Wushuang immediately spread his soul power as he disappeared. Although Jian Wushuang could feel Zhong Han was still somewhere in the surrounding void, his exact location could not be found. I must say that Zhong Han is quite good. Jian Wushuang's eyes narrowed. Zhong Han was well hidden in one of the voids among the surrounding dark voids. He stared closely toward Jian Wushuang, who was fighting frantically with the 3 demon shadows in the dark void center. I've looked down on this Northern Dark Star Territorial Lord and didn't expect his strength to be so great, forcing me to use Soul Devil Hell. It seems my Soul Devil Hell can't do much harm to him with my current recovered soul power, murmured Zhong Han. He could see that the 3 demon shadows were showing terrifying power, with the 18 soul chains also launching incessant attacks on Jian Wushuang. However, Jian Wushuang, with his sword and sword world that seamlessly complemented his strength, managed to knock the 18 soul chains. The 3 demon shadows were unable to gain the slightest advantage against Jian Wushuang, let alone to kill Jian Wushuang. The only way to wipe him out is probably that trick. Chapter 2592. Wiping out the soul. Zhong Han was hesitating. He was a genuine heaven, ultimate god, and good at soul attacks. He had many techniques, but yet to fully recover his soul power, which was merely at the peak earth ultimate god realm. Therefore, most of his techniques' full strength could not be displayed. For example, the Soul Devil Hell which he displayed did not harm Jian Wushuang. Based on his current strength, there was only one technique he was able to display confidently to kill the Northern Dark Star Territorial Lord. The only concern remains in the extreme difficulty of using that technique at his current strength level, hence his hesitation. The Northern Dark Star Territorial Lord is only a primary level Earth Ultimate God, but his combat power is very impressive, especially in the principal world. He has opened up the ultimate sword world. Such a genius must have previously obtained some useful and valuable opportunities, with the opportunities probably being kept in his interspatial ring. I suspect his armor has also reached the heavenly treasure level. Zhong Han was secretly groaning. Although using that technique is very taxing when I'm already in such a serious injury state and my not completely recovered strength, I can always absorb more cultivator soul power. Let's do it. Zhong Han decided with a sharp light shone in his eyes. The surging soul power rose in an instant and very obviously became as vast as the sea. It immediately began to compress at an astonishing speed after its emergence and formed a black halo in the blink of an eye. He then violently slapped his forehead between his eyebrows and spat out 2 drops of bright red blood essence. The 2 drops of blood essence integrated into the black halo and instantly skyrocketed his divine power breath. Secret technique, God's punishment. Zhong Han screamed in his heart as a dark soul beam burst out from the black halo. The soul power contained in the soul beam was terrifying. After the beam was unleashed, Zhong Han's complexion instantly turned pale, but a glimpse of a grin could be seen in his eyes. Zhong Han had to pay a huge price to unleash that blow. It was the strongest move he could use at that time, with its power comparable to a soul attack he could display at his peak. It also meant that the blow was an attack of the heaven ultimate god level. I don't believe you can survive this blow. Zhong Han was confident. The soul beam zoomed across the void. The surrounding became quiet as though there were no movements at all. Jian Wushuang had been combating the 3 huge demon shadows which did not harm him. At the same time, he had been vigilantly keeping an eye on the surrounding void and knew the hiding Zhonghun in the surrounding void might cast a soul attack on him at any time. The soul beam swept toward Jian Wushuang as expected. Jian Wushuang was startled with no techniques he could use to ward off the soul attack. He could only depend on the exquisite pagoda in his sea of consciousness to withstand the attack. Boom! The terrifying soul beam blasted fiercely on the exquisite pagoda, as the pagoda wildly shook and almost gave way. The soul beam suddenly evolved. It was originally a beam, but quickly turned into a soul spear that was so sharp it pierced a hole through the exquisite pagoda, a hole that exposed Jian Wushuang's soul to the soul spear. Oops! Jian Wushuang's expression drastically changed. Boom! The soul spear carried a shocking power and bombarded Jian Wushuang's soul. Jian Wushuang's soul was not strong without the exquisite pagoda's protection. His cultivation period in that lifetime was too short, and his cultivation realm was too low after all. He was only a high-level ultimate god, and so was his soul power level. His soul was only stronger and more tenacious than a similarly leveled cultivator because he was a perfect chaotic creature. However, no matter how tough his soul was, it was only a high-level ultimate god soul. How could he possibly withstand a heaven ultimate god's soul attack? Jian Wushuang's entire soul was instantly penetrated by the soul spear, which exuded a monstrous power and completely crushed Jian Wushuang's soul. Jian Wushuang's tangible soul was completely crushed and obliterated. Jian Wushuang's figure completely stopped and suspended there. Zhonghun, who was watching the entire scene in the surrounding dark void, wore a wide grin on his face. Indeed, he's just a primary-level Earth ultimate god after all. Zhonghun laughed, and he wanted to move forward. He sensed Jian Wushuang's soul had been completely wiped out, and it was impossible for one who was dead to die again. He had no scruples since Jian Wushuang was dead. As his figure was about to move, he halted once again. He noticed Jian Wushuang, who was dead with his soul, completely wiped out in the void up, front open his eyes again, and looked straight at Zhonghun with his cold eyes. What? Zhonghun was stunned. Are you there? Jian Wushuang's eyes were cold as he instantly applied the secret star technique. As soon as he used the secret technique, the divine power breath on his body instantly soared as his aura leaped from the primary level Earth ultimate god to high level Earth ultimate god under the black stone's disguise. At the same time, an infinite golden divine power swept out crazily before the 3,000 feet tall golden god shadow suddenly formed behind him. Jian Wushuang made a move. A total of 300 apparitions were created at the same time with that single move that was located everywhere. The 3 demon shadows which were surrounding him could not tell which was the real Jian Wushuang, as they could only frantically wave those black soul chains around and tried their best to attack the real Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang's real self went past those 3 demon shadows and aimed straight at Zhonghun. This is impossible. Zhonghun was flabbergasted as he did not expect that to happen. Based on his knowledge, it was impossible for the situation before to happen. The Northern Dark Star territorial lord in front of him was dead with his soul completely penetrated, crushed, and obliterated. His soul was completely wiped out. Not even an undying saint with an immortal body was able to survive under those circumstances. However, he was alive. Jian Wushuang was still alive. His soul was obliterated, yet he was still alive and could still carry on attacking with his combat power barely affected. Chapter 2593. Kill. How on earth could he survive after his soul was completely wiped out? This territorial lord is strange. I'd better escape. Zhonghun immediately thought of retreating upon seeing Jian Wushuang, who was launching an attack on him. He dared not shilly-shally anymore and immediately turn around to flee. Suddenly, rumbling, in the blink of an eye, Zhonghun and his surrounding void were completely covered by the sky-filling golden divine power ocean. A huge golden prison appeared out of thin air. It completely occluded the void which was Zhong Hun's escape route and crushed all hopes of his escape. Damn it! Zhong Hun finally panicked. He was once hunted down by 2 assassins when his strength was at its peak. At that time, he did not panic even when he was pushed to a dead end, as the situation at that time was different. He had an exit plan and a chance to escape, hence he managed to do so in the end. However, the Golden Prison's appearance placed him at a ghost of a chance to escape. Boom! The terrifying 100,000 miles sword world was fully displayed. As soon as Zhong Hun turned his head, he saw Jian Wushuang, who was some distance away, emerged right in front of him after a strange delusional move. It was so fast as though Jian Wushuang teleported himself. On the next second, Jian Wushuang wielded his sword. The Blood Mountain sword silently went forth as heaven and earth seemed to have completely overlapped with space-time. A weird fleeting sword shadow burst into view and disappeared. Space-time sword technique, 6th form, overlapping shadow. How can it be so fast? Zhong Hun's eyes enlarged with his mouth wide open. However, after the sword shadow disappeared, so was his head, which flew out and away from his neck. Zhong Hun had not recovered from the shock, but his vitality had already begun to dissipate. As Zhong Hun's body fell feebly, the 3 huge demon shadows at his back had also disappeared into thin air. Jian Wushuang's golden prison had also slowly faded away as he recollected his divine power breath until the surrounding void finally calmed down. You're a heaven ultimate god who's exceptionally skillful with soul attacks. Even though you're injured and not at the peak of your power, you can still perform a heaven ultimate god-level soul attack. Your attack is indeed powerful, but it's a pity you've met me, murmured Jian Wushuang as he stood towering over Zhong Hun's body. Zhong Hun's soul attack was indeed extremely powerful. Jian Wushuang's exquisite pagoda, which he had cultivated up to the 2nd level, was nonetheless still destroyed by Zhong Hun's soul attack. As a consequence, Jian Wushuang's soul was also obliterated by the soul attack's frontal penetration. Any ordinary expert would have died under such circumstances. However, Jian Wushuang was different. As the most unique and perfect chaotic creature in the world, the abilities he possessed were incomparable to ordinary cultivators. Although he was only at the ultimate god realm, he had an immortal body. His immortal body was even more powerful and perfect than an undying saint's. The immortal body of an undying saint could only rely on one's divine power to quickly restore the divine body. It had little use in recovering the soul. On the other hand, Jian Wushuang's immortal body was able to instantly restore his divine body as well as his soul. His soul had indeed been wiped out by Zhong Hun. However, he was able to recover his soul using his immortal Bodhis abilities. Such abilities were simply a fantasy among ordinary cultivators. Only perfect, chaotic creatures had such abilities. Zhong Hun's soul attack was unquestionably powerful, and any ordinary earth ultimate god would have died under his attack. However, Jian Wushuang survived with his perfect immortal body, which was a nemesis to any cultivator who was good at soul attacks. His body was able to perfectly reflect all types of soul attacks by any cultivator. In Jian Wushuang's case, attacks of the flesh might destroy him, but his body was impermeable to soul attack no matter how strong it was. A heaven ultimate god must be a top-tier expert in the Danyang, holy domain. He must have quite a lot of wealth. Jian Wushuang's eyes flashed with a strange luster as he waved his large hand and annihilated Zhong Hun's body with a huge divine power before starting to count the items left behind by Zhong Hun. He was indeed wealthy as a heaven ultimate god. He had approximately 6 million to 7 million primordial stones left in his interspatial ring. But the more interesting part was his myriad of cultivation resources, secret techniques, treasures, and the like. Although Jian Wushuang was not able to estimate the values of those cultivation resources as well as Xiao Tiexin, he was still able to come up with a simple estimation. The various cultivation resources in Zhong Hun's interspatial ring and the primordial stones should worth around 15 million primordial stones in total. In addition, Zhonghun also possessed some special treasures. Jian Wushuang flipped his hand as a black spear, black armor, and ancient gray stone staff appeared in the void in front of him. Jian Wushuang knew the black spear, which Zhonghun used to fight against him in the duel, was a heavenly treasure, offensive divine weapon. Its power was quite extraordinary. Meanwhile, the black armor, which transformed from the black robe worn by Zhonghun, was a heavenly treasure, level defensive armor. A defensive armor was 10 times more valuable than an offensive divine weapon of the same level. The heavenly treasure level defensive armor was amazing. Previously, Sen Shouwang had decided to attack Jian Wushuang because of the heavenly treasure level defensive armor on Jian Wushuang. Although both treasures were extremely unusual, they were of no use to Jian Wushuang. Needless to say, Jian Wushuang used a sword instead of a spear, while his golden glass armor, which was also his life armor, was more powerful than the black defensive armor. Moreover, the black defensive armor would become more inferior to the golden glass armor as his strength continued to improve. Jian Wushuang put the black spear and the black armor back into the interspatial ring with a wave of his hand before looking at the gray stone staff. The gray stone staff exuded an ancient aura breath with a vague layer of power surrounding the stone staff. It was soul power. Jian Wushuang could tell at a glance the gray stone staff was some sort of soul treasure. As soon Jian Wushuang took ownership of the gray stone staff, the message contained within was immediately channeled into his mind. It was a spiritual stone staff, an offensive divine soul weapon at the heavenly treasure level. Indeed, it's an offensive divine soul weapon at the heavenly treasure level. Jian Wushuang secretly admired. Soul treasure, regardless of an offensive or defensive divine soul weapon, was extremely rare and precious among treasures of the same level. For example, a heavenly treasure level defensive armor was 10 times more valuable than an offensive divine weapon of the same level. An offensive heavenly treasure level divine soul weapon was even more precious than a defensive armor of the same level. Chapter 2594. Witchcraft and Wizardry Sect, Jian Wushuang murmured. I reckon this stone staff probably helped Zhonghun to execute that magnificent soul attack. Although I know about soul attacks, it's not my forte, and this stone staff is only useful for me to a certain extent. A cultivator had limited capacity to cultivate, and that applied to even super geniuses. Jian Wushuang was a prime example. He meticulously studied sword principles and sword techniques, and was also working on sharpening space-time law, transmigration law, and several other extremely powerful secret techniques at the same time. Under those circumstances, he was unable to split his attention into researching soul power. His soul had improved over the years, with the only progress being in increasing his soul power. He did not work on mastering soul attack techniques. It did not mean that he was uninterested in pursuing the area, just that he had too much on his plate. Someone powerful like Zhonghun, who was good at soul attacks, probably spent more than 90% of his life perfecting his techniques, and would therefore know all kinds of soul techniques to open up his very own soul world. The downside was that his attack towards one's body would probably be weaker. Jian Wushuang could only focus on attacks of the body. In terms of soul attacks, he might study and perform soul attacks when necessary, but it was impossible to compare with those experts who immersed their time in studying the soul techniques. After letting out a couple of sighs, Jian Wushuang put the stone staff into the interspatial ring before flipped his hand again, revealing 2 special item types. There were a few golden beads and a token. Jian Wushuang recognized the golden beads at a glance. It was the soul golden bead. The golden beads were filled with a lot of soul power. He could sense the soul power contained within was impure. There was a lot of resentment within, to be precise. It was not surprising, as these were the souls Zhonghun stripped from the official army soldiers. Was he not worried his state of mind would be corrupted after absorbing and refining soul power which had such huge resentment to restore his strength? A trace of anger flashed in Jian Wushuang's eyes. Thereafter, he tightened his grip around the golden beads and directly crushed them along with the soul power contained within. Jian Wushuang finally looked at the token. At first glance, the token looked ordinary and inconspicuous among the treasures found in Zhong Hun's interspatial ring. Jian Wushuang only noticed it because of the unique, indescribable aura it exuded. He held the token in his hand and cautiously channeled his soul power into the token. As soon as his soul power sipped into the token, he sensed an astounding power contained therein. The power formed a huge but unclear human face which opened his mouth and swallowed Jian Wushuang's soul power. Jian Wushuang was greatly startled. Witchcraft and wizardry sect. His pupils narrowed slightly. Witchcraft and wizardry sect was the message he received from the human face after it swallowed his soul power. The token must be related to the witchcraft and wizardry sect. Witchcraft and wizardry sect? It must either be a powerful force or sect. Judging from this token, this sect is anything but ordinary. I wonder if Zhong Hun was a member of the witchcraft and wizardry sect, Jian Wushuang muttered. He had never heard of the witchcraft and wizardry sect, nor was he interested in it. Judging from Zhong Hun's skills and techniques, he was very likely a member of the witchcraft and wizardry sect. It doesn't matter where he's from. What matters is that I've killed him and gotten quite a fair bit of benefits from him. That's enough. Jian Wushuang smiled and felt quite happy in his heart. There was only 1 year away from the star-picking pavilion's auction. Jian Wushuang was worried his assets were insufficient to buy the stately painting from the auction. It was fortunate that Zhong Hun came. He had gained resources and treasures worth about 15 million primordial stones, as well as the 3 precious heavenly treasures from Zhong Hun, adding the divine destructive beast secret technique he got from San Shuang. He finally had a substantial amount of wealth to bid at the auction with confidence. After killing Zhong Hun, Jian Wushuang had no reason to stay in the forest. Hence he returned to the military camp. Xiao Tiexin, Psang Heng, Mo Shan, and the others greeted him upon his return. "Master, are you okay?" Xiao Tiexin asked. "I'm all right." Jian Wushuang smiled slightly. "Territorial Lord, have you found that demon?" Mo Shan asked. "I found and killed him," replied Jian Wushuang. "Killed?" Mo Shan and the others were startled. All of them had dealt with the demon before, and he was known to be powerful with despicable means. In addition, the demon's strength must have improved by leaps and bounds after killing so many soldiers and absorbing their soul power, according to Jian Wushuang. Although Jian Wushuang was the territorial lord, he was merely an earth ultimate god. All of them thought it would be good if Jian Wushuang could defeat the demon and rid him from the northern Dark Star territory. Surprisingly, Jian Wushuang had beheaded and killed the demon. Was he really beheaded and killed? Many people, especially those experts from Qinhu Wilderness, were not entirely convinced. Jian Wushuang, of course, knew what was on their minds, judging from their expression change. He immediately flipped his hand, and a dark spear appeared in his hand. Mo Shan, your 2 battalions fought with the demon before, so you should be familiar with the weapon he used. Is this the weapon that the demon used? Jian Wushuang smiled. Mo Shan was startled before he nodded incessantly while staring at the black spear. Yes, it's a spear. The breath of aura is the same as the divine weapon used by that demon. He's really killed. The soldiers, as well as those powerful experts from Qinhu Wilderness, were overjoyed and were completely convinced. If the territorial lord had that divine weapon, the demon must have been killed by the territorial lord. All hail, territorial lord! Territorial lord, thank you for solving this crisis for Qinhu Wilderness. All the sects and cultivators in Qinhu Wilderness are truly grateful. Voices of awe and gratitude sounded one after another. Jian Wushuang did not pay much attention to them. Mo Shan, you should stay and sort out the aftermath. Shiner and Song Hung, let's go back. Jian Wushuang waved his sleeve and was already on his way toward the territorial Lord Mansion. Chapter 2595. Visitors after returning to the territorial Lord Mansion. Jian Wushuang handed over the mansion's matters to Xiao Tiexin and Song Hung before going into seclusion again. His only purpose for going into seclusion was to refine the primordial stones and make a breakthrough to peak ultimate God. He was able to display the powers of a primary-level Earth ultimate God when he discharged his divine power. Nonetheless, his real divine power was merely at the high-level ultimate God under the black stone's disguise. He was still a step away from becoming peak ultimate God. He wanted to cross into the higher cultivation realm before the auction started. That was his desire. However, he was uncertain if it could be done at his will. The divine power contained in the primordial stones was no longer enough for him after all. Although the divine power was vast enough, its purity was far from sufficient. However, he could attempt crossing over to the peak ultimate God realm with such a large number of primordial stones at his disposal. He was really uncertain if he could make a breakthrough, so he could only try his best. A month passed in a blink of an eye. In the void above northern Darkstar territory, two figures were heading in the territorial Lord Mansion side by side. Those two people, which consist of a man and a woman, looked very young. We should be arriving at the territorial Lord Mansion soon. I really want to see what the northern Darkstar territorial lord who killed Zhonghun looks like. A handsome, white-robed young man smiled. Senior brother, don't you think you're expecting too much of the northern Darkstar territorial lord? He probably just got lucky. How good could he be? A red-clothed girl next to the young man pouted. Junior sister, don't underestimate him, or should I say don't underestimate Zhonghun. Zhonghun was from the witchcraft and wizardry sect, who are extremely cunning with their despicable means. Both of us paid a huge price to force him into a dead end. I thought he was going to die, but he managed to escape from under our noses with his trump card. Even if he was hurt and suffered from the backlash to the point that he lost his strength, someone like him was easy to be killed. However, he ends up dying in the hands of the territorial lord. I don't believe the territorial lord is just lucky and inept, said the young man. He knew exactly how difficult it was to deal with Zhonghun. It was why he became curious about the northern Darkstar territorial lord who killed Zhonghun. We're here. The duo arrived in front of the territorial Lord Mansion and stopped. Territorial Lord. The young man shouted with his loud and clear voice, which reverberated every corner of the mansion, including the underground palace's secret chamber, where Jian Wushuang was. Jian Wushuang heard the young man. Jian Wushuang, who had remained in the secret chamber to refine primordial stones, while trying to find ways of making a breakthrough to the peak ultimate God realm, immediately opened his eyes and furrowed his brows slightly. The very next second, he took action and appeared in the void above the mansion before the two youngsters. The two of you! Jian Wushuang looked at the two people in front of him and was shaken up. Heaven, ultimate God! These two people are both at the Heaven, ultimate God realm. The two of them did not hide their divine power breath. Hence Jian Wushuang noticed their realm at a glance. Those two were genuine Heaven, ultimate God experts, and unlike Zhonghun, both were at their peak, especially that handsome young man. The young man just stood there. Although he did not make any move, he was exerting an invisible pressure on Jian Wushuang. The pressure he exuded was much stronger than any Jian Wushuang had ever experienced in his current life. He was a terrifying Heaven, ultimate God. Jian Yi. A pleasure to meet the two masters. Jian Wushuang was respectful toward the experts and saluted them slightly. Is Jian your name? The handsome young man looked at Jian Wushuang with a gentle smile on his face. My name is Su Qin, and this is my junior sister, Lu Xiener. We're both here to meet the territorial lord. I wonder why the two of you are looking for me, Jian Wushuang asked. Hang on. Could you invite us into your mansion first? Su Qin asked. Of course. Please, masters. Jian Wushuang led the two of them to his mansion. In a majestic hall, the three of them sat down on a table respectively as Xiao Tiexin and several maids brought food and wine. Shiner, you may leave first, ordered Jian Wushuang. Yes. Xiao Tiexin nodded and peeked at the Su Qin duo before leaving. After they left, Jian Wushuang waved his hand and set up a heavy, restrictive shield around the hall. Masters, could you please tell me about the matter now? Jian Wushuang remained humble but unperturbed. Jian Wushuang was capable of fighting against a heaven ultimate god and even an undying saint. There was no need for him to be afraid, as opponents at those levels were no longer able to kill him. Territorial Lord, the two of us are here only for one matter. I wonder if you've heard of Zhonghan? Su Qin smiled and studied Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang remained a straight face, but his heart skipped a beat. He guessed those two people were probably there for Zhonghan and was proven to be right. I do know Zhonghan. I killed him. Jian Wushuang was straightforward. He knew very well the two people must have learned the news of him killing Zhonghan, and he would not quibble at all. The two masters came to me because of Zhonghan. I guess both of you must be the ones who caused him to be in such a miserable state? Jian Wushuang asked. Why are you so sure? Can't we be Zhonghan's comrade? You ought to know that Zhonghan came from an impressive background. Su Qin smiled. Zhonghan was indeed powerful. However, I'm sure he had no companions, at least none in Danyang Holy Domain. Otherwise, he could have sent a message to his companions and asked them for help instead of hiding alone in a deserted area under my northern Darkstar territory. Why would he choose to rely on killing and absorbing the soul powers of some ordinary cultivators to restore his strength? Jian Wushuang said. That's right. Su Qin nodded and immediately smiled. We are indeed the ones who severely injured Zhonghan and wanted to directly kill him. But his impressive life-saving technique saved him and allowed him to escape. We have been looking for his traces in the nearby territory all this time, but to no avail. Not too long ago, we received news that Zhonghan was killed by the Northern Darkstar Territorial Lord. Chapter 2596. Divine Elixir Pill. After Zhonghan was hit hard by the two of us, he displayed a life-saving secret technique, which drastically reduced his strength. Anyhow, he was a genuine heaven ultimate god after all. He had always been good at soul attacks, and was not one to be trifled with. You must have something up your sleeves to be able to kill Zhonghan. Su Qin smiled. I was just lucky. If he was at his peak or had recovered his strength to about 70 or 80%, I will have to run when I see him, said Jian Wushuang. Perhaps. Su Qin smiled faintly and paused before continuing to say, Territorial Lord, although you killed Zhonghan, there's something in his interspatial ring that is extremely important to me and my junior sister. What is it? Jian Wushuang's expression remained unchanged, but was quite wary. He knew Su Qin must have a purpose for the visit. Jian Wushuang was leaning toward believing they were there for Zhonghan's treasures. Jian Wushuang was surprised to hear that they were only after one thing. It's a token, a very special token. You can have a look at Zhonghan's interspatial ring and should be able to find it in the ring, said Su Qin. A special token? Jian Wushuang raised his brows and was immediately reminded of the token related to the witchcraft and wizardry sect. That must be the token that Su Qin wanted, but Jian Wushuang did not immediately take it out. Territorial Lord, you rightfully own everything that Zhonghan left behind since you're the one who killed him. However, the token is essential to my sister and me. We have to bring it back to our sect to complete our mission. We earnestly hope you can give it to us. We won't take it from you, without compensation, of course. We'll give you something in return. After Su Qin finished speaking, he waved his hand, and 3 white elixir pills that exuded an alluring scent appeared in front of Jian Wushuang. What are these? Jian Wushuang looked at those 3 elixir pills with his sharply constricted pupils. Those 3 elixir pills contained a surging divine power that sparked Jian Wushuang's excitement. Their power was very pure, at least countless times purer than the primordial stone's divine power, which he used to improve his cultivation realm. These are divine elixir pills. You should know about it. Su Qin smiled. Jian Wushuang was shaken up. He knew about the divine elixir pills, of course. It contained pure divine power and was especially used by cultivators above the Undying Saint realm to restore their divine power. Under normal circumstances, an ordinary Undying Saint who had exhausted his divine power needed approximately 10 pills to completely recover his strength. In short, these elixir pills were useful even to an Undying Saint. The market price of a divine elixir pill was worth 5 million primordial stones. It was the accepted exchange price. However, one was only able to exchange divine elixir pills for primordial stones, as not many would be willing to do it the other way round. I'm only one step away from peak ultimate God realm. I wanted to rely on absorbing and refining primordial stones to make a breakthrough, but I've used up a huge amount of primordial stones and got the very minimal effect after spending a month in seclusion. If I want to make a breakthrough, I must find something with pure divine power than primordial stones. I'm sure the divine power contained in these elixir pills is countless times stronger than those contained in the primordial stones. These divine elixir pills came handy for me. Jian Wushuang was very excited upon looking at the 3 divine elixir pills before him, but he kept a straight expression. Master Su Qin, do you mean that you want to use these 3 divine elixir pills to exchange for that token? Jian Wushuang asked flatly. Yes, these 3 divine elixir pills will be yours as long as you are willing to give me the token. Su Qin smiled. I wonder why it's only worth 3 divine elixir pills if the token is so important for both of you. Jian Wushuang asked. Su Qin glanced at the red-clothed girl, Lu Xian'er next to him before explaining. Truthfully, the token is of no use to my junior sister or me, but it's beneficial to our sect. As for what it's used for, even junior sister, and I don't know anything about it, as our mission is only to bring it back to our sect. Is that so? Jian Wushuang raised his brows before asking, May I know which sect both of you come from? Where do I come from? What does it have to do with you? Lu Xian'er, who had been quiet, finally let out a cold snort and glared coldly at Jian Wushuang. Junior sister. Su Qin reprimanded and switched to a gentle tone. Sorry, my junior sister is a little impatient. We received an order from our sect, elders never to reveal the name of our sect unless we are in a critical life or death moment. We ask for your kind understanding, Territorial Lord. That's all right. Jian Wushuang waved his hand a few times, feeling quite embarrassed. After pondering for a while, Jian Wushuang kept the 3 divine elixir pills in front of him into the interspatial ring before taking out the special token. Masters, is this what you're looking for? Jian Wushuang asked. Su Qin looked at the token and instantly discharged his soul power. After a while, his face sank before cracking a smile. Indeed, this is the token. Thank you, Territorial Lord. I should be the one thanking both of you. Jian Wushuang smiled. My junior sister and I shall leave now since we've gotten the token. Su Qin no longer lingered around. Have a safe trip. Jian Wushuang got up to send them away. After a while, Su Qin and Lu Xian'er left the Territorial Lord Mansion. Jian Wushuang finally let out a sigh of relief after watching the 2 of them left and completely disappeared from his sight. These 2 people are so weird, Jian Wushuang murmured. It was weird indeed. They were 2 powerful heaven ultimate gods, especially Su Qin. With their intimidating strength, those 2 people could easily force Jian Wushuang to hand over the token. Even if they chose not to be harsh, they should at least behave like a powerful expert. However, Su Qin was very kind to Jian Wushuang apart from the desolated look shown by Lu Xian'er. Su Qin did not even have the air of a prideful person. Not only was he not harsh, but he also offered 3 divine elixir pills in exchange for the token. How easygoing! Su Qin seemed like an easygoing person with no temper at all. Jian Wushuang, who had experiences from his previous and present life, would not be so naive as to believe Su Qin was a kind person. Chapter 2597. Peak Ultimate God. Not only are they extremely polite to me, but they must also have an extraordinary background. Although they are reluctant to reveal their sect, they can produce 3 divine elixir pills that will with no sweat. Their background is indeed unusual. Jian Wushuang exclaimed. The 3 divine elixir pills were worth 15 million primordial stones. Such a large amount of wealth was substantial even to ordinary heaven ultimate gods from an impressive background. However, the 2 of them were unfazed. It was as though those 3 divine elixir pills were nothing to them. Someone so generous must be from a spectacular background. That token is useless to me anyway, and I'm not interested in figuring out the token's secrets, as I've already made a lot of money in exchange for bagging those 3 divine elixir pills. Jian Wushuang smiled secretly. Those 3 divine elixir pills happened to be of great use to him at that time. Jian Wushuang immediately returned to the underground palace and began his seclusion once again. In the void not far from the territorial lord mansion, Su Qin and Lu Xian'er were walking side by side. Senior brother, I don't understand. Why did you need to give him 3 divine elixir pills for the token? Although those 3 divine elixir pills are nothing to us, it's a waste for you to do that. I'm sure the territorial lord would have handed the token to you, nonetheless, even if you gave him nothing in return, said Lu Xian'er. This token is of no use to him and will merely keep it in the interspatial ring. It's better to give it to us as a favor. But, junior sister, I told you before that the Northern Dark Star Territorial Lord is not someone to be trifled since he's able to kill Zhonghan. Su Qin smiled. Why can't I see that he's extraordinary? I think he just got lucky. We're kind enough to not ask him for all the treasures left behind by Zhonghan and instead asked for the token. Lu Xian'er pouted. Su Qin did not reply immediately. He stopped dead in his tracks at the void before raising his palm. There was a possessed golden beetle in the center of his palm. Some faint blood streaks pattern could be seen on the golden beetle's elytra. Why did you bring Goldie out? Lu Xian'er glanced at the golden beetle confusingly and asked Su Qin, Didn't you say that you can't tell if the Northern Dark Star Territorial Lord is extraordinary? Goldie could see it. Su Qin smiled before continuing, You know Goldie can recognize and distinguish various beings in the ancient God domain. There are many special ethnic groups and life forms in the ancient God domain, including human cultivators, each having different life ratings. No matter how the other party tries to stay under the radar, Goldie could easily sense the other party's life rating as long as it's nearby. Lu Xian'er said, Oh, really? Goldie is just next to the Northern Dark Star Territorial Lord. Could it sense he has an impressive life rating? Is he not just a human cultivator? No, Goldie was unable to sense it. It was just right next to the Northern Dark Star Territorial Lord, yet it sensed nothing. This was the reason I've said the Northern Dark Star Territorial Lord must be unusually powerful, explained Su Qin. Lu Xian'er was startled. She knew of Goldie's ability. There were all kinds of special ethics and beings in the world. There were very few among them which Goldie was unable to sense their life rating. The 2 of them had never seen it happen. Could that Northern Dark Star Territorial Lord be a special being? Lu Xian'er asked instinctively. I don't know, and it's not convenient for us to ask him either. Anyways, we shouldn't look down upon someone like him. It's the reason I took out 3 divine elixir pills to exchange the token with him. I want him to be happy or even grateful to us. There might be a chance for us to grow closer if we have an opportunity to meet again in the future, said Su Qin with a smile. Those 3 divine elixir pills were nothing to them. It was certainly a good bargain to use them in exchange for a good relationship with someone having an impressive life rating. Let's go. We've settled Zhonghun, and next is the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's matter, urged Suqin. That's not something urgent. I want to go explore around here since we are outside the sect, said Lu Xiener. Suqin smiled and did not object to the idea as the two continued to walk around and soon disappeared into the void. In the underground palace, a thick divine power erupted from his body as Jian Wushuang sat cross-legged. My divine power has reached the very limits of high-level ultimate God, and there's nothing more I can do to improve. I shall accumulate a huge gush of divine power and aim for a breakthrough. These 3 divine elixir pills. Jian Wushuang looked at the 3 divine elixir pills in front of him. Next, he grabbed one of the elixir pills and swallowed it. As soon as the divine elixir pill entered his body, it immediately turned into a vast divine power. The most important part was the extremely pure divine power within. Its divine power is 100 or even 1,000 times purer than the primordial stone's divine power. It's an entirely 2 different concepts. Jian Wushuang's eyes were glimmering with excitement. The pure divine power in his body slowly gathered in front of the heavy barrier. As long as he made a mental move, he could try to fire on the heavy barrier. Although the divine power in a single divine elixir pill was able to shake the barrier, I feel it's still lacking in power to completely smash the barrier, muttered Jian Wushuang before he immediately reached out, grabbed another divine elixir pill, and directly swallowed it. Another pill went into his body. The same vast and pure divine power emerged as it integrated with the earlier formed divine power. It's almost there. Let's start. Jian Wushuang's hands tensed up. In his body, the vast and pure divine power accumulated in front of the heavy barrier and instantly turned into a huge charging torrent. Boom! 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 Several bombardments took place, which shook Jian Wushuang up with each collision. After more than a dozen bombardments, almost half of the pure divine power from both divine elixir pills were consumed, and a faint crack finally appeared on the heavy barrier. Jian Wushuang was ecstatic with the crack's appearance. Boom! Boom! 2 more extremely strong bombardments occurred. Finally, the heavy barrier was destroyed as his divine power soared. In just a few moments, his divine power and divine body were promoted to a new level. Finally, peak ultimate God. Jian Wushuang opened his eyes. There was a deep twinkle in his eyes, and a smile suddenly cracked on his face. Chapter 2598. Auction. Although it was merely a small cultivation realm breakthrough from the high-level ultimate God to peak ultimate God, with Jian Wushuang gaining little improvement in divine power and divine body. His strength had improved tremendously. After 10 years of meditation and enlightenment, my understanding of sword principle has allowed me to achieve merit level in sword world. I have also improved a fair bit in space-time law and transmigration law. I am now considered quite a capable Earth ultimate God. Now that my divine power has made a breakthrough, I might have become quite a formidable Earth ultimate God. I should be able to counter a weak heaven ultimate God's attacks in a duel if I ever encountered one by displaying my many secret techniques. Jian Wushuang smiled from being pleased with his progress. He had merely lived for less than 40 years in this current life, yet had reached the peak ultimate God realm. Anyone would be terrified if they knew. He was able to achieve such impressive progress because of his astounding divine power absorption and refinement speed. It should not be forgotten that he had also put in a great effort in improving his sword principle and understanding of laws. I've used only 2 of the 3 divine elixir pills. There is still one more. Jian Wushuang stretched out his hand and grabbed the last pill, but did not swallow it. Even if he swallowed it, he could only slightly increase his divine power, which had little effect on his combat prowess. A single divine elixir pill was worth 5 million primordial stones, which would prove to be quite a handsome sum for the star-picking pavilion's auction. After I made a breakthrough to the peak ultimate God realm, my needs for pure divine power have become greater. Divine powers from primordial stones are no longer useful to me from now on. If I want to improve my cultivation using my Bodhis, terrifying divine power refinement speed, I'll need to find ways of getting a lot of divine elixir pills. I'm afraid I need about 20 divine elixir pills to progress from a peak ultimate god to a primary level earth ultimate god, murmured Jian Wushuang. 20 divine elixir pills would be equivalent to 100 million primordial stones. It was an astronomical figure even to ordinary heaven ultimate gods. Perhaps those who were extremely powerful or originated from an impressive background could produce such a huge amount of wealth, but it would not be easy. Jian Wushuang was lucky to have met Su Qin, who was willing to give away 3 divine elixir pills in exchange for the witchcraft and wizardry sex token. Otherwise, it would be very difficult for him to get hold of even a single divine elixir pill. It's impossible to get that many divine elixir pills now. I shall slowly figure something out, muttered Jian Wushuang before leaving the underground palace. Jian Wushuang summoned Xiao Tixin and Song Hung the moment he arrived at the hall. The Narcissus territory auction will start in a few months. I have a few items to be auctioned, so I'll need to head there in advance. Both of you will be in charge of Northern Darkstar Territories matters, while I'm away, said Jian Wushuang. Yes. Song Hung nodded. Master, do you want me to go with you? Xiao Tixin asked. No, I can go alone. Jian Wushuang smiled. He left on that day itself. The Narcissus territory was quite far away from the Northern Darkstar territory and would take a long time for him to arrive at the destination. The auction might be over when he finally arrived. Nonetheless, there were wormholes around the Northern Darkstar territory. Through the wormholes, Jian Wushuang soon appeared in the Narcissus territory. Stellar regions differed in size. The Narcissus territory was much larger than the Northern Darkstar territory. A larger territory would produce more experts, resulting in more complicated forces controlling a territory. It was arduous for the Narcissus territorial lord to stabilize the situation within his stellar region. Therefore, the Narcissus territorial lord was much more powerful than the territorial lord from other stellar regions, with news stating the Narcissus territorial lord was a heaven ultimate god. Due to the Narcissus territory being one of the larger stellar regions in Danyang Holy Domain, the star-picking pavilion had chosen to hold the auction event there. In a magnificent and huge stone fort constructed entirely of red quicksand. The quicksand was flowing slowly like a river and breathing life into the stone fort. The star-picking pavilion was located exactly in that stone fort. Although it was only one of star-picking pavilions, sub-pavilions in Danyang Holy Domain, its outlook was still magnificent and breathtaking. In front of the stone fort's gate, for tall and burly figures stood there motionless, like sculptures with their eyes occasionally scanning the passers-by or people walking out of the stone fort. Those 4 people were excusing the divine power breath of an ultimate god. The star-picking pavilion was indeed impressive that even their guards were ultimate gods. Draped in a golden robe, Jian Wushuang with a long sword on his back arrived at the magnificent red stone fort and did not deliberately constrain his divine power breath. He was exuding the divine power breath of a high-level earth ultimate god under the black stone's disguise. Is this the star-picking pavilion? Jian Wushuang raised his head and glanced at the towering red stone fort in front of him before walking into the fort without any hesitation. The 4 ultimate gods experts who were guarding the stone castle immediately locked their eyes on Jian Wushuang, but did not stop him from entering the stone fort. Jian Wushuang saw a huge hall as soon as he entered the stone fort. There were a large number of various cultivators in the hall, with many of them being ultimate gods. As soon as Jian Wushuang entered, his high-level earth, ultimate god, divine power breath became conspicuous. Instantly, a black chief from star-picking pavilion greeted Jian Wushuang in person. The black chief was also a genuine primary-level earth, ultimate god. Master, a pleasure to have met you. You look unfamiliar. This must be the first time you're here in the star-picking pavilion's sub-pavilion of Narcissus territory. Are you an expert traveling alone or a territorial lord of any stellar region? The Black Chief casually asked. Jian Wushuang did not reply and brought out a token instead. The token represented the identity of a territorial lord with the names Northern Darkstar and Jian Yi on it. Oh, you're Jian Yi, the Northern Darkstar territorial lord. The Black Chief smiled. Master, please come inside. Under the guidance of the Black Chief, Jian Wushuang arrived at a separate room. The room was under the protection of a restrictive shield while the Black Chief stood humbly in front of Jian Wushuang. The Black Chief asked, Master, how can the star-picking pavilion help you? I heard there will be a large-scale auction here soon. I want the star-picking pavilion to help me put a few things up for auction. Is it possible? Jian Wushuang looked at the Black Chief and calmly said, Of course, but we do charge a small fee. What treasures are you putting up for auction? Asked the Black Chief. Chapter 2599. The price of the treasures. Jian Wushuang waved his hand and took out several treasures which he had prepared. The Black Chief peered at what was being displayed. These are... The Black Chief first looked at the 4 jade slips. He scanned through them before smiling. Master, this is the first 4 volumes for the divine, destructive beast cultivation method. They are indeed valuable, but am afraid the effect won't be satisfactory if you put them up for auction. Why? Jian Wushuang asked. Firstly, this secret technique is quite unusual. Although it's extremely powerful, the prerequisite for cultivation is very high, hence, not many people are interested in it. Secondly, the star-picking pavilion has this cultivation method as well. These first 4 volumes you've got here probably comes from the star-picking pavilion. Whoever got the cultivation method from us would have also received the cultivation insights. The cultivation insights are only made available to the first person who received the cultivation method. Master, the cultivation insights in these 4 volumes of yours were taken away from what I see. This greatly reduces the value of these 4 volumes. Even if there's an expert who's interested in these 4 volumes, they will want to get it directly from the star-picking pavilion to receive the cultivation insights, even if it costs more. No one will be interested in buying these 4 volumes from you, said the Black Chief with a smile. Is that so? Jian Wushuang's face sank as he never expected that. He knew the cultivation method was excellent and valuable. Sen Shouwang had been in the position of the Northern Darkstar territorial lord for so many years and had accumulated so much wealth across those years. However, more than 90% of his wealth was used in exchange for these 4 volumes. He had always thought these 4 volumes were of great value, but it was the opposite. Those 4 volumes' truly precious element was the cultivation insights contained therein, but those insights had been taken away by Sen Shouwang a long time ago. Noticing the changes in Jian Wushuang's expression, the Black Chief smiled and suggested, Master, are you willing to sell these 4 volumes to the star-picking pavilion? We're willing to offer 2 million primordial stones for them. 2 million primordial stones. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly. Yes, the Black Chief smiled faintly. Sen Shouwang did pay quite a hefty sum to get those 4 volumes of the Divine Destruction Beast, but the value had dropped greatly after the cultivation insights were taken away. They were worth less than 2 million primordial stones. The Black Chief offered 2 million primordial stones for them to make a good impression because he saw the other treasures Jian Wushuang had taken out. The Black Chief looked at the other treasures again. This is a heavenly treasure offensive divine weapon, but unfortunately, its power is just average. The Black Chief glanced at the pair of black boxing gloves. The gloves were San Shaoseng's offensive divine weapon, which he left behind. The market price of an ordinary heavenly treasure offensive divine weapon is worth about 1 million primordial stones. The star-picking pavilion will probably buy this at 900,000 primordial stones at most. If you sell this elsewhere to someone else who needs it, you might be able to dispose of it at around 1 million to 1,200,000 primordial stones. This spear is not bad, although it's only a low-level heavenly treasure. Its power is much stronger than those gloves with its menacing and cold spirit. The price is estimated to be very close to a high-level heavenly treasure, offensive divine weapon. You might be able to sell it for over 2 million primordial stones in the auction. The Black Chief looked at the black spear. Both heavenly treasure and earthly treasure were divided into 3 levels: low level, ordinary level, and high level. San Shuang's gloves and Zhong Hun's black spear were just low-level heavenly treasure, offensive divine weapons. Hence their prices were not very high. However, the 2 remaining treasures, which once belonged to Zhong Hun, were quite extraordinary. One of them was a heavenly treasure defensive armor, and the other was the offensive divine soul weapon, spiritual stone staff. The Black Chief's eyes constricted as he studied the 2 treasures. The Black Chief said, "Even a heavenly ultimate god would be interested in getting a piece of heavenly treasure defensive armor. The armor you have here may be rather ordinary in terms of its power, but its value is still worth 10 times more than an offensive divine weapon of the same level. This armor may be worth 15 million primordial stones in the auction, and if you are lucky to meet someone in need of this, you may be able to get a good 20 million primordial stones." "Oh." Jian Wushuang raised his brows, but was not surprised. The body armor was worth 10 times more than an offensive divine weapon of the same rank. If Zhong Hun's black spear was worth 2 million primordial stones, there was hope for the defensive armor to be sold for 20 million primordial stones. "I see, so that's how much a defensive armor could go for. In that case, the offensive divine soul weapon should be even more precious and rare compared to the defensive armor." Jian Wushuang's eyes had a glimmer of expectation. The Black Chief stared momentarily at the spiritual stone staff. This offensive divine soul weapon is extremely rare and also a piece of heavenly treasure. My goodness! The Black Chief was at best a primary level Earth ultimate god, but he held quite a high position in the star-picking pavilion and had seen countless kinds of treasures. Most of the treasures, like the heavenly treasure defensive armor, failed to catch his interest. However, an offensive divine soul weapon was different. It was one of the rarest and most precious treasures. It was much rarer and precious than the defensive armor. The value of the spiritual stone staff must be extremely high, as it was a heavenly treasure. "Master, this stone staff is very precious. I can't estimate its specific value, but I'm sure it's more than 50 million primordial stones. As for how much it's worth, we shall find out in the auction," said the Black Chief with a solemn expression. "Master, please allow me to go and discuss with the supervisor if we can put this piece of offensive divine soul weapon as the first item to be auctioned. If the first thing to be auctioned is a heavenly treasure, offensive divine soul weapon, it will set a very lively atmosphere at the auction. In addition, the price of the first treasure auctioned will usually be higher. If you are lucky, you might get 70 to 80 million primordial stones. The first item to be auctioned." Jian Wushuang nodded slightly before he asked in a surprised tone, "Shouldn't something worth 70 to 80 million primordial stones is sold as a star product in the grand finale?" Jian Wushuang knew that each auction would have a grand finale. The treasure in the grand finale round was the most precious and important piece of all the treasures auctioned. Generally, there would be more than one piece of treasure with an average of around 3 to 4 pieces. In Jian Wushuang's opinion, the spiritual stone staff was so valuable that it should qualify as a grand finale treasure. Chapter 2600. Young Palace Master of the Nanwu Palace Master. The scale of the auction this time is much larger than before, and the treasures are very high level. Among them are some very precious and rare treasures. Your heavenly treasure offensive divine soul weapon is indeed precious, but among all the other treasures up for auction, It's probably ranked in the top 10. It's still quite far off from being the grand finale item to be auctioned. Of course, it will qualify if it's a high-level heavenly treasure, offensive divine soul weapon, said the Black Chief. Jian Wushuang was dumbfounded. He had underestimated the auction scale. He thought that his heavenly treasure, offensive divine soul weapon, was very precious and rare. Surprisingly, it was only ranked in the top 10 among the many treasures up for auction. Let's make it the first treasure to be auctioned if this is the case, agreed Jian Wushuang. Okay. The Black Chief nodded slightly. By the way, I still have some resources here. Can you please have a look at them and see how many primordial stones are they worth, so we'll have a rough idea? Jian Wushuang took out another interspatial ring. There were a lot of cultivation resources, along with a myriad of treasures in that interspatial ring. They were left behind by San Shouwang and Zhong Han, and each was quite valuable. The Black Chief began to carefully scrutinize each of them. He raised his head after a while. Master, a rough estimation of your resources here should be around 12 million primordial stones. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly. He did a calculation with Xiao Tixin before and was told an almost similar figure. During the auction, I should be able to use these resources to pay if I want to buy any of the auctioned items, right? Jian Wushuang asked. Of course you can, said the Black Chief. That's fine. Jian Wushuang cracked a smile on his face. He had used up some of the primordial stones he received from Zhong Han's interspatial ring. However, there were still approximately 6 million primordial stones. After adding in 2 million primordial stones from selling the Divine Destruction Beast Manual and the 10 million to 12 million primordial stones worth of resources, he would have about 20 million primordial stones in total. Apart from that, he still had a divine elixir pill that was equivalent to 5 million primordial stones. The 4 treasure pieces he put up for auction at the star-picking pavilion were worth a lot of primordial stones, especially the heavenly treasure defensive armor and the offensive divine soul weapon. If I add up all the primordial stones I could get after the auction, my total assets will be more than 100 million primordial stones. Jian Wushuang held his hands in confidence. 100 million primordial stones was truly an amazing amount. He wondered if it was enough for him to buy the stately painting. There's one more thing. Jian Wushuang looked at the Black Chief again. You knew him from the northern Dark Star territory, and I haven't been the territorial lord for long. The previous territorial lord, San Shouwang, had handed over unique treasure to the star-picking pavilion over the past few decades. It's an unusual picture scroll, and I heard it'll be auctioned in this coming auction. Is this true? Picture scroll. The Black Chief looked surprised before slowly nodded. It's true indeed. When will the picture scroll be auctioned? How much will the price be like? Jian Wushuang asked. The Black Chief wore a strange look. Master, I'm sorry. The star-picking pavilion has a rule. There will be many treasures to be auctioned, but we are unable to release information about these treasures before the auction. As for the picture scroll you mentioned, I was able to affirm that ITL will be auctioned because you were able to tell me about the picture's origins. That's all I can say. Jian Wushuang was helpless. Master, this is your token. You'll have a box on the second floor when the auction begins. If something happens during the auction, it'll also use the same token to send you a message. During this time, you may also choose to live in the star-picking pavilion, and I can arrange a secret chamber for you if you'd like. The Black Chief handed a token to Jian Wushuang. Yes, please. Jian Wushuang took the token and smiled faintly. He soon arrived at a secret chamber in the star-picking pavilion, soon under the Black Chief's guidance. It's less than 4 months before the auction date. It'll just wait here during this time. Jian Wushuang took out the Fengtian scroll before closing his eyes and began to meditate. Time was passing by slowly. As the auction day got closer and closer, more and more experts from the other stellar regions arrived. In a flash, it was the day before the auction began. Star Picking Pavilion was brightly lit that night. Jian Wushuang continued to meditate in his secret chamber with his eyes closed when a soft knock suddenly sounded on the door. "What's the matter?" Jian Wushuang kept his eyes closed. "Master, the auction will officially begin tomorrow. Many territorial lords from various stellar regions, experts from various sects, and also some independent experts have now gathered in the star-picking pavilion. We've invited all these experts to a grand banquet tonight so that everyone can get to know each other. Would you be interested in joining?" The Black Chief's voice came from outside the secret chamber. "Banquet? I got it." Jian Wushuang nodded slightly. The Black Chief immediately left. Jian Wushuang had also stood up and walked towards the banquet. It was a huge, noisy banquet with hundreds of experts participating in the banquet with more than a dozen of territorial lords among them. Jian Wushuang was also a territorial lord, but his identity was not sufficient to be a star of the banquet. There were many more people attending the banquet with much higher status and power than him. Jian Wushuang briefly glanced around. Among the hundreds of experts, he spotted more than 20 peak Earth ultimate gods, with the remaining being either primary level or high-level Earth ultimate gods. As for those who had the higher heaven ultimate god cultivation realm, there were only 6 people. Besides that, there were a few people around who were not particularly powerful, but had impressive backgrounds, especially the menacing-looking, crimson-haired young man who was sitting in the center of the banquet. The young man was just a peak Earth ultimate god, but the few heaven ultimate gods who sat around him dared not act arrogant and behaved humbly around him. They seemed to be quite fearful of him. From the conversations of the territorial lords around him, Jian Wushuang learned that the crimson-haired young man came from Nanwu Palace, and he was the young palace master of the Nanwu Palace. Nanwu Palace was one of the top 5 powerful sects in the entire Danyang Holy Domain. There was hearsay that Nanwu Palace had the capabilities to even challenge the Crimson Stone Fort. Chapter 2601. The auction begins unexpectedly. Even the young palace master of the Nanwu Palace is participating in the auction. It seems the treasures to be auctioned this time must be extraordinary, especially the last few grand finale treasures. "I'm getting more and more curious," commented a sloppy old man while holding a cooked beast leg in his hand as he talked while eating with his greasy mouth. Although the sloppy old man was behaving rather ill-mannered, no one around dared to tell him off. The reason was that sloppy old man exuded a powerful high-level heaven ultimate god aura. His realm was quite close to peak heaven ultimate god. Even the young palace master of Nanwu Palace would not simply trifle with such a powerful person like him. Another heaven ultimate god asked, "Young palace master, I wonder what treasures in the auction attract you to come here in person?" The experts around were also curious. Although the auction scale was not small, it was not a top-tier auction when looking at the entire Danyang Holy Domain. Usually, an auction of such scales would be unable to attract the attention of Nanwu Palace. However, it was very surprising that not only did the Nanwu Palace participate, but had sent the young palace master to attend. The Nanwu Palace young palace master smiled evilly upon noticing the gazes on him and said, "Everyone, don't get me wrong, as I'm only here because I happen to be nearby. The star-picking pavilion did notify Nanwu Palace about this auction, and I was going to send a few heaven ultimate gods here. But I end up coming here myself since I'm in the vicinity. As for what treasures will be auctioned, you ought to know star-picking pavilion's rules. How will I know what's to be auctioned?" Everyone around him nodded after hearing what he said. Indeed, they were aware of the star-picking pavilion's rules, where they would at most notify every great sect if there were precious treasures to be auctioned in the Danyang Holy Realm, despite never revealing said treasures. It was to add a little suspense to the auction event. If the treasures were something highly sought after by every great sect in Danyang Holy Domain at any costs, the star-picking pavilion would of course have released some news in advance. Such was their deliberate act to build momentum and allow those great sects to prepare in advance so that the star-picking pavilion can make a fortune out of the auction. For that particular auction, the star-picking pavilion merely notified all the great sects without letting any information slip. It meant the treasures were enough to attract interest from those sects, but not enough to make them fight over it. Young Palace Master, I hear the Divine Demon Sect, Life and Death Tower, and Dongfang Clan are also attending this auction, but they aren't here at the banquet. The strange matter is that no one from the Crimson Stone Fort seems to be here, said a Heaven Ultimate God. The Divine Demon Sect, Life and Death Tower, and Dongfang Clan were some top-tier sects in the Danyang, holy domain on par with Nanwu Palace. However, Crimson Stone Fort was the one in charge of the Danyang, holy domain. The star-picking pavilion would have naturally also notified the other forces and sects since they had notified Nanwu Palace. It's normal for them to send experts here today. As for Crimson Stone Fort, they are troubled with internal conflict and won't have time to participate in this auction. The Nanwu Palace Young Palace Master sneered and derided contemptuously without showing any respect for the Crimson Stone Fort. The current Crimson Stone Fort was no longer the same as when the Crimson Stone Saint was still alive. The Nanwu Palace's young palace master was casually chatting with a few Heaven Ultimate Gods quite loudly and had no intentions to conceal their conversation. Although Jian Wushuang was sitting in a corner, he could hear them. Nanwu Palace, Divine Demon Sect, Life and Death Tower, and Dongfang Clan. These Danyang Holy Domain's top-tier sects sent their experts? Even though they are here, they have no idea what treasures will be auctioned. Although the stately painting is a mysterious treasure, no one was able to refine nor open it, which has greatly reduced its price. The star-picking pavilion also does not know what the stately painting is. Therefore, I think the treasure these top-tier sects are after isn't the stately painting, but another treasure. No matter what treasures they are fighting for, it has nothing to do with me. I hope that these people will not compete with me, as I'm determined to win the stately painting. Otherwise, Jian Wushuang's eyes were glaring coldly. He was not worried if those Heaven Ultimate Gods would compete with him based on fair financial resources competition to win the auction. However, Jian Wushuang was not confident if his financial resources could compete against those top-tier sects if their target was the stately painting. If he was unable to compete fairly, he would have to rely on other means. The banquet lasted for 2 full hours before everyone left. The night became quiet after that. Early in the next morning, the sky was bright with the large star-picking pavilion already quite lively. The auction was set to begin soon. At the auction site, there was a huge display stage under the covers of a powerful restrictive shield. The restrictive shield was set up by Star-Picking Pavilion at a hefty expense, such that it would not be shaken the slightest bit, even if a Heaven Ultimate God were to attack it. There were also many Star-Picking Pavilion experts guarding around the restrictive shield to ensure the treasures displayed on the display stage were safe. The area 100 feet away from the display stage was densely packed by large numbers of people, with no less than 100,000 people could be seen at a glance. The crowd of more than 100,000 people was not to be underestimated, as the Star-Picking Pavilion had deliberately raised the bar of attendees invited. Those who were eligible to participate in the auction were either experts above the ultimate god realm or cultivators from a wealthy background who owned at least more than 100,000 primordial stones. As such, only around 100,000 cultivators were allowed entry into the auction site. The auction site consists of 3 floors. The first floor was the common floor where around 10,000 cultivators gathered. The second floor had over 100 rooms protected by a restrictive shield to prevent soul power from peeking into the rooms. Those who are able to get a room on the second floor must be at the Earth Ultimate God Realm, which includes territorial lords of the various stellar regions, experts from some powerful sects, and even some independent experts. Jian Wushuang was staying in one of those rooms and could see the display stage below clearly through the window. However, none would be able to spot him. The last 3rd level was even more impressive, as only Heaven Ultimate Gods or experts from the impressive background were allowed there. Those heaven ultimate gods who appeared at the banquet the night before were only a small portion who attended the auction, with their numbers totaling in the dozens. Chapter 2602. The first piece of treasure in a room on the second floor of the auction site. Jian Wushuang stood alone while looking down below. This room is pretty good. No matter what treasures I buy from this room, no one would know who I am. I don't need to be afraid of being targeted, murmured Jian Wushuang. In the center of the display stage came a figure in a golden robe. Golden robe? Is this the star-picking pavilion golden chief? Jian Wushuang's eyes went narrow. The weakest among the star-picking pavilion golden chief was a peak earth ultimate god. The stronger ones were heaven ultimate gods. The one who appeared on the display stage was a heaven ultimate god. San Shouwang did say that he has an older brother who's the star-picking pavilion golden chief before passed away. I wonder if it's true. Jian Wushuang frowned slightly. San Shouwang did mention he had an older brother who was the star-picking pavilion golden chief before his death. It could be a possibility it was an empty threat toward Jian Wushuang for him to escape death. Regardless, Jian Wushuang felt it would be best to stay on guard nonetheless. Therefore, Jian Wushuang was wary when he saw the star-picking pavilion golden chief. Everyone! The star-picking pavilion golden chief called out in a thick and magnificent voice. His voice spread out along with his heaven ultimate god divine power, which echoed vigorously throughout the auction site. This huge auction site instantly fell into silence, with everyone having their eyes on the star-picking pavilion golden chief. The golden chief cleared his throat before saying, "I would like to welcome all of you for participating in our star-picking pavilion's auction. Although this auction isn't considered a top-tier auction in Danyang Holy Domain, the level of treasures auctioned are still reasonably high and won't disappoint you. Without further ado, let's begin the auction now. Let's start with the first treasure. Please have a look." The golden chief announced loudly. An old gray stone staff appeared on the display stage with a wave of his hand. The old gray stone staff was exuding a vast aura of soul power. That was Jian Wushuang's spiritual stone staff. As soon as the spiritual stone staff appeared, it immediately attracted everyone's attention. Is this a treasure related to soul power? Yes, it's an offensive divine soul weapon which has reached the heavenly treasure level based on its power. Oh my God, the first treasure to be auctioned is a heavenly treasure, offensive divine soul weapon. There was an uproar from the crowd as everyone's eyes instantly lit up. The offensive divine soul weapon heavenly treasure was rarely used in real battles because not many people were good at soul attacks. It was something useless for them, even if they managed to bid for it anyway. But they were still cheering excitedly. The reason behind those cheers was due to how precious and rare that treasure was. If the first treasure to be auctioned was already so valuable, the other upcoming treasures must be of similar qualities. Everyone was looking forward to the auction's upcoming treasures. The auction of the spiritual stone staff must be carried out at the same time, of course. The golden chief grandiosity said, "Spiritual stone staff, a heavenly treasure, offensive, divine soul weapon." I don't have to explain further about how precious it is. Let's start with the auction with the starting bid of 10 million primordial stones. The shocking amount of 10 million primordial stones was only the starting bid. However, everyone present was also aware the starting bid of 10 million primordial stones was not expensive at all for an offensive divine soul weapon heavenly treasure. There were people instantly rushing to bid. 15 million primordial stones. 18 million. 23 million. The following incoming bids quickly rose the spiritual stone staff's price to 35 million primordial stones, and it was still going up frantically. The bidders were experts who stayed in the second and third floor rooms. The bids coming from the second floor were not many, with most of them being the heaven ultimate gods who were fighting neck to neck on the third floor. At that moment, there were 5 people gathered in a room on the third floor. Among the 5 were 4 heaven ultimate gods, with the weakest person being a beautiful woman. The beautiful woman's strength was weak and pitiful in comparison to the 4 heaven ultimate gods, since she was only a primary level earth ultimate god. However, it was that weaker beautiful woman who sat leisurely in this room, whereas the 4 heaven ultimate gods stood respectfully behind her. It was obvious that the beautiful woman had a great background. The first treasure to be auctioned is a heavenly treasure, offensive divine soul weapon. I can see that Star Picking Pavilion is quite serious in their game. I was initially not very interested in this auction, but now I'm a little keen. The beautiful woman smiled lightly, and she eyed the spiritual stone staff again. 100 million. Those were simple words that emerged from the beautiful woman's lips. However, everyone in the room and those who were on the auction site heard her. The noisy auction site was silent once again. Many people were wide-eyed with horror. Even the experts from the 2nd and 3rd floor rooms who were still competing for the spiritual stone staff earlier went silent. 100 million. The bidding price had just risen to 40 million primordial stones, but it quickly became 100 million primordial stones. Who would dare to call after that bidding price? It must be from the Dongfang clan, judging from the room's voice, right? I guess only they have such courage. They sure are filthy rich. The heavenly treasure, offensive divine soul weapon, is something rare. I finally saw it, and I tried to bring it back, but I can't fight against her since someone from the Dongfang clan has raised the bid. After a moment of hesitation, the experts in those rooms gave up the bidding. No way. Firstly, the bid was too high at 100 million primordial stones, which would make it the highest price ever paid for a heavenly treasure, offensive divine soul weapon. In most people's opinion, the spiritual stone staff might not even worth 100 million primordial stones. Secondly, the one who bid. There were many experts around, but only a few dared to compete with her. The auction of the spiritual stone staff was soon over, with its final price being 100 million primordial stones. The beautiful woman in the 3rd floor room had won the bid. After concluding the bid, the beautiful woman glanced at an old man in purple in front of her and said, "Elder Shui, you are quite accomplished in soul attacks. Unfortunately, you have been unable to maximize the soul attack's effect due to a lack of suitable, offensive divine soul weapons. I'll leave the spiritual stone staff with you and hope that you can use it well. Thank you, Mississippi." The old man dressed in purple was so excited and quickly thanked the woman. The beautiful woman waved her hand like she did not care at all. 100 million primordial stones were nothing to her. Chapter 2603. Transmigration Sword Formation. 100 million. Even for Jian Wushuang, hearing the final transaction price of the spiritual stone staff made his heart tremble. At that point, primordial stones were not much use for his cultivation, and neither had he ever paid much attention to his financial foundations. However, he truly needed a huge amount of primordial stones to purchase the stately painting at that moment, and would have been happy if the spiritual stone staff was sold for 80 million. However, it was sold for 100 million in the end. His confidence was boosted with that 100 million. 1. I wonder who's the person in that room being so generous with her spending. Jian Wushuang could not help but look at the room where the final offer was made. Unfortunately, his spiritual power could not penetrate due to the restrictive shield. Naturally, he could not tell who that person was, but was probably a woman from that person's voice. The auction continued. Treasures after treasures were presented on the display shelf. Although those treasures were not remotely as valuable as the spiritual stone staff, they were far from cheap. For example, the heavenly treasure, offensive divine weapons were very rare in any stellar regions, but they appeared quite often in the auction. Huge amounts of various treasure types were displayed before the crowd, with most of them being more valuable than regular heavenly treasure, offensive divine weapons. The many experts taking part in the auction were competing enthusiastically, trying to purchase those treasures. Whenever an extremely valuable treasure appeared, it would cause a small stir in the auction. In the blink of an eye, the auction had already gone on for a full day. Within one day, a few hundred pieces of valuable treasures were being individually sold. Among the 4 treasures which Jian Wushuang put up at the star-picking pavilion, the boxing gloves and pitch-black spear were sold one after another besides the spiritual stone staff. Among them, the final price for San Shuang's boxing gloves amounted to 1,150,000, while the pitch-black spear was sold for 2,050,000, more or less as predicted by the Black Chief. At that point, Jian Wushuang only had the heavenly treasure defensive armor yet to be sold. On the display stage, the Golden Chief waved his hand again, and a jade slip immediately appeared then. An extremely powerful sword essence shrouded the jade slip. Anyone could tell with a glance that it was not an ordinary item. Jade slip? Is that some secret technique? Everyone's attention in the auction was attracted by it. Jade slips were usually used to record information on secret techniques, secret literature, and various methods. Ladies and gentlemen, the next item is a sword formation. The Golden Chief's loud voice resonated within the auction house. The name of the formation is called Transmigration Sword Formation. It can only be studied by those who are highly skilled in sword principles and proficient in transmigration law. Transmigration Sword Formation. Almost everyone in the room felt doubtful. Even the individual room's experts on the 2nd and 3rd floor felt a little lost. They had not heard of the Transmigration Sword Formation. However, in an individual room on the 3rd floor, the beautiful lattice pupils contracted. Transmigration Sword Formation? Might it be the sword formation created by that man? That man! The 4 heavenly ultimate gods standing behind her looked puzzling at each other. They had no idea who she was referring to. On the display stage, the Golden Chief took in everyone's facial expression and laughed. Perhaps you haven't heard of the Transmigration Sword Formation. If that's the case, let me explain in detail. The Transmigration Sword Formation was the creation of a sword expert who studied transmigration law from many ages ago. His name was Tong Xan, and most called him Tong Xan Saint, but some called him Sword Lord Tong Xan. He was someone who had pushed the sword principles to the extreme 3rd stage. In other words, he was a terrifying sword expert. As soon as he made the introduction, there was a wave of exclamations within the auction. The exclamation was not due to the fact the creator of the Transmigration Sword Formation was an undying saint, but due to the creator's capability to be known as Sword Lord Tong Xen. He managed to push his sword principles to the extreme 3rd stage. Sword principles knowledge was vast and deep, and the level of understanding could roughly fit into 3 different stages. The first stage, Sword World. The second stage, Infinity Sword Tree. The third stage, Formation of All Things. Each stage was a lot complicated than the previous and more difficult to achieve as well. Take Purple Blood Saint, for example, who Jian Wushuang knew. He was an undying saint who was highly skilled in sword principles and extremely powerful. However, he had only reached the second stage of the Infinity Sword Tree, despite being so. Moreover, he was still very far from the third stage. However, Sword Lord Tong Xan, who created the Transmigration Sword Formation, had understood the extreme third stage of sword principles, formation of all things. How could one fathom his greatness? It was no wonder people called him a Sword Lord. Compared to the Purple Blood Saint, he was really very far ahead. The Golden Chief continued. Sword Lord Tong Xin's level was only slightly below the peak of Undying Saint. However, he managed to roam the ancient god domain by relying on his sword skills and transmigration sword techniques. He was almost invincible among the undying saint beyond the third heaven. His words had caused a huge stir in the auction. Invincible among undying saints. Sword Lord Tong Xan was that amazing. Although it's only beyond the third heaven, it was already very impressive. Sword Lord Tong Xan was a true super expert, an almost invincible existence among undying saints. The most powerful sword formation that he relied on is those eyes that were looking at the transmigration sword formation began to burn with extreme desire. However, many were keeping themselves level-headed, especially those second and third floor experts in individual rooms. A voice from a third floor individual room immediately spoke. I've learned about Sword Lord Tong Xin's reputation in ancient literature. Although it was something that happened a few million years ago, he truly had such capabilities. However, the star-picking pavilion would never put it on this auction if it's truly the Sword Lord Tong Xin's creation, don't you think? Even if you will, it's unlikely to appear in an auction of this level. Instead, it will be featured in a much larger scale auction, perhaps one that's well attended by undying saints, so that they can compete for it. The crowd began to agree. One had to have the capabilities of an ultimate god or came from a prominent background to attend that auction. Therefore, none of them were idiots. The most powerful sword formation created by an almost invincible, undying saint appearing in an auction only attended by ultimate gods? It was not even the star item of the auction. Was that a joke? As expected, the Golden Chief laughed. Chapter 2604. The first 4 stages. Ladies and gentlemen, that's an accurate guess. If this transmigration sword formation is really that valuable, it won't be presented in this auction. However, this sword formation truly originated from Sword Lord Tong Xan. The Golden Chief's huge voice resonated in the auction house. The reason it appears in this auction is due to its incompleteness. Sword Lord Tong Xan was extraordinarily talented. After he created the transmigration sword formation, he gradually perfected it. It kept improving following the continuous progress in his understanding of transmigration law and sword principles. The transmigration sword formation started with only 1 stage, but ended with a total of 12 stages. In other words, the transmigration sword formation has a total of sword formation 12 stages and are separated into the first 4, middle 4, and final 4 stages. Among them, the first 4 stages were extremely powerful, but also widely circulated. The middle stages are overpowering, but there were fewer of them being circulated. As for the final 4 stages, they are the real assets that Sword Lord Tong Xan relied on to roam the ancient god domain. The sword formation's final 4 stages alone were enough to cause a crazy competition among undying saints to obtain them. The middle 4 stages were also drooled over by countless heavenly ultimate gods, grand ultimate gods, and undying saints. However, what we have here today are only the first 4 stages of the transmigration sword formation. These 4 stages of the sword formation are the most widely circulated, hence its value is a lot less ridiculous compared to the remaining stages. The many experts in the auction finally understood the situation upon hearing the Golden Chief's explanation. So it's only the first 4 stages. No wonder it appears in this auction. According to the Golden Chief, Sword Lord Tong Xin's transmigration sword formation is absolutely terrifying, but only the middle 4 and final 4 stages are the terrifying ones. As for these first 4 stages, they don't seem as powerful. Even so, they're created by Sword Lord Tong Xan after all. Even if it's the first 4 stages, I'm afraid it's still out of the ordinary. Unfortunately, although I'm skilled in sword principles, I've never studied transmigration law. Otherwise, I will try to purchase this sword formation. Many experts began to quietly discuss among themselves. On the display stage, the Golden Chief spoke once again. Honorable guests, I've been very clear with my explanation. I'll leave it up to you in deciding on the value of these transmigration sword formations, first 4 stages. We will now begin the auction with the starting bid of 10 million primordial stones. 10 million! There was a wave of exclamation in the venue, but it died down rather quickly. Even though it was just the transmigration sword formation's first 4 stages, its value was still extraordinary. There were people immediately making their bids. In the individual room on the second floor, Jian Wushuang stood there with his eyes staring firmly at the jade slip on the display shelf. Transmigration, sword formation. The main criteria being skilled in sword principles, and the secondary criteria are proficiency in transmigration law. This transmigration, sword formation, turns out to be very fitting to me since I'm highly skilled in sword principles and also studied transmigration law. Jian Wushuang squinted. He was no stranger to sword formations. In his past life, he had more than one encounter with sword formations, so he understood its power. Hongjun Golden's sword technique, for example, was similar to a sword formation. In his past life, it was one of his main techniques. He would usually activate the Hongjun Golden sword to suppress his opponent while fighting his opponent in close-range combat. It gave his opponents extreme pressure when both were combined. The transmigration sword formation was the almost invincible sword Lord Tongzhen's creation, which at the Undying Saint realm with its power naturally not to be underestimated. If he could obtain such a sword formation, it would perhaps be a great help to him. I'm concurrently studying both space-time and transmigration laws. However, I can't simply utilize both laws simultaneously when I'm fighting experts. I could either activate space-time law and use space-time sword technique, or activate transmigration law and use transmigration sword technique. I could only activate one after another, but I can't perfectly join them together. But if I can handle this sword formation, then I can use transmigration law to drive the sword formation against my opponent while activating space-time law to fight him head-to-head. The power of both laws will then fuse perfectly and be unleashed simultaneously. Furthermore, the sword formation is for range attacks, and my sword technique is for melee combat. Both can then come together perfectly. Furthermore, I'll be able to take a brief rest from advancing transmigration sword skills and pour all my efforts into improving the space-time sword skills with the sword formation. I won't need to use the transmigration sword formation anymore once I've deepened my sword principle understanding, and at that time it'll just resume advancing my transmigration sword skills. Jian Wushuang held his hands together tightly as his eyes shone with excitement. He repeatedly contemplated and consistently felt the transmigration sword formation was very befitting for him. Although it would not immensely help to upgrade his overall battle strength, it could help to perfect his attack methods, making them more harmonious. That was a great advantage. Let's do it. Jian Wushuang made his decision. 20 million primordial stones. Jian Wushuang projected his voice from the room, which resonated throughout the entire auction house. As soon as the bid was made, the auction house became quiet for a short while. After that, a hoarse voice spoke from another room on the second floor. 25 million primordial stones. It'll be taking this sword formation. 30 million. Jian Wushuang did not hesitate to make his bid. A short, dark-hunching old man frowned in the individual room the hoarse voice came from. He looked over at Jian Wushuang's room with a cold light shining through his eyes. Unfortunately, although he knew which room the voice came from, he would not know who was in the room. 25 million primordial stones. Chan Tua, hopes you can save me some face, said the ugly old man once again. Chan Tua, it's him. So it's that old toad. No wonder he's interested in the transmigration sword formation, but I'm curious about his competitor's identity. That old toad is a peak Earth ultimate god and has countless techniques, not one to be trifled with. Many Earth ultimate gods in the second floor rooms were secretly exclaiming. All of them had heard of Chan Tua's reputation. He was very strong in both abilities and techniques, and at the same time was an eccentric lone wolf. However, it was exactly a lone wolf like him who only played by his own rule that was most terrifying. At least, not many would dare cross him among the many Earth ultimate gods on the second floor. The reason he revealed his identity was to ask Jian Wushuang to give him some face. Unfortunately, Jian Wushuang had no clue who Chan Tua was and would not have cared even if he knew. 40 million primordial stones. Jian Wushuang had spoken once again. Chapter 2605. Golden Rock, damn you! Chan Tua! The ugly old man cursed under his breath while staring toward Jian Wushuang's room with thick killing intent. However, he finally withdrew his killing intent, sighed lightly, and no longer followed up with another bid. The Earth ultimate gods in the individual rooms were disbelieved upon seeing Chan Tua's not reacting for a while. Looks like that old toad has given up. 40 million primordial stones? Even an ordinary heavenly ultimate god will have to liquidate all of his possessions to come up with that sum. The old toad does have some skills, but I'm afraid he won't be able to pay that much. I wonder who's the man in that room that even refuses to give Chan Tua face. He's probably someone important since he can come up with 40 million primordial stones just like that. The Transmigration Sword Formations auction ended amid praises and exclamations. Finally, the Transmigration Sword Formations' first 4 stages were purchased by Jian Wushuang with a bid of 40 million primordial stones. Jian Wushuang sighed in relief upon the successful purchase. 40 million primordial stones was the limit for him. If the bid went up further, he would perhaps have to give up. It was not from him being unable to afford more primordial stones, but because there were other items that he wanted to purchase later in the auction. Although the Transmigration Sword Formation was powerful, the value of even all 12 stages was not a 1,000th of the stately painting, which Jian Wushuang wanted to truly obtain. As for the Transmigration Sword Formation, it was only something he discovered by chance and thought would be useful, hence his bid and purchase. This Chan Tua who wanted to compete with me over the Transmigration Sword Formation. Although I've never heard of him, for someone who so daringly reveals their identity and asks me to give them some face must be pretty famous and most probably powerful too. I'm afraid I've offended him by not giving him any face, but the individual rooms in the auction are all under the protection of restrictive shields, so he won't know who I am. Even if he wanted to take revenge, he won't be able to find me. Jian Wushuang chuckled. The next valuable item was very soon placed on the display stage. Meanwhile, a bald man sat lazily in an individual room on the 3rd floor. The bald man was clad in a golden robe, just like the golden chief downstairs, hosting the auction on the display stage. He was also a golden chief at the star-picking pavilion. 40 million primordial stones for the sword formation's first 4 stages. The bald man looked downward at the room where Jian Wushuang was in and asked, "Not many earthly ultimate gods will be able to afford 40 million primordial stones. Who's in that room?" For black chiefs were standing respectfully before the bald man. One of them immediately answered, "In reply to your question, Your Excellency, the man in the room is the Northern Dark Star Territorial Lord Jian Yi." Jian Yi. The bald man raised his eyebrows. He's the one who killed Sen Shouwang and took over the Northern Dark Star Territorial Lord position? Based on what I know, although Sen Shouwang was the Territorial Lord, the wealth he accumulated through the ages was completely spent on the divine destruction beast. This man just became the Territorial Lord. Where did he find those primordial stones? Your Excellency, this Northern Dark Star Territorial Lord has also brought a few treasures to be auctioned in the star-picking pavilion. Among them was a heavenly treasure defensive armor and the heavenly treasure offensive divine soul weapon, which was also the first treasure that we sold in the auction, said the Black Chief. What? The bald man's eyes were shining with a strange light from being surprised. He's only an ordinary territorial lord at the earthly ultimate god realm. Yet he could obtain an offensive divine soul weapon and a defensive armor at the heavenly treasure rank. Looks like I really should request to meet him once. Sen Shouwang was someone who owed me a total of 6 million primordial stones after all, and said he will find ways to annihilate one of the large clans in the Northern Dark Star territory as soon as possible before returning the primordial stones to me, interest included. Who will have thought head die in Jian Yi's hands? Even though he died, I can't just let go of my 6,000,000 primordial stones." The bald man mumbled. Suddenly, the door opened as a black chief hurriedly came in. "What's with the hastiness?" The bald man frowned and scolded. "Your Excellency, the manager needs you to rush over as soon as you can." That gentleman is here," said the black chief fearfully. "What gentleman? Who?" The bald man was puzzled. "Senior Meng," said the black chief nervously. The bald man stood in shock. In the next moment he rushed out at full speed. The auction continued. Treasures after treasures were being displayed, with the many experts in the auction also fiercely trying to outbid each other. Half a day had passed in the blink of an eye. In that time, Jian Wushuang's last treasure, the Heavenly Treasure defensive armor, was also sold. The final bid was at 18,000,000 primordial stones, slightly less than Jian Wushuang's initial prediction of 20,000,000 primordial stones. The main reason was the too many very expensive treasures being sold in the auction. There were already 2 heavenly treasure armors among defensive armors so far in the auction, and Jian Wushuang's armor was the 3rd. Naturally, it was very difficult to sell it at a satisfactory price. Honorable guests, the next item we're about to present to you is rather unique. Behold! The Golden Chief waved his hand as a baby fist-sized golden rock appeared on the display stage. Everyone in the room immediately looked over and was puzzled as soon as they saw it. They could not identify the golden rock. They were not even sure if the golden rock was some special kind of crystal or merely an ordinary rock. The golden rock projected no special energy from its surface either. It was too ordinary. It was almost no different than normal rocks. The Golden Chief directly spoke. "Honorable guests, this golden rock is very unique. I'm assuming that nobody in the room could identify it, but you aren't the only one. Even we from the Star-Picking Pavilion can't find out what exactly the material is. We don't know what's so special about it, and neither can we even be sure if it's really a treasure." "Even the Star-Picking Pavilion isn't sure?" Everyone in the auction was shocked. Why will the Star-Picking Pavilion put it up in the auction when they can't even ascertain if it's a valuable item? "Honorable guests, please let me explain. Indeed, the Star-Picking Pavilion can't identify it, but the golden rock itself has an extraordinary origin." The Golden Chief began to narrate his story. Chapter 2606. Space-time fluctuation. Long time ago, a chamber left behind by an undying saint was discovered in a holy domain. The chamber contained large amounts of treasures left behind by the undying saint and caused a wave of battle, with many experts dying over the fight for those treasures. There were experts from Star-Picking Pavilion who participated in the battle and obtained quite a harvest, bringing back many treasures. This golden rock is one of the treasures we obtained from that chamber. The Golden Chief paused a little and scanned the crowd. Just imagine, if it's not a rare treasure, why will it appear in an undying saint's chamber, and why will he keep it with him the whole time? Besides, we had experts who tried destroying the golden rock, but there was no way to do so, as it's tough. That further proved it's truly a treasure that only nobody could identify and discover its value yet. The experts were nodding upon hearing the Golden Chief's words. Truly, anything appearing in an undying saint's chamber should not be ordinary. Furthermore, it was only logical that it was not a normal rock, since the golden rock was so tough. "Sir, your words do make sense. Perhaps the golden rock is really a valuable item. However, we don't know its usage, so even if one of us obtained it, it won't be useful after all." A voice had spoken from an individual room on the 2nd floor. The Golden Chief immediately laughed. "That's truly the case. Hence, I have no confidence whether this item would be purchased. However, I will temporarily retract the restrictive shield around the display stage when the bidding starts, so that all of you can channel your soul power and investigate this golden rock. There are many experts here. Perhaps one of you could identify the golden rock. Besides, this golden rock's starting price isn't that high. It's only 5 million primordial stones. As soon as the Golden Chief finished his speech, he retracted the restrictive shield around him. Beams of soul power immediately began to push toward the golden rock. The experts in the auction, including those in the individual rooms of the second and third floors, paid their full attention to the golden rock. Jian Wushuang was also channeling his soul power toward it. A long while later, everyone began retracting their soul power. However, the experts in the auction felt perplexed after their investigation. None of them could find out anything about the golden rock, and everyone could only conclude that it was only an ordinary rock. Even the experts in the individual rooms of the second and third floors had the same opinion. This golden rock seems to be quite ordinary. In the Dongfang clan's room, the beautiful lattice expression was cold. She looked down and said, "I'm afraid Star Picking Pavilion has obtained this golden rock for ages, but they could not find out anything about it, so they took it out for auction. If they can't tell what it is, this golden rock won't be of any use to me." The beautiful lady had no intention whatsoever to bid for it. Although the Dongfang clan was extremely wealthy, they would only spend their energy on things that were useful to them. Therefore, that golden rock was useless to them. It's just a rock that came from an undying saint's chamber, and yet the starting price is 5 million primordial stones. "Star Picking Pavilion truly has a big appetite," scoffed the young palace master of Namu Palace. He could not even be bothered to even look at the golden rock. Moreover, there were only a few items that had caught his attention for more than 2 seconds ever since the auction began. Even those were not sufficient to motivate him in placing a bid. Not only the 2 of them, but almost every expert in the auction house also did not show any interest in the golden rock. Due to that, nobody made a bid for a long time after the auction of the golden rock started. Silence filled the auction. After a long moment, a voice had spoken. "I'll pay the 5 million primordial stones since nobody is interested. I will investigate it in detail when I bring it home. Perhaps I'll find out the secrets within." Everybody followed the source of the voice and looked up at an individual room on the second floor. The person in that room must be the one who bought the transmigration sword formation. I wonder who's in that room. He spent 40 million primordial stones on the transmigration sword formation's first 4 stages, and now he's buying this unidentified rock with 5 million primordial stones. 5 million primordial stones is no small number after all. He may have found out something about it, since he's willing to pay so much for this golden rock. Many cultivators on the first floor began to discuss among themselves. In his room, Jian Wushuang spoke with a casual, emotionless voice. However, his eyes were staring at the golden rock on the display stage sharply at that moment. Jian Wushuang had extended his soul power as well when the Golden Chief took down the restrictive shield a moment ago and allowed everyone to penetrate the golden rock with their soul power. After his soul power shrouded the golden rock, he could sense an extremely hidden space-time fluctuation. The little bit of space-time fluctuation was so hidden that ordinary cultivators, even heavenly ultimate gods, grand ultimate gods, and undying saints, could not easily discover it. The reason Jian Wushuang could discover it was not only because he had a very deep understanding of space-time law. The most crucial reason was that he had a great affinity with space-time energy. In other words, he had an extraordinary talent in understanding space-time law. He was a super genius in understanding space-time law, a super demon. It was due to that he could barely feel the slight space-time fluctuation and was willing to spend 5 million primordial stones to purchase the golden rock. This golden rock is probably a treasure that has something to do with space-time law, or maybe contains something that involves space-time law. Although I can't figure out its antecedents and what it contains, it only costs 5 million. It's a good gamble to bring it home and properly study it. I'm in luck if it ended up containing some big opportunity that involves space-time. Even if there aren't any big opportunities, and is only an ordinary treasure that has something to do with space-time, my loss is still minimal, though Jian Wuxuang to himself. The golden rock was too unique with nobody knowing about its origin. Even though Jian Wuxuang could barely sense some space-time fluctuation, spending 5 million primordial stones was still a huge risk for him. As for the others, they could not even sense the little bit of space-time fluctuation. Naturally, they would not compete with him over it. Without a doubt, no one was willing to make a bid except for Jian Wuxuang. In the end, the golden rock was sold for 5 million primordial stones and became Jian Wuxuang's possession. Chapter 2607. Stars of the auction in the individual room. Sir, here are the first 4 stages of the transmigration sword formation, the golden rock, and also the primordial stones for the items you've sold after deducting our commission. It's all here. Please check carefully. A black chief passed an interspatial ring to Jian Wuxuang. After Jian Wuxuang took the ring, he took a quick look and nodded slightly. The items he had sold in Star-Picking Pavilion, including the spiritual stone staff, had made him a total of 12,120,000 primordial stones. There were close to 75 million primordial stones in the interspatial ring after deducting the 45 million primordial stones for the 4 stages of sword formation, the golden rock, and commissions paid. He was also in possession of a divine elixir pill and various cultivation materials that amounted to 25 million primordial stones. In other words, Jian Wuxuang had exactly 100 million primordial stones. I am hoping that the 100 million primordial stones is enough to help me purchase the stately painting, mumbled Jian Wuxuang to himself. The auction continued. However, the items that were displayed thereafter did not motivate Jian Wuxuang to bid, despite there were quite many valuable ones that caught the heavenly ultimate god's attention who competed for them. Time flew by, and the auction had gone on for a full 3 days. Many treasures had been sold in those 3 days, but the enthusiasm of those experts taking part in the auction did not even decrease. However, Jian Wuxuang began to feel uneasy as time went by. It's been 3 days, but the stately painting's bidding still hasn't started. Could it be? Jian Wuxuang thought of a possibility that made him feel very uneasy. At that moment, the Golden Chief cleared his throat on the display stage and spoke with his incredibly resonant voice. Honored guests, this auction has come to its finale. The next items are the 3 star treasures of this auction. His words immediately lit up the enthusiasm in the house. Many experts had their eyes burning with desire. Stars of the auction, it's finally starting. The 3 most valuable items featured are finally going to be auctioned. Thanks. I wonder what are the differences between these 3 items. The experts were incredibly curious. Even heavenly ultimate gods on the 3rd floor, the experts from Nanwu Palace, Divine Demon Sect, Life and Death Tower, and Dongfang Clan evidently became very serious before straightening their sitting posture. Usual treasures could hardly catch the attention of those top powers of the Danyang Holy Domain. As an example, very few of the many treasures being auctioned earlier could spark their interests and make them bid for it. However, the last 3 items were a different story. The 3 stars of the auction even sparked some curiosity in them. Contrary to the general emotions, Jian Wuxuang sat in the individual room with a terribly gloomy face. What I fear most has happened. Jian Wuxuang clenched his fists as his gaze turned frosty. Earlier on, he caught words from the Black Chief that the stately painting would be auctioned in the event. As for when it would be auctioned, the Black Chief did not tell him due to the Star-Picking Pavilion's rules. Hence Jian Wuxuang had no idea either. However, as the auction reached its finale, only 3 treasures were left, and since the stately painting had not appeared, it was clearly part of the 3 stars of the auction. Stars of the auction. What did star mean? Naturally, they would be the most valuable items and would receive the highest bids in the auction. For the Star-Picking Pavilion to consider the stately painting a star of the auction, its final bid would be very high. Moreover, the heavenly ultimate gods on the third floor, and the experts from powerful clans would surely notice that treasure. They most probably would stand up and compete for it, trying to outbid those powerful clans. Jian Wushuang was truly not confident at all with that little bit of wealth he possessed. Let's see. He'll have to think of other ways if it's not going to work. Jian Wushuang squinted his eyes. On the display stage, honored guests, we'll now begin the auctioning of the first star. Please take a look. The Golden Chief waved his hand as an ancient scroll painting that was turning yellow immediately appeared on the display stage. The scroll painting looked ordinary at a glance, with nothing fascinating about it, such that nobody probably would lay their eyes on it, even if they saw it on the streets. However, none of the partakers in this auction were ordinary people. Naturally, they could notice the unusual qualities of the scroll painting. Its extraordinary qualities originated from its energy, so ancient and mysterious that no one could figure it out. Everyone was staring at the scroll painting, but they felt as though they were staring into thin air or a shroud of mist. It was truly a strange feeling. Treasure. This is absolutely a unique and extraordinary treasure. Right away, the experts in the auction passed their judgments. Although they could not tell what the scroll painting was, they were certain it was an incredible treasure. While in the individual room, Jian Wushuang's pupils contracted immediately the moment he saw the painting. His body uncontrollably shook. Nobody else could identify the scroll painting, but he could with just a glance. That scroll painting had accompanied him for a long period of time. It even helped him out of limbo time, and again, the stately painting. It was his ultimate treasure. Even till then, he could still feel a connection with the stately painting in its current situation. The sense of connection was still very strong. Were it not for the restrictive shield around the edges of the display stage blocking his energy projection, he could have immediately reconnected with the stately painting, and it would most certainly become excited. My old brother, we finally met again. Jian Wushuang clenched his fists, his nails buried into his flesh. I take that all of you have recognized the extraordinary quality of this scroll painting. If that's the case, please let me make an introduction. The Golden Chief's voice resonated in the auction house. This item is called Stately Painting and was passed to the Star-Picking Pavilion by a territorial lord of a stellar region in Danyang, Holy Domain. According to the territorial lord, the origin of this treasure is extremely mysterious. It did not originate from any ruin, nor did it come from any expert's offspring. Instead, it was taken out of a shattered void while a pair of ultimate gods were fighting. The experts in the auction were rather shocked upon hearing his words. The void shattered, and the treasure appeared in that shattered void? Was the treasure really that mysterious? Chapter 2608. Auctioning the Stately Painting. We have researched it since obtaining this treasure and had uncovered a message from it. The message is the stately painting, the endless mountains and streams, dividing the world into 9 continents, the mountains and rivers as the palms and the 9 continents as the seal which created the world. The Golden Chief paused on purpose when he reached that point of his speech. As expected, it caused quite a stir in the auction, with countless experts standing up in an uproar. The stately painting, the endless mountains and streams, dividing the world into 9 continents, the mountains and rivers as the palms and the 9 continents as the seal which created the world. It was a simple message, however. It was very domineering. Treasure, an absolute rare treasure. Many had their eyes burning with desire. Too bad. Although the Star-Picking Pavilion managed to extract the message from the treasure, recognize its uniqueness, and knowing that it's indeed an extraordinary treasure, we could not make it recognize us as its master despite the various methods we took. However, that doesn't prove anything, as if it meets the right person, perhaps the treasure might recognize him as its master, said the Golden Chief. The experts all nodded. There were indeed certain extraordinary treasures that would choose its own master. It only proved that the treasure did not look too highly upon him if that person could not make it recognize him as its master. However, if that person was fated for this treasure, it would naturally identify him as its master upon meeting him. None of the experts in the star-picking pavilion could make the stately painting recognize a master. It only proved that the treasure had very high standards and naturally made its price shockingly high. A great number of experts in the auction, including the second and third floor experts, began to feel excited about it. Let's begin the bidding for the first star of the auction, the stately painting. The starting price is 100 million primordial stones. The Golden Chief projected his voice. As soon as the starting price was announced, a collective exclamation of shock resonated in the entire auction. The starting price itself was already 100 million primordial stones, and that was a first for the auction. The starting price had shattered most people's desire toward the stately painting. Even though there were numerous experts in the auction, those who immediately could present 100 million primordial stones were far and few. Moreover, the 100 million primordial stones were only the starting price. Jian Wushuang's face turned slightly gloomy when he heard the starting price. However, he immediately sat down slowly as though he had already calmed down. In his eyes, though, a sharp light was violently piercing out. There's absolutely no way I will be able to obtain it through the auction, since the starting price is already 100 million. If that's the case, I'll have to resort to other methods, mumbled Jian Wushuang to himself. Although 100 million primordial stones was an exorbitant starting price, there were quite a few people in the third floor's rooms who could afford it. Those people had started bidding. 150 million primordial stones. A young master dressed in an expensive purple long robe sat casually in an individual room while holding a paper fan. Next to him was a sitting figure that projected waves of overpowering energy. The young master wore a slight smile before he murmured, "The stately painting is truly extraordinary and worthy of me taking action. Even if the treasure doesn't recognize anyone as its master after bringing it back to Life and Death Tower, we could still give it away as a present and not lose much. However, if we are lucky to absorb the treasure, we will gain a lot. 200 million. A statue-like, dark figure standing in an individual room. The figure was clad in black robes as cold energy seeped out from him as he stared at the stately painting on the display stage with a strange light in his eyes. A sense of greed could be seen deep inside his pupils. 300 million primordial stones. A bald and plump teenager holding a fruit made his bid. A heaven ultimate god old man frowned next to him and said, "Master Uncle, we didn't bring many primordial stones this time. Only a rough total of 150 million, and we're only at the first star of the auction. Although the stately painting is truly extraordinary, purchasing it comes with risks. If we spend too much to buy this item, we'll only be able to watch others bid for the next 2 stars of the auction." "I know that." The bald teenager continued munching on his fruit and smiled demonically before saying, "It's exactly because we didn't bring a lot of primordial stones that I purposely raised the bidding price, so that the Dongfang clan and young palace master of Nanwu Palace will competitively offering even higher bids to fight for the stately painting. It will then put us an advantage when we bid for the next 2 treasures." The bald young man was not too interested in the stately painting, but still kept bidding a higher price. He immediately raised the bid to 500 million when the young palace master of Nanwu Palace made an offer of 400 million primordial stones. The price continued and very quickly shot to a sky-high price under the competition between these high rollers. At that moment, in an unremarkable individual room on the 3rd floor of the auction house, an expert was in that room. But if anyone were observant enough, they would discover that he did not bid once to fight for even a single treasure since the auction started. Even after the stately painting appeared, the man in that individual room did not show the slightest bit of interest. In the room was a simple-looking, white-haired old man clad in gray. The white-haired old man with murky eyes was sitting still like a meditating old monk. Nobody could tell if his eyes were opened or closed. Standing before him were 3 people. Among them was the purple-robed man, the supervisor of the star-picking pavilion's Narcissus territory branch. The other 2 were that branch's golden chiefs. The bald man was one of the 2 golden chiefs who had a relationship with San Shouwang and showed a certain interest in Jian Wushuang. The golden chiefs of Star-Picking Pavilion enjoyed a high status in the auction house, since there were only 3 golden chiefs at the Star-Picking Pavilion's Narcissus territory branch. The supervisor held the highest authority at the branch, of course, that even the golden chiefs had to answer to him. His ability was also shockingly powerful, as he was at the very limits of high-level heaven ultimate god, with only a step away from reaching peak heaven ultimate god. However, the supervisor and his 2 golden chiefs stood respectfully before the white-haired old man with their heads bowed extremely low without showing any defiance at that moment. Chapter 2609. Senior Meng, to what do we owe this honor? The supervisor of Star-Picking Pavilion respectfully asked. "I'm here for the stately painting," said the white-haired old man slowly. "The stately painting? Didn't headquarters pass the stately painting to us for auction?" The purple-robed man frowned. The white-haired old man, Senior Meng, lightly spoke. "It's true, but the stately painting is different from other treasures. I've investigated it with those from the headquarters, and all of us reached the same conclusion. The stately painting is a treasure that completely surpassed all levels of heavenly treasure, which is to say it's at least a holy treasure. Moreover, it's absolutely not an ordinary holy treasure." "What?" The faces of the purple supervisor and his 2 golden chiefs turned pale from shock. Surpassing the levels of a heavenly treasure? A holy treasure? Even among undying saints, there were only an extremely few who had exceptionally strong abilities or heaven-defying luck for them to own 1 or 2 holy treasures. The completely shocked purple supervisor asked Senior Meng, "Why did the headquarters let us sell it since it's a holy treasure?" He only complied with the order from the headquarters in asking them to put the stately painting up for auction. However, the Star-Picking Pavilion's headquarters never told them the treasure's actual level. Only when they heard it from Senior Meng were they shocked. That was a holy treasure. What was it doing in an auction like that? Furthermore, those who were fighting over the item were only a bunch of earthly ultimate gods and heavenly ultimate gods. Senior Meng indifferently said, "This matter is out of the ordinary. After we have appraised the stately painting as a very powerful and unique holy treasure, we spent a fortune to hire someone very important in helping us to make the stately painting recognize a master. That person has also agreed to help. However, he found that the stately painting has somehow already established a hidden connection with someone in the end. It's evident the stately painting is an owned item for it to possess that kind of connection." "An owned item?" The purple supervisor was startled. "The treasure isn't something we can cultivate and absorb easily since it already has an owner. According to its history, it was coincidentally taken out of a void. We could then determine the stately painting has lost its master due to a certain reason. It's exactly because of that we dare not even keep this treasure in the Star-Picking Pavilion any longer. This treasure is of an extremely high level after all. Its master who could cultivate, absorb, and control it must be someone who has extraordinary abilities. He's most probably a peak undying saint who possesses extremely terrifying abilities. He could also be in existence like Sword Lord Tong Xan, who stood above other undying saints. He could even be someone who has surpassed those saints, a titanic figure who enjoys a huge reputation in the entire ancient god domain. A super expert like that isn't someone who should be crossed, even for Star-Picking Pavilion. If the stately painting continues to stay in the Star-Picking Pavilion, we can't guarantee the powerhouse won't show up at our door one day by tracing the hidden connection. We will be in deep trouble by then. Therefore, we have decided to send this stately painting back to Danyang Holy Domain, where it was first discovered after our discussion by selling the item in the Holy Domain's biggest auction. The news will spread once the treasure is sold. If its owner is currently in Danyang Holy Domain, he will naturally look for it after hearing the news and ask for the item to be returned to him. Even if he isn't in Danyang Holy Domain, the treasure won't have much to do with our star-picking pavilion, as he won't find it with us if its master comes to our doorsteps," spoke Senior Meng calmly. "Is that so?" The purple supervisor and his 2 golden chiefs took a nervous breath while listening to him. They began to feel pity toward those who were still trying to outbid each other over the stately painting. All of them thought that the stately painting was an extremely high-level treasure, which was indeed true. However, the stately painting was also a dangerous item that nobody should touch at the same time. If someone obtained it, he might be visited by a certain superior being. Senior Meng mumbled, "The reason I personally came today is to see who will obtain the stately painting in the end. After that, I shall follow that person so that I can perhaps meet the superior being." The purple supervisor and his 2 golden chiefs dared not dare say more. In the auction, the bidding price of the stately painting had gone up to 1,180,000,000, and it was still going up. However, there were only 2 people left who were still bidding. The 2 of them were Nanwu Palace's young palace master and the beautiful lady from Dongfang clan. 1,200,000,000 primordial stones. The beautiful lady from Dongfang clan bid again as her cold voice resonated in the auction house at the same time. "Young palace master, it's just a unique treasure. Although its level is most probably high, it doesn't easily recognize a master. Do you really want to keep competing against me? If the next 2 treasures are even better than this stately painting, will you have enough capital to bid for those?" "Haha, I don't need you to worry about whether I have enough capital to bid for the next 2 items. Truth be told, I recently visited an extraordinary ruin and discovered quite a bit of resource before coming here. Even though they aren't worth a lot, they are still worth nearly 2 billion. Even if the stately painting still doesn't recognize a master after I obtained it, I could just treat it as a wasted trip to the ruins." The young palace master of Nanwu Palace laughed heartily. 1,300,000,000. The beautiful lattice face turned gloomy after she heard what he said. The Dongfang clan had a deep financial foundation, and their wealth truly spoke louder than words. The beautiful lady happened to be one of the people who had control over the clan's properties. Hence the amount she could control was extremely large. Though however large, it was still unwise to spend more than 1 billion primordial stones to purchase a unique treasure that contained certain risks. 1,300,000,000 primordial stones was her limit. "Forget it! I shall fulfill your desire since you crave the stately painting so much," said the beautiful lady before falling silent, who had apparently given up on competing. "Haha, thank you." Nanwu Palace's young palace master laughed. Finally, the stately painting fell into his hands with a final bidding price of 1,300,000,000 primordial stones. Chapter 2610. Huangji Golden Pill in the individual room. Jian Wushuang sat calmly, but his expression was quite frosty. He raised his head and stared at the room of Nanwu Palace's young palace master. His eyes were burning with fire. Nanwu Palace's young palace master. "Huh? My old brother, please hang in there. I'll find you very soon," Jian Wushuang mumbled, but his voice was extremely cold. The auction continued. After the stately painting, the second star of the auction was presented. The second star of the auction was like the spiritual stone staff that Jian Wushuang sold, a treasure related to the soul. The only difference being a defensive soul treasure of the high-level heavenly treasure. It was common knowledge, no matter the type of treasure, that a defensive treasure was always more valuable than an offensive one. For example, an offensive divine treasure's worth was never as high as a defensive armor at the same level. A defensive soul treasure was also more valuable than an offensive soul treasure of the same level. The only difference was their not-so-large price variance. Even though it was a defensive soul treasure at the ordinary level heavenly treasure, it was still a lot more valuable than the spiritual stone staff Jian Wushuang sold. Not to mention the soul defense treasure presented was already at high-level heavenly treasure. An increase of one level would increase the treasure's price by tenfold. The auction immediately started. The starting bid was still 10 million primordial stones, with the bids placed by experts in the third-floor individual rooms. Divine Demon Sect, Life and Death Tower, Nanhua Palace, and Dongfang Clan were competing fiercely with each other. Nanhua Palace and Dongfang Clan especially competed for them fiercely. In the end, the treasure's price shot up to an astronomical figure of 1,800,000,000 primordial stones. The winning bidder for the item was the beautiful lady from Dongfang Clan. My brother's abilities are incomparably great. He's even one of the best among peak ultimate gods. Unfortunately, he's weaker when it comes to soul power and will be at a disadvantage when he's facing highly skilled experts in soul offense. This high-level heavenly treasure soul defensive treasure is just the right thing for him. Although we spent 1,800,000,000 primordial stones, it's worth it as long as it can help my brother improve his shortcoming, said the beautiful lady to herself. The bidding for the second star of the auction had ended. It was the auction for the third treasure star next, and also the auction's last treasure. Countless experts in the auction were waiting impatiently for the treasure. Each of the 3 treasure stars was incredibly valuable. One was sold for 1,300,000,000 primordial stones, while the other was sold for a total of 1,800,000,000 primordial stones. However, everybody knew the last star would truly be the most valuable item in the entire auction. That was the true star of the auction. Those experts in the auction knew very well that the last star treasure was not something ordinary people like them were qualified to bid for, but they were still filled with curiosity. They were wondering what that last treasure would be. On the display stage, the Golden Chief did not let them wait for too long, as he soon displayed the final treasure. Apparently, it was a golden elixir pill with a thick fragrance that made all those experts drool. That golden elixir pill was about the size of a baby's thumb with an extremely dark color. At the same time, the energy projected by the pill was unique. That energy felt like the energy of an emperor. Yes, an emperor's energy. Most experts in the auction looked perplexed when facing the elixir pill on the display stage. Some experts on the second and third floor individual rooms managed to identify the elixir pill. That's a Huangji golden pill. Yes, it's a Huangji golden pill. My goodness, the last treasure is actually a Huangji golden pill. That's crazy. Those 4 powers are going to go nuts. Waves of exclamations could be heard from the individual rooms. It was indeed true. The faces of those from Nanhua Palace, Divine Demon Sect, Life and Death Tower, and Dongfang Clan turned bright red and became breathless from the excitement when they saw the golden elixir pill. It's a Huangji golden pill? What an auction house, star, picking pavilion is. The young palace master of Nanhua Palace had bright lights shining through his eyes. He immediately stood up and said, I have to get this Huangji golden pill no matter what it takes. Damn it, if I knew the last item is the Huangji golden pill, I won't have bought that soul defensive treasure for my brother. I've spent 1,800,000,000 primordial stones in one go to purchase it. Now I don't have much left. The expression of the Dongfang clan's beautiful lady froze. Quick, immediately inform the clan and tell them to collect as many primordial stones for me as possible by all means. They can also bring cultivation resources of equal values. The heavenly ultimate gods of Dongfang clan nodded in full commitment. They knew it was an important matter. The experts learned more about the Huangji golden pill following the Golden Chief introducing it in the auction. A Huangji golden pill was extremely well known in the ancient god domain with its shockingly wide usage. It only worked on ultimate gods with its effects almost equivalent to that of a divine demon nirvana elixir for divine demons. Divine demon nirvana elixir could help ordinary divine demons make a breakthrough in their cultivation in an extremely profound way. As for the Huangji Golden Pill, it could help ultimate God experts raise their cultivation level. Moreover, those who are below heavenly ultimate God level could have an 80% chance of making a breakthrough to the next level after taking a Huangji Golden Pill. For those who are above the heavenly ultimate God level, the probability of making a breakthrough was still extremely high after taking a Huangji Golden Pill. Most importantly, it even had great effects on grand ultimate gods. According to hearsay, if a powerful peak heavenly ultimate god took a Huangji Golden Pill, there was a 50% chance he could make a breakthrough to the grand ultimate god level. If a primary level grand ultimate god had eaten a Huangji Golden Pill, he would have nearly a 30% probability to make a breakthrough to high-level grand ultimate god. Even for a high-level grand ultimate god, he would still have a 10% probability to reach toward peak grand ultimate god by taking the Huangji Golden Pill. With such effects, it was extremely attractive to every heavenly ultimate god and grand ultimate god, especially for the top powers of Danyang, Holy Domain, Nanwu Palace, Divine Demon Sect, Life and Death Tower, and Dongfang Clan. There has been no undying saint holding the fort at Danyang, Holy Domain, ever since the fall of Crimson Stone Saint. The Crimson Stone fort was only superficially seen as the authority, while those few top powers only had a few grand ultimate god as their strongest expert. Chapter 2611. Big Problema Grand Ultimate God was just too rarely seen. If any of the top powers have even 10 grand ultimate gods, it was considered very impressive. Each of those grand ultimate gods was also the top power's main support pillars, as they possessed the highest battle strength level. Losing even a single one of them was an unimaginably huge loss. At the same time, it could bring them up a level if they could have one more grand ultimate god. Therefore, the Huangji Golden Pill, which offered a peak heaven ultimate god a 50% chance to make a breakthrough into grand ultimate god, was extremely important to them. The auction for the Huangji Golden Pill soon began. The starting bid itself was already 1 billion primordial stones. In a very short period, the price had gone up to 2 billion, which was double the starting bid. Moreover, the experts in the third floor individual rooms, especially those who were representing the top powers, had been competing with each other fiercely. Hence the price continued to climb. This is insane. That's too crazy. It's already 30 billion primordial stones, and yet they continue to bid? 30 billion is an unimaginable number for me. Waves of exclamations were filling the auction house. As time flew by, the Huangji Golden Pill's price had climbed up to an astronomical 50 billion. At that rate, there were not many left who could continue bidding. In the end, it was again the young palace master of Nanwu Palace and the beautiful lady from Dongfang Clan who competed against each other. The beautiful lady coldly asked, "How many resources can we move around?" "We only have 52 billion primordial stones when adding on to the amount the clan had temporarily transferred to us with what we have now. That's everything we can gather in such a short time," said one of the heaven ultimate gods. 52 billion! The beautiful lady made her final bid without hesitation. At that moment, Nanwu Palace's young palace master wore a dark expression, as he was also calculating the number of resources he could control. Fortunately, I found quite a bit of stuff at the ruins. Even though I have spent quite a lot on the stately painting, I could still outbid the Dongfang clan woman with the remaining 60 billion or so in adding on to my properties and the resources that were prepared beforehand by the palace. 53 billion! As the young palace master made his bid again, the Dongfang clan's room turned silent, not competing anymore. The young palace master of Nanwu Palace shot a cold glance at Dongfang clan's room. Humph! A cold harumph came out of that individual room. "You truly are the young palace master of Nanwu Palace to bring so many resources with you. You win this time, but don't get cocky now, as even though you spent an incredible amount on this Huangji Golden Pill, It's still a question whether you safely can bring it back to Nanwu Palace. Oh, are you trying to scare me, Madame Dongfang? Nanwu Palace's young palace master coldly said. I'm not trying to scare you, of course. After all, how many in the Danyang Holy Domain can really scare the young palace master of Nanwu Palace? However, Huangji Golden Pill is such a precious item, and many desperately desire it. I'm merely reminding you out of kindness due to the friendship between the Dongfang clan and Nanwu Palace. I have no desire to worry about the rest, so take care. As the beautiful lady finished speaking, she stood up and started leaving the room. The auction for the last star treasure had ended, which indicated the end of the auction event. Naturally, the beautiful lady had no reason to continue staying there. Not only her, but also most of those experts who took part in the auction left with sighs and feelings of loss. Of course, several experts did not immediately leave, especially those in the third floor individual rooms. Most of those powerful heaven ultimate gods did not immediately leave. Although they were staying inside their respective rooms, their eyes were burning with greed while staring at Nanwu Palace's young palace master's room. The young palace master and the beautiful lady of Dongfang clan did not hide their identity when competing at all. Everyone also knew that 2 of the 3 treasure stars had fallen into the young palace master's hands, and the star treasures were very attractive to those heaven ultimate gods, especially the Huangji Golden Pill. That's a big problem. Jian Wushuang was still staying in his room and began to frown. Although he could not see the facial expressions of the heaven ultimate gods on the 3rd floor, he could guess what was running through their minds. A Huangji Golden Pill was enough for them to go insane and do whatever it takes to obtain it. Although the Huangji Golden Pill was in the hands of the young palace master, his strong family background and those few heaven ultimate gods around him could not fend away the experts who were drooling over the pill. In other words, he had become everyone's target. He would be fine as long as he stayed inside the star-picking pavilion. However, as soon as he left their place, just like what the beautiful lady from Dongfang clan said, although he had obtained the Huangji Golden Pill, it was questionable whether he could safely bring it back to Nanwu Palace. As for Jian Wushuang, he had not much interest in the Huangji Golden Pill, even though it was very valuable. The only item he wanted was the stately painting. Earlier, he was the only one targeting Nanwu Palace's young palace master and was already not confident about taking the stately painting from him. However, his problem just grew even bigger since so many people were targeting young palace master at that point. Well, looks'll have to play by ear. Jian Wushuang squinted slightly. In Nanwu Palace's room on the 3rd floor, young palace master, we've brought the stately painting and Huangji Golden Pill over. The Golden Chief who hosted the auction personally presented the 2 treasures to the young palace master. The young palace master simply took a glance at it and immediately passed an interspatial ring he had prepared earlier to the Golden Chief. Following the successful transaction, both treasures were in the young palace master's possession without ordeal. The treasures are at hand, but to leave this place and return safely to Nanwu Palace will be quite a challenge. The young palace master of Nanwu Palace frowned. It will be a breeze if they are only ordinary treasures. Even if they are more valuable ones, those heaven ultimate God won't have the guts to come at me for that treasure. However, the Huangji Golden Pill is different as it's sufficient to make any heaven ultimate God go crazy. There should be quite a few heaven ultimate gods taking part in the auction, and all of them know that Huangji Golden Pill is in my possession. I'm afraid a siege is inevitable as soon as I leave this place. Chapter 26:12. Battle begins. Transmit a message into the palace and tell them to send reinforcements, said the young palace master of Nanwu Palace. One of the heaven ultimate gods of Nanwu Palace immediately did as he was ordered. The auction had ended completely. Most experts had left. Only a few top experts were still staying in Star-Picking Pavilion. The people of Nanwu Palace were still there as well. Even though many experts were lusting over Huangji Golden Pill, They dared not take immediate action and had to control themselves, as they were in a star-picking pavilion branch, after all. They were waiting for the people of Nanwu Palace to leave the star-picking pavilion. Jian Wushuang was waiting quietly as well. The wait took a total of 10 days. After 10 days, the young palace master of Nanwu Palace finally began to depart. As soon as the Nanwu Palace people stepped out of Star-Picking Pavilion, a large number of experts, including Jian Wushuang, immediately followed behind. That's a lot of people. There are too many experts targeting him. Jian Wushuang's eyes were showing worries. As he glided along, he expanded his soul power and sensed the energy of the experts around him in detail. There were 100 of them at the Earth Ultimate God realm or above. Even though Earth Ultimate Gods were just there to watch and did not plan to join in the action, there were still more than 20 Heaven Ultimate Gods pursuers. Not for a minute did Jian Wushuang ever think the 20 over Heaven Ultimate God was there to just watch instead of taking action. Besides, that number was only those who Jian Wushuang's soul power could sense. He believed more experts were hiding in the surrounding void who have kept their presence hidden. With this many experts targeting Huangji Golden Pill, when the battle starts, Jian Wushuang shuddered. The crowd followed behind the young palace master. They very soon left the city and arrived at the wide, borderless void. "They're probably going to start," mumbled Jian Wushuang to himself. As he expected, he could sense several Heaven Ultimate Gods speed accelerated and caught up to block the path of those Nanwu Palace men within the sensing parameters of his soul power. In only a short moment, you're only a few Heaven Ultimate Gods and dare touch Nanwu Palace. Perhaps you're sick of living. The Nanwu Palace's young palace master's growl resonated between heaven and earth. Following the growl, the Heaven Ultimate Gods unleashed their heaven-shaking divine aura and took action. The big battle began in a blink. Boom, 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 boom. The terrifying booming sounds exploded one after another, while clanging noises could be heard from the void ahead. The noises resonated throughout the heavens, and immense divine power expanded to a great distance. Although Jian Wushuang and the rest of the Earth Ultimate Gods who were there to watch the action were quite a distance away from the battlegrounds, they could still feel the intense clashing of energy in the fight, which made their hearts pounded violently. Even Jian Wushuang was shocked. He was not considered weak at that point when it came to ability. Although his level was quite low at just a peak Ultimate God, his battle strength was strong enough to face a peak Earth Ultimate God. Therefore, he was still considered very powerful, even when standing among actual peak Earth Ultimate Gods. However, the void ahead was filled with not just 1 or 2 Heaven Ultimate Gods battling, but more than 10. Such a battle was really not something he could interfere in. Excluding the young palace master, Nanwu Palace only has 4 Heaven Ultimate Gods. Although they are very strong, they are facing the attack of a dozen Heaven Ultimate Gods and won't be able to withstand it. In addition, there are still quite a few Heaven Ultimate Gods in the surrounding void who are drooling over Huangji Golden Pill, but yet to take action. Nanwu Palace seems to be in a less than ideal situation. However, the Nanwu Palace people aren't fools either. They probably know that they are being watched. The fact that they dare walk out of Star-Picking Pavilion must mean they have something to rely on. If my guess is right, there have to be quite a few Nanwu Palace experts hiding somewhere in the surrounding void. Jian Wushuang squinted his eyes and looked around. Just as he expected, when the battle only went on for a short moment and the 4 Heaven Ultimate Gods were at a disadvantage. Boom, boom, boom. 10 waves of overpowering energy suddenly burst in from one direction. The sudden appearance of the 10 men left the Heaven Ultimate Gods in battle, shocked beyond belief. Even the observers outside the battlefield were incredibly surprised. The shock was only natural because the lineup of those 10 was too powerful. Among the 10 men, 8 of them were Heaven Ultimate Gods, while the other 2 were a blonde youth and red-bearded, strong-looking man with a battle axe. The energy they were projecting was far beyond the heaven ultimate gods and reaching an all-new level. Grand ultimate gods. The two of them were complete, grand ultimate gods in the flesh and blood. As soon as the two grand ultimate gods and 8 heaven ultimate gods arrived, the men from Nanwu Palace, including the young palace master, rushed over to them. They were no doubt also from Nanwu Palace. 2 grand ultimate gods, 8 heaven ultimate gods. What a lineup! Jian Wushuang clenched his fists. The many expert observers around were also exclaiming, "This is grand, so grand." Nanwu Palace is truly worthy of its reputation. They could afford to send over such a lineup in one go. No wonder the young palace master dared come out of the star-picking pavilion. Looks like Nanwu Palace has set its mind on keeping the Huangji golden pill. The crowd exclaimed altogether. In the middle of the battlefield, the dozen of heaven ultimate gods who attacked Nanwu Palace was in trouble. You're really tired of living since you dare target Nanwu Palace. Kill 'em all. The 10 men who came from Nanwu Palace immediately attacked under the 2 grand ultimate gods' leadership. The table turned in an instant. On the edge of the battlefield, the slender, gray-clad, white-haired Senior Meng squinted and stood in the void. Behind him were the very respectful star picking pavilion's purple supervisor and his 3 golden chiefs. Naturally, they very clearly saw everything that transpired on the battlefield. That's Nanwu Palace for you, sending out 2 grand ultimate gods and 8 heaven ultimate gods in one go. Looks like no one can stop them from keeping Huangji golden pill, exclaimed the purple supervisor. Haha, it's not that simple. Senior Meng smiled faintly. The puzzled purple supervisor asked, Senior Meng, "Do you mean that things might change?" "I can tell from the looks of it." Senior Meng did not elaborate further, but wore a mysterious smile instead. As he predicted, a few beams of overpowering energy burst out from the surrounding void not long after the arrival of those 10 Nanwu Palace experts. 3 grand ultimate gods and a few very powerful heaven ultimate gods immediately appeared on the battlefield. Chapter 2613. Let's do it. There from the Divine Demon Sect, Life and Death Tower and Dongfang Clan. The purple-robed supervisor's heart shook. Danyang Holy Domain has been a mess since Crimson Stone Saint's death. The top cultivation sects have always been competing covertly against each other, and very few of them would fight overtly. However, a Huangji golden pill was all it took to make them fight. Senior Meng sneered and continued. No matter how fierce they might be fighting, it has nothing to do with the star-picking pavilion, of course. What caught my interest is the stately painting. I don't know if the stately painting's owner will appear in this battle. The battle had reached a feverish stage. Although the strong lineup of experts from Nanwu Palace caused a commotion, they were not the only ones who came well prepared. The Divine Demon Sect, Life and Death Tower, and Dongfeng Clan had also come prepared. The 3 top cultivation sects took action at the same time, and it was worth mentioning that they were working tacitly. Nanwu Palace fell into a disadvantage under the pressure of those 3 top sections. In the void outside the battlefield, Jian Wushuang was closely watching the battle. There are dozens of heaven ultimate gods and 5 grand ultimate gods in this battle. There's nothing I can do to disturb the battle, not even a chance for me to fish in troubled waters. Jian Wushuang frowned. It's almost impossible for me to sneak into the battlefield with so many pairs of eyes watching and kill the young palace master of Nanwu Palace for his interspatial ring unless I use that trick. Jian Wushuang groaned secretly. He still had a trump card, which was something extremely terrifying and unusual. It was very risky for him to play that card because of its extraordinary and shocking nature. He might fall into a dead end should anything go very wrong. Therefore, he hesitated and struggled to make a decision. However, he did not take long to make his decision. I finally found the stately painting, and it's now with the Nanwu Palace's young palace master. Even if any of those on the battlefield manage to get it today, they will not be able to claim ownership. Hence, there will be a possibility it might be transferred to another person. It'll be extremely difficult for me to locate it again if it goes to a high-ranking and powerful expert. I can't miss it since the opportunity is right in front of me now. Let's do it. A hint of madness was driving Jian Wushuang to make the decision, but he was also quite determined. Thereafter, his figure slowly receded into the void behind. He retreated to an extremely quiet and empty place before changing his outfit. Initially, he was wearing a golden robe while carrying a long sword without masking his appearance and looking very young. However, he soon had turned into a mysterious expert, completely shrouded in a black robe with a black, ferocious-looking mask over his face. He had completely kept his breath of power concealed, while leaving no traces that could reveal his identity. He then slowly walked towards the battlefield. The war was still going on fiercely on the battlefield. The brawny, red-bearded man from Nanwu Palace furiously said, "Divine Demon Sect, Life and Death Tower, and Dongfang Clan. Well, well, you better make sure I leave my body behind on this battlefield today. Otherwise, I'll make the three of you pay the price." The Grand Ultimate God from Divine Demon Sect coldly exclaimed, "Haha, are you threatening us? Do you think Nanwu Palace is the Crimson Stone Fort? Even if it's the Crimson Stone Fort, it's now in a mess and can no longer threaten us. What can a small Nanwu Palace do? Don't talk nonsense with him anymore, and just kill him. The Nanwu Palace won't hand over the Huangji Golden Pill obediently if we don't teach him a lesson," said the Grand Ultimate God from Dongfang Clan. "Yes, although we probably can't kill both Grand Ultimate Gods of Nanwu Palace, we can still find ways to kill the Heaven Ultimate Gods and their young Palace Master. I bet the Palace Master will go crazy if the young Palace Master died," said a cold old man with a sneer. "He was the Life and Death Tower's Grand Ultimate God. Haha, let's kill them." The experts from the three top sects were no longer holding back and began fighting without reservation. Countless experts watched the battle, but none dared to intervene. It was at that moment a black-robed man with a black, ferocious-looking mask emerged slowly from the surrounding void and walked towards the battlefield. They could not sense the black-robed man's aura, and no one even noticed him when he first appeared in the void. The people around him finally noticed his presence when he appeared at the battlefield's peripheral. Who's that person? Is he fighting for the Huangji Golden Pill as well? Black robe? Black mask? He's probably worried that these top sects will one day seek revenge with him, so he deliberately covers up his appearance. Maybe he's not that strong after all. Although many experts had noticed the black-robed man, they did not pay much attention to him. The Huangji Golden Pill was of great use to Heaven Ultimate Gods and even Grand Ultimate Gods. It had attracted the attention of the many experts on the battlefield. Hence it did not raise caution that someone else was also interested. The people who were watching the battle and the experts who were madly slaying away on the battlefield both felt the same, with no one taking the black-robed man seriously. The black-robed man walked to the edge of the battlefield and slowly stopped. Next, boom, a unique but supreme pressure came from the black-robed man without warning. The pressure was not from the breath of divine power, nor was it the divine aura. Instead, it was coming from his life rating, the type of pressure from a supreme being. The black-robed man discharged the pressure, and it instantly spread into the 9 skies and 10 earths before completely enshrouding the world. Heaven and earth were instantly shaken up as the huge world and space-time were disrupted and violently shook. The violent wind was so strong that it was driving the world and everything else within the world to worship that black-robed man. The battle that was going on seemed to have instantly died down due to the emergence of his life-rating pressure. All the experts from Nanwu Palace, Divine Demon Sect, Life and Death Tower, and Dongfang Clan were staring at Jian Wushuang along with those heavenly ultimate gods and 5 grand ultimate gods. Their eyes showed an inconceivable horror and terror. Their bodies were trembling. Thump, thump, everyone started kneeling. Chapter 26:14. life conquers all. In addition to those people who fought on the battlefield, many experts and Earth ultimate gods who stood watching from a distance outside the battlefield, including a few heaven ultimate gods, all knelt with their eyes widened in surprise. Even star-picking pavilions, purple-robed supervisor and his 3 golden chiefs in the secluded void could not control their legs, joining the others in kneeling. The only person barely enduring the pressure and keeping himself from kneeling was Senior Meng. This pressure, even I can barely stop myself from kneeling? Senior Meng stared at his trembling legs and took a sharp breath of cold air. He was a genuine undying saint and also the most powerful expert at that moment. That was probably the reason he was able to keep himself up. In addition, he was quite far away from the battlefield where the life-rating pressure was mainly asserting on before disseminated to its surrounding void. Therefore, it was not as strong in his current location and somewhat allowed him to resist the pressure. However, he truly felt fear in him. This person, Senior Meng, looked with a terrified expression at the mysterious, black-robed man who was at the edge of the battlefield. The other experts present had also stopped what they were doing and turned their attention to that black-robed man. The experts, including the 5 grand ultimate gods from those 4 top sects, were frantically struggling to stand up, but appeared weak under the extreme life-rating pressure. They felt as though they were not facing a human cultivator, but the boundless world or universe, as though they were just some unremarkable ants in the infinitely wide world. Expert. Super expert. Is he an undying saint? No. Even an undying saint will never be able to oppress grand, ultimate gods like us and force us to worship him on our knees. His oppressive pressure is so extraordinary and nothing like divine power. It's something even more terrifying and intimidating than divine power pressure. It's not something within the capabilities of an undying saint. This person is definitely above the undying saint. A super expert above the undying saint? My goodness! Could he be after the Huangji golden pill as well? That can't be right. Even if it's a treasure worth 100 or even 1,000 times more valuable than the Huangji golden pill, it's insignificant in the face of such a powerful person, let alone the Huangji golden pill. The experts were soon in suffocation. Their bodies trembled from feeling terrified, but no one dared to utter even a single word. They could only grumble and complain in their hearts while trying to guess the reason such a super expert was there. None dared to speak for fear of irritating the super expert. The battlefield fell into complete silence with those countless experts surrendering themselves to the mysterious black-robed expert. Suddenly, the mysterious black-robed expert moved. He moved slowly like he was sauntering in a garden and arrived at the battlefield center in just a few steps. He went up to the Nanwu Palace's young palace master. The Nanwu Palace's young palace master was no longer in his usual posture as he was prostrating with his head hung low without even daring to look up at the mysterious black-robed expert. Nanwu Palace's young palace master remained in that posture until the mysterious black-robed expert finally stopped in front of him. The black-robed expert slowly stretched out his palm. The young palace master was frightened and said, "Sir, I've already given the Huangji golden pill to Elder Hung. The Huangji golden pill is with that person over there." The young palace master pointed his finger to the blonde youth next to him, who was one of the grand ultimate gods from Nanwu Palace. The young palace master thought that Huangji golden pill might not be safe in his hands. Hence, he had given it to the Nanwu Palace grand ultimate god for safekeeping before the battle. He thought the mysterious black-robed expert was after the Huangji golden pill, so he pointed the mysterious black-robed expert toward it. Unexpectedly, the mysterious black-robed expert did not even glance at the blonde youth. His exposed cold eyes remained looking down on the young palace master. His low and hoarse voice emerged from behind the mask. "The stately painting in your hand. Hand over it now, and I'll spare your life." The stately painting. The Nanwu Palace young palace master was startled. The experts present were stunned. Everyone thought the mysterious black-robed expert was also after the Huangji golden pill, but they were surprised that his target was the stately painting. Did he say his stately painting? Many of them reflected on the mysterious black-robed expert's words. Senior Meng's eyes were twinkling in the void not far away. So, it's exactly as I expected. The stately painting indeed has a master, and someone who can maneuver such a holy treasure must be a great cultivator. Probably a top-tier undying saint. He's probably someone invincible who surpasses the undying saint level. His appearance even made an undying saint like me feel compelled to kneel and worship him despite such a far distance between both of us. This level of strength must have exceeded the level of an undying saint. He's indeed an invincible expert. I didn't expect to see a super expert like this again in my lifetime. I can now die without regrets. Senior Meng softly sighed. The still kneeling star-picking tower, purple-robed executive, and his 3 golden chiefs behind Senior Meng were so cautious they dared not even breath out loudly. What's going on? Did you not hear what I've said? The black-robed man spoke again with a flat voice. And no, I've heard it. The stately painting is with me. I'll immediately take it out. The young palace master dared not hesitate and immediately retrieved the old and browned painting from his interspatial ring. The stately painting which he bought from the auction at the price of 1,300,000,000 primordial stones. He initially bought the painting out of curiosity and thought of bringing it home with him to try claiming ownership of it. It was only at that moment he realized the stately painting already had an owner. Its master was someone incredibly powerful. Chapter 2615. Finally got it. Nemu Palace's young palace master took out the stately painting, an old picture scroll that was originally yellowish with faded prints, and instantly shot a ray-dazzling light. There was no need for the black-robed man to do anything, as the picture scroll instantly turned into a light stream and flew toward the black-robed man. The stately painting zoomed toward the black-robed man before excitedly going round and round the black-robed man. It looked like a child who had just been reunited with its parents after being separated for 2 or 3 days. The many experts present on and around the battlefield were no longer doubtful. The stately painting belonged to the mysterious black-robed man for sure. Otherwise, it would not have zoomed toward the black-robed man and excitedly went around him. The black-robed man gently beckoned the stately painting as it turned into a ray of light before fusing into his divine body and disappeared. The black-robed man raised his head slightly and glanced around the battlefield after that. I'm only here to retrieve my lost treasure. You may carry on. I won't be participating. He spoke in his low and slightly hoarse voice before turning around in front of countless experts and slowly strode toward the distant void. The black-robed man slowly walked off 1 step at a time and was moving around very casually. But even so, the countless experts in the void remained in kneeling position with none dared to breathe out loud. In the void, the star-picking pavilion, purple-robed supervisor reminded, "He's leaving Senior Meng." Senior Meng nodded slightly and thought of catching up with the black-robed expert to befriend him. However, he quickly dismissed that thought. Firstly, Senior Meng reckoned the mysterious black-robed expert was extremely strong. The expert was much stronger than Senior Meng's original assumptions, as such a super expert could easily destroy the entire star-picking pavilion with just a flip of his hand. Although Senior Meng was an undying saint himself, he knew he was merely a firefly when compared to the mysterious black-robed expert, who was bright like the moon. Senior Meng had some self-awareness. If he knew that the other party was an undying saint, Senior Meng would not mind going forth to make friends with him, even if he was somewhat an invincible, undying saint like the sword Lord Tong Xen. However, he could not simply make a move toward someone above the undying saint realm. In other words, he was not qualified to be associated with such powerful beings as an undying saint. Secondly, Even if Senior Meng wanted to force himself on the other party without minding his identity and be acquainted with him, he had to be able to move his body first. Although the black-robed expert was slowly leaving the void, the supreme life-rating pressure on Senior Meng did not get any lesser. Senior Meng was standing still under the pressure. He did not kneel like the others around him. He was trembling and stood in place, just like the others. What could he do when he was unable to even move? After a while, the mysterious black-robed expert finally disappeared from everyone's sight. The life-rating pressure that flooded heaven and earth finally dissipated. Once the pressure disappeared, the many experts present felt a sense of relief. All of them let out a long sigh and slowly stood up. However, their limbs were still trembling despite being able to move freely and stand up again. That was scary. The earth ultimate gods, heaven ultimate gods, and those 5 grand ultimate gods present had never encountered such a terrifying expert in their cultivation journey thus far. They had never experienced such great fears just from the pressures exerted by the other party. It was their first time. Who's that person just now? I don't know, but he's a bewildering super expert. He's probably a top-tier super expert in the infinite territory, or maybe even in the legendary third heaven. He's too terrifying. I felt my soul about to completely shatter just moments ago. I've lived for a few 100,000 years, and that's the first time I'm so horrified. All the experts started a discussion. In the middle of the battlefield, the experts from Nanwu Palace, Divine Demon Sect, Life and Death Tower, and Dongfang Clan looked miserable. However, soon their expressions eased and had gradually recovered. The Master is a powerful expert that came only for his treasure. He left after retrieving his treasure and was not interested in the Huangji Golden Pill at all. The Huangji Golden Pill is still with Nanwu Palace, said the elder from Life and Death Tower coldly, whose voice echoed on the battlefield. The 2 grand ultimate gods from Divine Demon Sect and Dongfang Clan peeked over. The experts from those 3 powerful sects exchanged looks before kill. The war broke out again, although the appearance of the mysterious black-robed expert gave them a shock. He left after retrieving the stately painting. The Huangji Golden Pill was not taken away, so the battle over the pill was unaffected. The 3 top sects joined forces and once again fought madly against the people from Nanwu Palace. The battlefield became fiery hot again. Let's go. Senior Meng turned around and headed toward the star-picking pavilion. Senior Meng, this battle, the purple-robed supervisor was surprised. I'm here only to see the stately painting's owner. There's no need for me to be around since I've seen him. You may stay and watch the battle for the Huangji Golden Pill if you like. Senior Meng smiled and left. There was a dense forest quite far away in a void from the battlefield. The man who wore a black, ferocious-looking mask on his face and assumed by many to be a super expert superior to an undying saint appeared in the void and went straight into the dense forest. The mysterious black-robed expert stayed low for a long time deep in the dense forest. After he made sure there was no one following him, he took off the mask and revealed an extremely young face. He was none other than Jian Wushuang. I've taken a huge risk and won the bet. I was right. Jian Wushuang clasped his hands tightly. He was trembling slightly from excitement as his eyes gleamed with a look of surprise. The old and yellowish picture scroll appeared in his hands with just a thought. Stately painting, old mate. I've finally found you. Jian Wushuang smiled. Although he was smiling happily, his back was soaking wet with sweat. Chapter 26:16. Third heaven before the many experts, he looked majestic and intimidating at the scene with heaven ultimate gods and grand ultimate gods surrendered under his feet. But he was also on the cusp of what could be a storm, as all he had was the supreme life rating pressure. His true strength was far inferior to anyone on that battlefield. Any random heaven ultimate gods were enough to crush him. Therefore, he had to maintain an imposing posture without allowing any room for mistakes. Otherwise, he would not be able to leave the battlefield safely, let alone retrieved his stately painting, once his strength level was exposed. He had simply done a very good job at disguising himself to the extent that those experts on the battlefield had completely believed him to be an invincible super expert. The extremely powerful life rating pressure he exerted was of course the crux behind his disguise. Even Crimson Stone Saint knelt when he unleashed his life rating pressure in the saint's tomb. Hence it was tried and tested that even an undying saint could not withstand the pressure he exerted. That made the experts on the battlefield believe Jian Wushuang must be an extremely powerful super expert to be able to display such terrifying pressure. In addition, he was a perfect chaotic creature who had exceptional abilities in manipulating his divine power breath. No one would be able to discover his real cultivation realm as long as he did not take actions to reveal his divine power level, including heaven ultimate gods, grand ultimate gods, and the undying saints in seclusion. None of them could see Jian Wushuang's real cultivation realm. The unknown and ambiguity built a daunting experience for those experts on the battlefield. Those 2 points convinced the experts on the battlefield that Jian Wushuang was indeed a super expert. In addition, Jian Wushuang did very well in his disguise, as he had not hesitated to leave the battlefield upon receiving the stately painting. The Nanwu Palace's young palace master would have no qualms handing over the Huangji golden pill, and Jian Wushuang could have gotten the Huangji golden pill, had he asked pushingly. If he had done so, it might have raised doubts about his true identity. The Huangji golden pill was only useful for the ultimate gods after all. He was trying to portray himself as a super expert who was superior to undying saints. So why would he even care for a Huangji golden pill at his level? Even if he were to get one for his disciples, he did not need to snatch the pill from those groups of experts. Countless forces and sects might be vying to give him the Huangji golden pill upon his request. Matters might have taken a different route had those experts been dubious of Jian Wushuang's identity. Therefore, Jian Wushuang was very clear with what he wanted and was not greedy for the Huangji golden pill. He merely turned around and left after getting the stately painting, which only made the entire process of retrieving his stately painting and evacuation went smoothly. Although I've successfully obtained the stately painting, I've also displayed my strongest trump card, the life rating pressure of a perfect chaotic creature. The pressure would have probably alerted the will of Heavenly Way. Jian Wushuang calmed down before raising his head and looked at the void above. Taoist Xian Shan once told him that he must not display his life rating pressure unless it was necessary. The will of Heavenly Way would be alerted of his existence once he displayed that skill. Although it was not a life or death situation, the stately painting was very important to him and he would not want to miss it. He decided to take the risk and perform the technique after carefully considering the pros and cons. This place is far away from the third heaven, which made the will of Heavenly Way relatively weak. As this is the first time I'm using it, it will be relatively difficult to locate where I am even if I've alerted the will of Heavenly Way. It'll just need to be cautious and abstain from displaying this technique for the second time, murmured Jian Wushuang. Taoist Xian Xin had also mentioned before that if he used the technique outside of third heaven once or twice, it would be relatively hard for the will of Heavenly Way to detect his location. At the time, there were no changes from heaven above and earth below when he exerted his life rating pressure. He probably managed to avoid being detected since there was no pressure convergence from the will of Heavenly Way. However, if that happens again, I must immediately leave the Danyang holy domain and go as far away as I can, even if the will of Heavenly Way doesn't come after me, said Jian Wushuang solemnly. He had too much on his shoulder and could not afford to lose, so he had to be cautious not to make even a slight mistake. Otherwise, it might cause a detrimental effect on himself, the 7 Stars Black Sect, and the eternal chaotic world. Let's leave here first and find a place to regain control over the stately painting, muttered Jian Wushuang, who soon left the forest. The third heaven, where countless experts yearned to be, was located somewhere in an extremely remote territory, somewhere within the third heaven's core, on a dojo's high platform, the white-robed bald man who was preaching to billions of divine demons immediately and suddenly felt something after Jian Wushuang exerted his life-rating pressure. It's indeed outside of the third heaven. The white-robed bald man spoke faintly, but his voice was inaudible to the billions of divine demons who were listening to his lecture. His voice instead reached the ears of several other realm lords under the guidance of his subconscious mind. In a bloodied space, the cold and beautiful woman softly replied, "This is troublesome. The infinite territory is outside the third heaven, where the will of heavenly way is weak and our influences are hard to reach. Even if we know he's right there in the infinite territory, we won't be able to find him." In the eternal burning flame, the purple-armored devil awakened as a cold voice came from him. "There's nothing we can do now. We can only continue waiting for the day he steps out of the infinite territory and arrives in the third heaven. Another option will be when he uses his special techniques in the infinite territory again and is detected by the will of heavenly way. As long as the will of heavenly way can roughly pinpoint his location, even if it's only a vague direction or guidance, I'm sure we can hunt him down." The blood-clothed woman laughed casually in an exquisite mansion. "Oh, we can only wait then, but I'm sure he's not stupid. If he knows he's targeted by the will of heavenly way, he won't use this unique technique in the future again. I'm afraid it's not realistic for him to do so again, but we can wait for him to set foot in the third heaven one day, as it'll be much easier to find him then. Well, let's adjourn for now." The purple-armored devil spoke again before his voice faded away. The four very powerful realm lords were communicating with each other over a long distance, and all of them went back to what they were doing after a short exchange. Chapter 2617. Thousand Treasures Grand World. There was a cave that was temporarily hewn up in a barren and desolate mountain range. Jian Wushuang sat cross-legged in the cave, while the stately painting quietly suspended in midair before him. The stately painting was his treasure and had a long-standing relationship with him. Thus it was easy for him to regain control of the stately painting when refining it again. A large amount of information was channeled into his mind after that. "So that's it." Jian Wushuang looked a little surprised. "I was too weak in my past life. Although I possess the stately painting, I couldn't bring out its full potential. What I could do is only some insignificant techniques, even if it's a secret technique within the stately painting. In the previous life, Jian Wushuang had only performed the 9 provinces seal. That technique was extremely tyrannical. However, Jian Wushuang quickly realized the 9 provinces seal was not the only secret technique available in the stately painting. For secret techniques came along with the stately painting. Among the 4 secret techniques, the 9 provinces seal was the easiest technique to comprehend and perform. Besides that, Jian Wushuang probably had not completely mastered the 9 provinces seal in his previous life, as he no longer felt the 9 provinces seal being as difficult as he had thought in his past life. In his past life, he only knew the 9 provinces seal represented the 9 provinces in heaven and earth, consisting of 9 styles, with one being more powerful than the other. However, the 9 provinces seal's essence laid in the styles being superimposed and fused. The first 3 styles were fused to achieve the divine emperor seal. The next 3 styles were to make the true emperor seal. The last 3 styles, on the other hand, would achieve the most powerful supreme seal. The divine emperor seal, true emperor seal, and supreme seal were the 3 most terrifying hidden styles of the 9 provinces seal. It was a pity that he could not even fully display the last 3 styles of the 9 provinces seal in his previous life, let alone fusing and superimposing them. He had never come in contact with the divine emperor seal, true emperor seal, or supreme seal. He was finally qualified to come in contact with them in his current life. Jian Wushuang secretly said, "I can easily execute all 9 styles in the 9 provinces seal with my current strength. It shouldn't be difficult for me to display the divine emperor seal, true emperor seal, and supreme seal, but it'll take me some time to study them." In addition to the 9 province seal, there was another secret technique he could display among the 4 secret techniques. The 1,000 Treasures Grand World Secret Technique. The 1,000 Treasures Grand World Transformation. That was a technique that forcibly transformed the world into one more suitable for battle. There were many different worlds in the 1,000 Treasures Grand World. The Life and Death World, Yin and Yang World, and Water and Fire World. In addition, there were also conducive battle worlds for Jian Wushuang, Space-Time World, Transmigration World, and Sword Principle World. Even though mastering that technique might not improve his overall strength by much, it was enough to make a change in his battle strategies. The 9 Provinces Seal and 1,000 Treasures Grand World are just 2 secret techniques in stately painting which I can study and perform now. The remaining 2 secret techniques in the stately painting aren't something I'm capable of doing now, murmured Jian Wushuang. He knew the stately painting was so precious and extremely difficult to obtain one in the entire ancient god domain. Hence the secret techniques which came with it were not something easily executed. It would be extremely helpful to him nonetheless if he was able to master the 9 Provinces Seal and 1,000 Treasures Grand World. Let's begin studying then. Jian Wushuang anticipatingly began studying the 3 superimposed seals of the 9 Provinces Seal, as well as the 1,000 Treasures Grand World. 3 years passed by in a flash. Jian Wushuang's eyes slowly opened up inside that cave. The 3 fusion seals within the 9 Provinces Seal are much more difficult than I thought. I've been studying for 3 years, yet I've just barely fused the first 3 styles of the 9 Provinces Seal. I can fundamentally display the Divine Emperor Seal, but not to its full potential. I'm afraid it'll take me a long time to study the remaining True Emperor Seal and the Supreme Seal. The 1,000 Treasures Grand World is much easier for me to comprehend, on the contrary, and I've already got most of it under my control. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly before immediately standing up. Let's go outside and try it. Jian Wushuang then walked out of the cave and came to the vast void. He took a deep breath and waved his hand as a ray of light instantly melted into the surrounding void, followed by the world being transformed. A wonderful scroll, painting world appeared out of thin air above the infinite sky. Jian Wushuang saw the scroll painting world and grinned. Under his subconscious control, soon, 1,000 Treasures Grand World, Transmigration World. Rumbling, his surroundings instantly began to transform. It was originally a barren mountain range, but had become complete darkness in the blink of an eye. Huge reincarnation passages appeared out of thin air one after another inside this darkness. The reincarnation passages were scattered in every corner of the world as the endless transmigration strength spread. That was a transmigration world filled with endless transmigration strength, with Jian Wushuang standing at the core of the transmigration world as the world's master. So, this the 1,000 Treasures Grand World. Jian Wushuang was pleased upon seeing the changes in the surrounding world into the transmigration world before him. The transmigration world conjured from the 1,000 Treasures Grand World was completely different from a principal world. The principal world was discharged from one's own body to oppress and frighten the opponent. On the other hand, the transmigration world conjured from the 1,000 Treasures Grand World was to transform the world and its surrounding environment into a state most conducive for the user to fight. The transmigration world would be perfect for Jian Wushuang to manipulate the transmigration law to its fullest, and even exert a combat power far exceeding his own since he had comprehended transmigration law. Such was the so-called environmental advantage. Various geographical factor advantages could determine the victor between 2 almost equal in combat strength opponents. 1,000 Treasures Grand World was able to place its user at an absolute geographical advantage. Moreover, the world conjured from 1,000 Treasures Grand World was mysterious for being able to create various changes in attacks. However, Jian Wushuang had only gained preliminary control and could not perfectly use the 1,000 Treasures Grand World. In the future, he could try using it to create a world with both space-time and transmigration as his control over the 1,000 treasures grand world becomes stronger. Perhaps one day he could also add in the sword world. There was no doubt that the 1,000 treasures grand world would be more helpful to him in the future when compared to the 9 provinces seal. Chapter 26:18. Heaven's Jian Wushuang returned to the cave he was at earlier after getting acquainted with the 1,000 treasures grand world. He sat down cross-legged with the stately painting no longer in front of him. He had the transmigration, sword formation, and strange golden stone he got from the auction for a great price instead. Jian Wushuang first looked at the golden stone. What exactly is in this golden stone? Jian Wushuang held the golden stone while his soul power penetrated it to have a good look at its insides. He continued investigating for nearly half an hour before finally withdrawing his soul power. I sense space-time quivering in this golden stone. It's indeed extraordinary and probably has something within. But is my strength still too weak at the moment? Or is my space-time law understanding too shallow? Why can't I see anything? Jian Wushuang murmured. He shook his head before deciding not to spend more time on the golden stone and turned his gaze to the transmigration sword formation. The extremely powerful transmigration sword formation was created by the sword Lord Tong Xan, who was invincible among undying saints many years ago. He managed to get his hand on the transmigration sword formation's first 4 volumes after spending 40 million primordial stones on them. Hence, he expected to gain something useful from it. Let's take a look first. Jian Wushuang unleashed his soul power into the jade slip. His mind received a vast amount of messages in an instant as a picture concurrently appeared in his mind. There were 4 scenes in total, with each being a scene of an expert casting a type of sword formation. Jian Wushuang could see the power of those sword formations very clearly and was surprised. Jian Wushuang opened his eyes again after a while. So this is Sword Lord Tong Xin's creation. This is what made him invincible those days in the ancient God domain. The transmigration sword formation is truly powerful, with its first 4 volumes alone already extremely powerful. However, a more powerful technique also brings an equally elevated difficulty in its execution, as it demands a high understanding of the transmigration law and sword principles, said Jian Wushuang. The first 4 volumes of the transmigration sword formation, the first sword formation, Heaven's Edge. The second sword formation, All Sank. The third sword formation, Transmigration Drunk. The fourth sword formation, Frozen World. The first sword formation, Heaven's Edge, required merit achievement in the sword world and the first stage understanding of the transmigration law. Jian Wushuang's current understanding of the sword principle and transmigration was just sufficient to execute that sword formation. In other words, he could only at best attempt to perform the first sword formation. The sword formation was proven to be powerful at that. Jian Wushuang began to carefully study this first sword formation without hesitation. The transmigration sword formation was extremely profound, requiring a very high level of understanding and talent to apprehend it. The first sword formation itself was difficult for many cultivators who were good at sword principles and transmigration law. Many spent hundreds or even thousands of years, but could barely apprehend it. Even Jian Wushuang had to spend 2 years in full effort and focus on doing it right to apprehend the very first sword formation. Jian Wushuang stood alone on the barren ground 2 years later. His mind power at work as a stream of light immediately appeared in front of him. The light stream was a long sword with 9 handles, with each handle filled with transmigration strength. Go! Jian Wushuang pointed a finger at the 9 long swords floating in front of him as they evolved into 9 huge reincarnation passages. Those 9 reincarnation passages were like large and mysterious black holes. Those 9 black holes charged at the void up front under Jian Wushuang's guidance with extremely great powers, such that the void shuddered wherever they passed. 9 swords become 1. Heaven's edge. Jian Wushuang commanded. Any one of those black holes could easily annihilate an Earth ultimate god. At Jian Wushuang's command, they overlapped in an instant and formed a huge and endless reincarnation passage in which a black sword with transmigration strength shot out suddenly and violently from the passage end. The black sword instantly went through the mountain ranges in front like heaven's edge. The black sword disintegrated and turned into the 9 black holes, once again after passing through several mountains before returning to Jian Wushuang's side. Jian Wushuang was shocked when he saw the penetrated mountains before him. Jian Wushuang exclaimed, "This is indeed powerful, as I didn't even use much strength. I should be able to easily handle any Earth ultimate gods, including peak Earth ultimate gods. Besides, I've only used 9 ordinary swords in the sword formation with some low-level earthly treasures. They aren't even powerful divine weapons and nowhere fit to perform transmigration law techniques. The power of this sword formation will skyrocket if I can get 9 identical swords that can make full use of transmigration law." Jian Wushuang held his hands together. He did not have divine weapons suitable for transmigration techniques, but believed the star-picking pavilion should have them. Jian Wushuang immediately left and headed directly to the star-picking pavilion. Although he had fled after retrieving the stately painting, he remained in the Narcissus territory and was not too far from star-picking pavilion. He would at most need to travel several days before arriving at the star-picking pavilion. Jian Wushuang arrived at the star-picking pavilion again a few days later, in a separate room within star-picking pavilion. Oh, so Nanwu Palace took the Huangji golden pill. Jian Wushuang sat on a stool while sipping tea and smiling faintly at the star-picking pavilion's black chief. He appeared halfway through the battle for the Huangji golden pill and caused a scene, but the battle continued as soon as he left, and he expected the result to be finalized on that day. Although Nanwu Palace ended up having the Huangji golden pill, they paid a large price for it. Half of their heaven ultimate gods, about 6, were sacrificed, and one of their 2 grand ultimate gods seriously injured, said the Black Chief. Did you say 6 heaven ultimate god were sacrificed? Jian Wushuang secretly smacked his tongue before asking, "What about the young palace master? What happened to him?" The Black Chief continued, "He's all right. Although his strength isn't that great with his just average abilities, he's after all the Nanwu Palace's young palace master, the son of Nanwu Palace Master. The other top 3 powers dare not kill him. Otherwise, the Nanwu Palace Master will go crazy and break into a war against the 3 other factions. This isn't something the top factions want to see." Chapter 2619. Infernal Crimson Jian Wushuang nodded in agreement after hearing that. Although the top factions in Danyang Holy Realm occasionally competed against each other, things had not truly turned ugly between them. Although Nanwu Palace had sacrificed a few heaven ultimate gods in return for the Huangji golden pill, they were willing to accept such a fate. However, matters might be different if Nanwu Palace lost one of their grand ultimate gods or the young palace master, as that might lead to tensions between the top factions. Crimson Stone Fort would be the one reaping benefits if that happened. "I'm here to buy a sword-type divine weapon that must be suitable for transmigration law," said Jian Wushuang. "Master, you want it for the transmigration sword formation, right?" The Black Chief peered at Jian Wushuang. "You're right. It's for the transmigration sword formation," admitted Jian Wushuang. No one else knew Jian Wushuang had bagged the transmigration sword formation besides the Black Chief, as he was the one who served Jian Wushuang. He would never release the news to the public due to Star-Picking Pavilion's strict customers' privacy policy. Any Star-Picking Pavilion's chiefs arbitrarily disclosed their customers' information to the public or pulled any tricks when trading with customers would be executed once convicted, with no room for struggles or sophistry. The Black Chief said, "There are several types of swords in the Star-Picking Pavilion that are suitable for the transmigration sword formation with varying strength. The most powerful one among them is the infernal crimson divine sword. Are you interested? Let me have a look, said Jian Wushuang. The black chief soon unsheathed a black longsword and showed it to Jian Wushuang. The black longsword was less than 3 feet long with an extremely thin and sharp blade. The blade was smooth and plain without any mysterious patterns or carvings. However, there was a blood-stain line running through the entire sword from the blade's center, which made the sword seem extremely cold and eerie. The black long sword was enshrouded in a thick transmigration strength. The infernal crimson divine sword was murderous. Good sword. Jian Wushuang's eyes lit up as he could resonate with the transmigration strength carried by the infernal crimson divine sword while stroking it. He was certain that his power would be boosted if he used the sword to perform the transmigration sword technique. This sword is good, but it's only a top-tier earthly treasure. Is there something at a higher level? Jian Wushuang asked. The divine weapons usually came in different grade sets. The Black Chief explained. We do have a heavenly treasure level infernal crimson divine sword. However, you must be able to control all 9 infernal crimson divine swords at once if you're using it for the transmigration sword formation. It takes a lot of divine power to control even one heavenly treasure level divine weapon. Won't it be too taxing on you if you tried to control all 9 of them at once? He placed himself in Jian Wushuang's shoes when recommending top-tier earthly treasure level infernal crimson divine sword. I have my methods regarding the divine power controls. Show me the heavenly treasure level infernal crimson divine sword, said Jian Wushuang. The Black Chief did not say much as an infernal crimson divine sword that was the same as before appeared in front of Jian Wushuang the moment he waved his hand. Although there were no changes in appearances and transmigration strength permeated on the blade's surface, the heavenly treasure sword possessed a much stronger aura than its top-tier earthly treasure counterpart, giving off a much colder and fiercer aura. Jian Wushuang's eyes lit up at the sight of the infernal crimson divine sword. How many primordial stones does this infernal crimson divine sword cost? Jian Wushuang asked. Master, this infernal crimson divine sword is a graded divine weapon. Although it's only an ordinary heavenly treasure divine weapon, it's the most powerful among its heavenly treasure peers. Hence, it's a much steeper price at 2.5 million primordial stones. You'll only need to pay 22.5 million primordial stones if you buy all 9 swords together, said the Black Chief. It's really expensive, said Jian Wushuang. The pitch-black spear which he previously auctioned at the Star-Picking Pavilion was a top-tier, heavenly treasure, offensive divine weapon, but it was only sold for 2,050,000 primordial stones, much lower than the infernal crimson divine sword. Although it's expensive, it's worth the price. Jian Wushuang smiled and immediately took out an interspatial ring. Here you go, 22,500,000 primordial stones. Have a look. Black Chief took the interspatial ring and nodded after briefly scanning its contents. Master, wait a minute. Not long after, the Black Chief appeared in front of Jian Wushuang again and gave all 9 heavenly treasure infernal crimson, divine, swords to Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang was quite happy. His combat prowess would be greatly improved with those 9 infernal crimson, divine swords when performing the transmigration sword formation. The transmigration sword formation's current power was enough to wipe out a peak Earth ultimate god. Its power might even be able to compete against heaven ultimate gods if he went all out to perform the transmigration sword formation. Jian Wushuang cried out again, There's another matter. I have a lot of primordial stones, but they are of little use to me. Can I exchange these primordial stones with some divine elixir pills? Divine elixir pills? The Black Chief was startled before bitterly smiled. Master, you must be joking. It's impossible to exchange primordial stones for divine elixir pills. Impossible. Jian Wushuang frowned. Yes, although the market value of a divine elixir pill is about 5 million primordial stones. It doesn't mean the two can be traded freely. Divine elixir pills are completely different from primordial stones after all. The divine elixir pills are for high-level cultivation, so they are far better than primordial stones. Many various factions and powerful experts regard the divine elixir pills as far more important than primordial stones. The Black Chief continued, "If you'd like to exchange a divine elixir pill for primordial stones, you may get 5 million primordial stones from the star-picking pavilion, and we might even agree to the exchange for 6 million primordial stones. However, we won't be able to do the reverse. The deal will happen even if you paid 6, 7, or even 10 million primordial stones. It's not just us. I believe that many factions won't be willing to do the same. However, you may be able to use other special treasures like the Soul Offensive Divine weapon, which you have previously auctioned in exchange for divine elixir pills." Chapter 2620. Golden Chief Yuan Lei Heavenly Treasure Soul Offensive Divine Weapon? I was very lucky to get it. So how could I possibly get a second one? Jian Wushuang smiled. Well, let me find a way myself if that's the case. Jian Wushuang stood up and walked out of Star-Picking Pavilion. Goodbye, Master. The Black Chief sent Jian Wushuang away. The Black Chief immediately went to a bald man after Jian Wushuang left the Star-Picking Pavilion. The bald man was the one who had some entanglements with Sen Shouwang, one of the 3 golden chiefs in Star-Picking Pavilion. "Master, the Northern Dark Star Territorial Lord has left," reported the Black Chief in a servile tone. The bald man asked, "What did he do?" "He bought 9 heavenly treasure infernal crimson divine swords for 22,500,000 primordial stones to perform the transmigration sword formation. In addition, he also wanted to exchange his primordial stones for divine elixir pills, but I refused," said the Black Chief. "Humph. Why would an Earth ultimate god need 9 heavenly treasure infernal crimson divine swords to perform the transmigration sword formation? That's a bit too luxurious, isn't it?" Well, he was lucky enough to get a heavenly treasure soul offensive divine weapon and sold it for 100 million primordial stones at the auction after all. He had also sold a heavenly treasure defensive armor at the same time and probably has a total of 120 million primordial stones. He still has a lot more to squander after deducting the 40 million he spent on the transmigration sword formation. The bald man stood up after pondering momentarily and said, "I'll go out for a bit. Just find an excuse to dismiss them if other supervisors or the 2 other golden chiefs ask for me." The Black Chief was hesitant before he continued. "Master, the Star-Picking Pavilion has a strict policy against targeting our customers, no?" The bald man shouted, "What do you think I have in mind? There's unresolved enmity between both of us. Don't I even have the right to resolve private grievances?" The Black Chief frowned but dared not continue. The bald man soon left Star-Picking Pavilion and went toward Jian Wushuang's direction. In the vast void, Jian Wushuang was seen in his golden robe and long sword on his back, sauntering around. He was muttering under his breath, "Primordial stones are no longer useful to me now. I'll need to get my hands on some divine elixir pills if I'm planning to continue relying on refining divine power for my cultivation realm improvement. It's a pity the Star-Picking Pavilion won't exchange it for primordial stones." Jian Wushuang was quite helpless. Although he had bought a lot of treasures, he was still left with quite a lot of primordial stones on hand. However, those primordial stones were of not much help to him at that moment. The Black Chief mentioned to him that he could use other special treasures to exchange for divine elixir pills with the Star-Picking Pavilion, but he did not have any suitable treasures on him at the moment for such purpose. There were many treasures in his possession, with many of them being rather valuable. The stately painting went without saying. Blood Mountain sword and golden glass armor were his life divine weapon and life armor. They were extremely powerful and invaluable. The Fengtian scroll from Crimson Stone Saint was of great help to Jian Wushuang's enlightenment and cultivation. Any one of those treasures could be used in exchange for a large number of divine elixir pills, but he would never do that. Therefore, he had to come up with an alternative solution to get some divine elixir pills. Just as Jian Wushuang thought about it, Jian Wushuang was taken aback. His soul power had been sweeping around, and that was how he discovered someone within his soul detection range. That person was emanating a particularly tyrannical aura. "Are you here for me?" Jian Wushuang squinted his eyes slightly, and the opponent sped up as expected. A stream of light appeared in front of him in just seconds. The bald man, who also wore a golden robe, slowly emerged as the stream of light dissipated. Golden robe. Jian Wushuang looked at the bald man's golden robe with his constricted eyes. This is the golden robe worn by a star-picking pavilion golden chief. He's a golden chief from the star-picking pavilion. Is he coming after me for that incident? Jian Wushuang had sort of understood the other party's intention at that moment. "You're the Northern Dark Star, Territorial Lord. Jian Wushuang, am I right?" The bald man stared at Jian Wushuang with a weird smile on his face. "My name is Yuanlei. Have you heard of me?" Jian Wushuang instinctively shook his head. Although Jian Wushuang knew Yuanlei's identity and was quite sure of his intentions, he had never heard of the name Yuanlei. "Thanks. It seems that San Shouwang had not mentioned my name to you, but you should know me nonetheless," said the bald man Yuanlei. "That's for sure." Jian Wushuang verified his conjecture when Yuan Lei mentioned San Shouwang. San Shouwang once revealed that he had an older brother, a star-picking pavilion golden chief who always kept an eye on him. That person must be Yuan Lei. "Are you San Shouwang's older brother?" Jian Wushuang asked. "Older brother? Well, I guess so." Yuan Lei nodded. "Although I don't want to admit it, we did swear to be brothers when San Shouwang and I were only divine demons a long time ago. Unfortunately, he's not very talented. I've already achieved so much and became the star-picking pavilion golden chief, while he remained as an insignificant territorial lord after so many years. Although he isn't qualified to be my brother, we were brothers nonetheless. What do you think I should do since he died in your hands?" Yuan Lei stared at Jian Wushuang with a strange smile. Jian Wushuang looked gloomy and said in a low voice, "The battle for the territorial lord position was a matter of life and death. He's weak, and that's why I'm able to kill him. Yuan Lei, you should know better being the star-picking pavilion's golden chief. Besides, I'm a customer of the star-picking pavilion and have just left the star-picking pavilion. I'm afraid it's inappropriate for you to do so, isn't it? I'm sure you would be in hot soup if your supervisor finds out, right?" Yuan Lei sneered, "Hee, I'm here for our private grievance. What will the supervisor do even if he finds out? Jian, let's not talk nonsense. I'm not here to avenge San Shouwang, but he borrowed a large number of primordial stones from me to purchase the 4th volume of the Divine Destruction Beast Manual before he died. I can only ask you to pay me back on his behalf now that he's dead." Chapter 26-21 Battle Against a Heaven Ultimate God. How many primordial stones did San Shouwang borrow from you? Jian Wushuang calmly asked. "Not much, only 30 million primordial stones, and a little love between him and me worth more or less 20 million primordial stones. So you only need to fork out 50 million primordial stones. I shall call it a truce with that, and you may continue being the Northern Dark Star Territorial Lord and do whatever you want," suggested Yuan Lei. 50 million primordial stones aren't too many," said Jian Wushuang indifferently. A weird smile appeared on Yuan Lei's face. He did have a little friendship with San Shouwang, but their relationship had faded long ago. San Shouwang did borrow some primordial stones from Yuan Lei to buy the 4th volume of the Divine Destruction Beast Manual, but it was only 6 million primordial stones, yet he had asked for 50 million, which was an exorbitant amount. He only did so because he was aware of Jian Wushuang's wealth. 50 million primordial stones was nothing to Jian Wushuang. Yuan Lei had decided that he would never trouble Jian Wushuang again if Jian Wushuang was willing to give him 50 million primordial stones. He was the Star-Picking Pavilion's golden chief, and he had to comply with the Star-Picking Pavilion's policies after all. He could still avoid doing anything that goes against their policies. I have 50 million primordial stones, but what are you going to do if I won't give it to you? Jian Wushuang casually asked. No, Jian Yi, I advise you to think carefully about it. You ought to know your life is worth more than the 50 million primordial stone, even if it's a lot. Yuan Lei smiled faintly as a huge wave of divine power was sent across, aiming at Jian Wushuang at the same time. So this is a heaven ultimate God's divine power. Jian Wushuang's eyes suddenly constricted. He knew the weakest of Star-Picking Pavilion's chiefs were at least a peak Earth ultimate god with most of their golden chief at the Heaven ultimate god realm. He knew Yuan Lei was a genuine Heaven ultimate god. However, Jian Wushuang did not have the slightest fear after knowing his opponent was a Heaven ultimate god. His eyes were showing a strong intent to fight. On the contrary. After spending 10 years cultivating in seclusion, I've achieved merit in Sword World and made a breakthrough to peak Ultimate God Realm. My combat prowess is at the peak Earth Ultimate God level, and I'm now able to fight against a weak Heaven Ultimate God if I opt to put my full abilities to use. Although I've made no major breakthroughs in understanding sword principle and laws, nor improvements in my cultivation realm, my strength has improved by several folds through regaining the stately painting. It's still unsure who's stronger if I try my best to fight against Yuan Lei. Jian Wushuang was looking forward to finding that out as he stared at Yuan Lei closely and licked his lips. Yuan Lei, right? I have 50 million primordial stones in my interspatial ring and also many other treasures. All of these will belong to you if you manage to kill me. This may be a huge sum of money, but can you take it from me? Jian Wushuang scoffed. Do you have a death wish? Yuan Lei's eyes went wide. If that's the case, I shall fulfill your wish. Yuan Lei instantly fired out after he said so. Boom! A majestic aura wave led by a huge gush of divine power came like a torrent. All the divine power instantly formed a green beast in front of Yuan Lei that was full of vitality. The green beast let out a roar before charging at Jian Wushuang. It continued to evolve and increased its size tenfold until it reached a few hundred feet high before it appeared in front of Jian Wushuang. The several hundred feet high green beast was like a huge mountain as it dashed toward Jian Wushuang with its mouth wide open as though it could swallow the entire world. The divine power pressed on Jian Wushuang without giving him any chance to escape. This is really powerful. You're indeed a Heaven ultimate god. Jian Wushuang stood in the void and looked up to admire the green beast coming down at him. 5 years ago, he had seen the scary battle between Heaven ultimate gods and Grand ultimate gods during the fight of the Huangji Golden Pill. At that time, he was far away from the battlefield and had not personally participated in the battlefield. Hence, he did not manage to grasp a feel of Heaven ultimate God's power. Even though he did break into the battlefield later, all he did was threaten the people on the battlefield with his life-rating pressure without any chance to fight against the Heaven ultimate gods. At this time, he was all alone and could finally feel the strength of a Heaven ultimate god. The green beast was just a simple trick performed by Yuan Lei at will, but its power was sufficiently strong to put any ordinary Earth ultimate god in despair. An ordinary Earth ultimate god. Even some of the weaker peak ultimate gods might not even have a survival chance under that green beast's mouth. However, Jian Wushuang was not included among those Earth ultimate gods. He kept a cold and desolate look on his face as the 7 stars secret technique within his body began brewing, whereas the aura on his body had also instantly climbed from a high-level Earth ultimate god to the peak Earth ultimate god level. The blood mountain sword behind him was instantly unsheathed and moved along with his steps. A monstrous killing intent that had been infinitely magnified rose all of a sudden. Kill! 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 Jian Wushuang's entire mind and body were replaced by the murderous intent. His eyes slowly closed before reopened again. A terrifying killing intent shot out the moment his eyes opened. Space-time sword technique, 5th style killing heart. A scarlet sword light with murderous intent came down. The scarlet sword light carried a terrifying power which instantly cut the mountain-like green beast that was hundreds of feet tall into half. Yet the sword light remained unabated and continued, cutting through the void above right into the sky. Infinite divine power breath was disseminated. Oh! Yuan Lei gave Jian Wushuang a surprised look. No wonder he's so arrogant. He's quite powerful. Humph! Jian Wushuang snorted coldly as he shot out a few streams of light using his mind. Those light streams were coming from black swords that exuded a cold breath with a large amount of transmigration strength. Those were the Infernal Crimson Divine Sword. 9 Infernal Crimson Divine Swords, 9 Heavenly Treasure Divine Weapons, arranged in a line before Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang then pointed with a finger. Buzz! 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 The 9 Infernal Crimson Divine swords began to evolve into 9 reincarnation passages in the blink of an eye. Those 9 reincarnation passages were huge, mysterious, and unpredictable.